The stillness beyond the veil. Prologue. Before intention gathers, before the first quiet thought rises like a faint shimmer across the inner horizon, there is a deeper stillness that has been waiting since long before memory, a vast and ancient field beneath the breath, beneath the story, beneath the world, and as the reader drifts toward this field they feel a subtle loosening, a widening, a gentle tremor moving through the core center as if the deeper architecture of reality has leaned forward to greet them, not with instruction, but with remembrance, not with direction but with orientation, and the presence that speaks is older than time yet closer than breath, unfolding itself as a soft unveiling that invites the reader to step into the hidden interval where the forgotten universe begins to stir again. The opening of this book is a quiet turning inward, a moment where the breath becomes more than breath and the silence becomes more than silence, where the inner atmosphere shifts just enough for the ancient wisdom teachings to rise from beneath perception, carried not as concepts but as luminous threads woven through the central currents, and the reader begins to recognize that the longing they have carried across years, the ache that has followed them through seasons and lifetimes, has always been the whisper of their own deeper nature calling them home, calling them back to the stillness that has never left them, only waited for the moment when awareness becomes steady enough to feel its presence. The journey begins here, in the pause between inhalation and exhalation, in the soft widening where time loosens and the inner horizon expands, in the recognition that the seeker and the sought are not two, that the path is not a road but a remembering, that the light they have searched for in distant places has always been the quiet radiance within their own being, waiting beneath the breath, waiting beneath the surface mind, waiting beneath the veil of ordinary perception for this exact moment of awakening. As the reader enters this field, the deeper architecture of reality reveals itself not through visions or symbols but through presence, through the gentle settling of the breath, through the subtle awakening of the central currents, through the recognition that the body is a temple of luminous intelligence and the mind is a doorway into the unbounded, and the silence is a living field overflowing with remembrance, a soft ocean of awareness that has carried them since the beginning, waiting for the moment when attention becomes quiet enough to hear its voice. This prologue is the widening of that doorway, the soft opening of the inner gate, the gentle invitation to step beyond the familiar edges of perception and into the vastness that has always been here, waiting beneath the breath, waiting beneath the story, waiting beneath the world, and as the reader leans into this field the veil thins, the breath deepens, and the ancient current begins to rise through the core center with the inevitability of dawn. The journey begins now, not with certainty but with listening, not with effort but with surrender, not with seeking but with remembering, and the reader feels the first tremor of awakening moving through the unseen chambers of their awareness, a quiet return to the origin that has always lived within them, waiting for this moment of recognition. Chapter 1. The Whisper Beneath the Breath. In the hush that precedes the dawn, before the world stirs with the clamor of waking minds and rushing limbs, there exists a silence so vast it cannot be measured by the tick of clocks or the turning of seasons. It is a silence not of absence, but of fullness. An oceanic presence that cradles all things within its invisible arms. This silence is not found in remote monasteries or upon high mountain peaks, though the soul may seek solace there. It resides within, deeper than the pulse of blood, beneath the tide of thought, in the sanctuary of the breath. The quiet chamber where the self encounters the self. You have come, seeker, not by accident, but by the unseen pull of longing. A whisper carried on the wind of universal consciousness, stirring your heart with questions that no ordinary answer can quench. Who am I? Why do I ache with a sense of incompleteness, even as I gather possessions, accolades, and fleeting pleasures? What lies beyond the veil of dreams, beyond the noise of the personal mind, in the boundless stillness that watches all? To seek the answer is to step onto the ancient path, not merely as a practice of controlled breathing, but as a sacred science of awakening. In its truest essence, the dissolving of separation between the individual breath and the breath of all existence, between thought and the vast awareness that observes it, between the body, the mind, and the unmanifest source from which both arise. This journey begins with stillness, with allowing. The first lesson is to soften the resistance within, the ceaseless tension of striving, of becoming, of proving. Here, in this moment, your body is not an obstacle, but a temple. Each cell hums with the vibration of light and memory, encoded with the intelligence of ages. The spine, that luminous column anchoring heaven and earth, carries within it the serpent power, not as myth, but as dormant energy waiting to be awakened by the fire of attention. Sit now, not as one who performs a ritual, but as one who surrenders to the gravity of presence. Let your posture be erect, yet relaxed. Like a tree rooted in rich soil, its branches reaching skyward in silent aspiration. Feel the contact of your body with the earth, the support beneath you, the gentle lift through the crown of your head. Let the breath come and go as it will, without manipulation, without judgment. Observe it as you would the ebb and flow of tides upon a distant shore. Natural, rhythmic, eternal. As you breathe, begin to notice the space between each inhalation and exhalation. There, in the pause, lies a doorway. Not a physical threshold, but a metaphysical gateway. A slit in the fabric of time where the mind dissolves and pure awareness emerges. In that gap, there is no past, no future, no name, no story, only presence. This is the ground of spiritual consciousness. Not something to be acquired, but something to be remembered. You are not becoming aware. You are awareness itself, temporarily veiled by thought. The mind, restless and chattering, will protest. It will offer distractions. Memories, plans, worries, fantasies. Observe them, but do not engage. Imagine them as clouds drifting across the vast sky of your awareness. They have no power to darken the sun, no claim upon the infinite expanse. Let them pass. Return, again and again, to the breath, to the sensation of air entering the nostrils, cool and soft, to the rise and fall of the belly, gentle as a sleeping child, to the pause. The sacred stillness where all things are born and to which all things return. In this stillness, begin to feel the subtle energy that courses through the body. Prana, the vital essence. It is not air, though it rides upon breath. It is not blood, though it animates the pulse. Prana is the invisible current that connects the physical to the subtle, the mortal to the immortal. It flows through nadis, channels finer than nerves, converging around centers of consciousness known as chakras. These are not physical organs, but vortices of energy where matter and spirit dance in eternal embrace. Begin to direct your awareness to the region of the heart, the anahata, the center of love and compassion. Feel the gentle throb beneath the breastbone, not just as rhythm, but as resonance. Imagine a soft green light glowing within, expanding with each breath, filling the chest cavity with warmth and tenderness. As you breathe into this space, allow any hardness, any grief, any isolation to soften. Let forgiveness, not as a concept, but as a living energy, radiate outward. Forgiveness of self, forgiveness of others, forgiveness of life itself for its imperfections. In this act, you align with the truth that separation is illusion, that all beings are threads woven into the same luminous fabric. Now, lift your awareness to the space between the eyebrows, the ajna, the third eye. Feel the still point behind the forehead, the seat of intuition, of inner vision. Here, thought becomes insight. Here, the veil thins. Do not strain to see images or symbols. Simply rest in the sensation of presence. Let knowing arise not from memory, but from the depth of silence. This is the faculty of inner wisdom, the voice not of the ego, but of universal consciousness speaking through you. As the practice deepens, you may sense a rising warmth along the spine, a tingling like liquid light ascending from the base to the crown. Let it rise not by force, but by grace. Your role is not to push, but to open, to make the inner channels pure through discipline, through devotion, through surrender. For energy follows attention, and where attention rests in stillness, transformation occurs. You may wonder, seeker, how long must I sit? How many breaths before I see the light? The answer is not in measurement, but in devotion. Each moment of presence is a seed planted in the unseen. Growth happens underground, in darkness, in silence. So too with spiritual consciousness. There is no arrival, only deepening. No destination, only return. Again and again, to the center. As you conclude this first lesson, carry with you not a technique, but a remembrance. You are not broken. You are not lost. You are the stillness beneath the breath, the watcher behind the eyes, the love that needs no object. The path is not outward, but inward. Not upward, but homeward. When you rise from your seat, move slowly. Let the energy settle. Walk as if treading on sacred ground, for you are. Every step can be a meditation, every gesture an offering. The world has not changed, but your perception of it has begun to shift. The veil is thinning. And so, the journey begins. Not with fanfare, but with a whisper. Not with knowledge, but with knowing. The light is already within. You need only stop long enough to perceive it. This is the first lesson. To be still is to awaken. To breathe with awareness is to align with the pulse of the cosmos. To dwell in the present is to touch eternity. Rest here. Breathe here. Be here. And know, deeply, irrevocably, that you are not alone. You are consciousness itself, awakening to its own infinite nature. The path unfolds, one breath at a time. Chapter 2. The Temple and the Dweller. Harmonizing the outer and inner worlds. Before the great journey across the celestial oceans of consciousness can commence, the seeker must first become acquainted with the vessel appointed for the voyage. You are a traveler, yes, but you are also the ship. You are the dweller within a sacred, living temple, a structure of such intricate and divine design that its mysteries are boundless, its capacities immeasurable. Yet, in this current age of clamor and distraction, the dweller has become a stranger within. Lost amidst the dust of forgotten rituals and the echoes of its own unread ancient wisdom teachings. This first and most essential lesson, therefore, is not one of distant travel but of homecoming. It is the art of reacquainting the conscious self with the miraculous form in which it dwells. Consider this physical form. It is not a cage of flesh and bone, nor is it a burden to be endured or transcended in haste. Such thoughts are born from a profound misunderstanding. It is a temple, crafted from the elements of the cosmos itself. The bones are not mere scaffolding but pillars of ancient minerals, strong and resonant with the deep silence of the mountains. The blood that flows through hidden rivers is a sacred tide, carrying not just oxygen and nutrients, but the very memory of life, a crimson unbroken chain of existence. The muscles and sinews are living tapestries, woven with threads of incredible strength and pliability, capable of expressing the gentle grace of a blossoming flower or the formidable power of a thunderclap. Within the central sanctum of this temple resides a drum, the heart, which beats from the first moment of life until the last, a steady, sacred rhythm that is the metronome of your entire existence. It is an altar upon which the sacrifice of life is continuously offered and renewed. The lungs, twin bellows of exquisite inner structuring, draw in the very breath of the world, transforming the etheric into the vital, the invisible into the life force that animates every cell. The brain is not merely a machine of thought but the temple's high observatory, a crystalline labyrinth capable of gazing out into the furthest reaches of space and time and, more miraculously, turning its gaze inward to perceive the very source of its own awareness. The five senses are the temple's stained glass windows, each tinted to perceive a different hue of reality. The rose of sight, the lilac of sound, the amber of touch, the emerald of taste, and the sapphire of smell. Through these, the dweller experiences the world, but the mistake is to believe the world is only what is seen through these colored panes. And within this magnificent structure resides the dweller. The conscious self, the silent observer, the seeker of wisdom. This is your true nature. A spark of the universal fire, a fragment of infinite consciousness, luminous, eternal, and profoundly still. It is the ghost in the machine, the song within the silence. Yet, what is its state? For most, the dweller sleeps. It is mesmerized by the dance of shadows upon the temple walls, the endless procession of thoughts, desires, memories, and fears. It chases after these phantoms, believing them to be real, and in doing so, expends its divine energy in a perpetual state of agitation. It listens to the incessant gossip of the mind, mistaking the temple's caretaker for its master. It has forgotten that it is the royalty residing within the palace, and instead has become a servant, tending to the trivial needs of the transient, the temporary, the ephemeral. This disconnection is the root of all suffering, this forgetfulness is the source of all sorrow. The dweller feels homeless because it has forgotten its own home. So, how does the dweller awaken? How is this sacred union, this state of stillness, to be initiated. The bridge between the outer temple and the inner dweller is not made of stone or substance, but of something far more subtle. It is the breath. The breath is the golden thread that connects the world of form with the formless. It is the constant, rhythmic link between the seen and the unseen, the tangible and the etheric. Each inhalation draws the universe into you, each exhalation releases a piece of yourself back into the whole. You do not command your breath, it is a gift, flowing automatically, a perpetual prayer offered by the body to the life-giving source. And woven into this very breath is the carrier of the universal life force, the subtle energy that animates all things. To become aware of the breath is to stand at the threshold of the temple, to place your hand upon the great, cosmic door. Therefore, the first conscious act of the seeker, the first true step on the path of awakening, is simply to watch the breath. This is not a complex technique, it is an act of profound and loving attention. You do not need to go to a mountain cave or a secluded monastery. Your temple is with you, always. Find a moment of quiet. Still the outer body, allowing it to rest in a posture of dignity and ease, the spine becoming a sacred pillar connecting the earth and the heavens. Close the stained glass windows of the eyes. Let the world outside fade. And then, turn the luminous beam of your awareness inward. Without striving, without judging, begin to feel the breath. Feel the coolness of the air as it enters the nostrils, a gentle kiss at the very gateway to your inner world. Follow this stream of sensation as it journeys down the throat, a silent river flowing into the caverns of the lungs. Feel the gentle expansion of the chest and belly, the temple's walls opening to welcome the gift of life. Do not think about the breath, feel it directly. It is a sensation, a movement, a living presence. And then, witness the exhale. Feel the warmth of the air as it leaves the body, a release, a letting go, a surrender. Feel the gentle recession of the torso, the quiet stillness that follows, a pause. With infinite possibility, your mind will wander. It is its nature. The temple is filled with noise. The caretaker is busy sweeping, chanting its endless litany of plans, regrets, and anxieties. When you notice that your awareness has been carried away on one of these currents, do not chastise yourself. This is the dweller waking up. Gently, lovingly, as you would guide a lost child back home, bring your attention back to the simple, profound rhythm of the breath. Return to the feel of the air at the nostrils. Each time you return, you are lighting a candle in a darkened room. Each act of returning is an act of remembrance. You are reminding the dweller of its home, reacquainting the consciousness with the living, breathing miracle of its own temple. This is the foundation. This is the beginning of the great work. In this simple practice of observation, you are weaving the threads of union. You are harmonizing the outer and the inner. You are learning the language of your own being. Through this conscious breathing, the dweller ceases to be a victim of the temple's noises and begins to listen to its sacred symphony. The temple, in turn, begins to respond to the dweller's awakened presence. A stillness begins to settle in the halls. A light begins to dawn in the innermost sanctuary. The journey has not yet taken you far from where you began, but you have turned to face the right direction. You have found the door, and you have learned how to knock. Chapter 3. The Inner Sanctuary. Awakening the silent witness within. In the hush that follows the last lingering echo of worldly thought, where the mind ceases its ceaseless chatter and the breath slows to the rhythm of eternity, there exists a threshold. A sacred space not of geography, but of pure being. This is the inner sanctuary, the heart's innermost chamber, untouched by time, unmarked by desire, and unclaimed by identity. It is here, in this formless vault of luminous stillness, that the seeker first encounters the silent witness. Not as an entity, not as a force, but as the very essence of awareness itself, vast and unconditioned. To tread this path, one must relinquish the torch of logic and let the darkness speak. The world is painted in colors too bright and too loud, its illusions dressed as truths, its motions mistaken for progress. But beyond the veil of sensation and cognition, beneath the surface of memory and ego, there lies a depth so profound that no word can fully convey its presence. Only experience can unveil it. And experience, in this context, is not sensation, nor emotion, nor thought. It is the pure act of perception without a perceiver, the light of knowing without an object to know. The inner sanctuary does not open through force or will alone, it unfolds through surrender. Like a lotus that refuses to bloom under pressure yet unfurls in response to the gentle warmth of dawn, the gate to this inner realm reveals itself only when the seeker ceases seeking. There is a paradox in this. One must prepare diligently, through breath, posture, and mindful attention. Yet upon arrival, all effort must dissolve like mist beneath the rising sun. The practice is rigorous, the realization is effortless. Begin with the body, not as flesh and bone, but as a temple carved by eons of evolution, a vessel tuned to the frequencies of the cosmos. Sit with spine erect, not rigid, but poised like a reed swaying in celestial wind. Let the shoulders fall away from the ears, the jaw unclenches, the eyes close as if surrendering to a dream that dreams itself. The breath becomes the first bridge. A slow, rhythmic tide rolling in from the ocean of being. Inhale not from the chest, but from the depths of the lower abdomen, where primal energy coils like a serpent wrapped around the axis of creation. Exhale slowly, as if releasing not just air, but layers of attachment, fear, and false certainty. As the breath stabilizes, the layers of the self begin to thin. The noise of daily concerns, appointments, obligations, unmet longings, fades like voices retreating down a long corridor. The mind, accustomed to constant engagement, protests. It conjures images, memories, fragments of conversation, half-formed anxieties. Do not resist. Do not entertain. Observe. Watch these mental apparitions arise like waves upon the shore of awareness, crest, and collapse back into the depths. They are not you. They are ripples upon the surface of the ocean. You are the ocean. This is the beginning of witnessing. The silent witness does not judge. It does not react. It simply sees. Unmoved, eternal, whole. When the mind races, you see the racing. When sorrow arises, you see the sorrow. When joy dances through the veins, you see the joy. In each case, awareness remains untouched, like the sky remains unstained by the passing clouds. Gradually, the identification with thought dissolves. You are not the anger. You are not the memory. You are not even the body, which breathes on its own, lives on its own, decays and renews on its own. You are that which observes the breath, observes the heartbeat, observes the cycle of decay and rebirth. To realize this is not an intellectual conclusion, but a direct, unmediated knowing. A certainty as undeniable as the warmth of sunlight upon closed eyelids. In this state, the distinction between subject and object begins to blur. There is no longer a you watching the mind, there is simply awareness, self-luminous and self-sufficient. It does not require a self to exist. It does not need concepts to validate it. It is prior to language, anterior to time, unborn and undying. It is the space in which all things appear, the canvas upon which every experience is painted. Meditation, in its highest expression, is the act of returning to this space. Again and again, despite the pull of distraction, despite the seduction of thought, despite the body's discomfort and the mind's restlessness. Each return is an act of devotion, to truth itself. Each breath drawn with awareness, each moment of stillness embraced, is a thread woven into the fabric of spiritual awakening. But the sanctuary is not only accessed in formal meditation. It dwells within every act performed with presence. To drink water and truly taste its cool purity, to walk and feel each foot press into the earth, to listen without planning a reply. These are portals too. Mindfulness is the key that unlocks the ordinary, revealing the extraordinary shimmering beneath. The sacred is not elsewhere, it is here, now, in the scent of rain on dry soil, in the silence between heartbeats, in the hush before a word is spoken. As the witness strengthens, so too does discernment. The ability to distinguish between the transient and the eternal. Cravings arise, but they are seen for what they are. Energies passing through, not mandates to obey. Emotions surge, but they are met not with resistance or indulgence, but with spacious acceptance. The ego, that cunning architect of identity, continues to whisper, I am successful, I am inadequate, I am loved, I am alone. But the words fall upon still waters, creating ripples that soon vanish. This is the beginning of freedom. Not freedom from circumstances, but freedom within them. One may still live in a world of pain and loss, of change and uncertainty, yet remain anchored in the unshakable. Life becomes a dance, a play of light and shadow, witnessed not with attachment, but with reverence. Suffering, when it comes, is no longer identity, it is experience, fleeting and impersonal. Joy, too, is not clung to, it is welcomed like a guest, honored, and released. In this space of witnessing, compassion naturally arises, not as sentiment, but as a deep recognition of unity. The pain of another is no longer foreign, it is felt as one's own, because the boundary between self and other has thinned, revealing the shared substrate of consciousness. The beggar on the street, the stranger in anger, the child in wonder. All are expressions of the same light, wearing different masks. To serve, then, is not sacrifice, it is alignment with the law of wholeness. The inner sanctuary is not a place to reach, but a dimension to inhabit. It is always present, always available, beneath the noise, beneath the roles, beneath the stories we tell ourselves. Every breath can be an invocation, every moment, a doorway. No pilgrimage is required, no dogma, no intermediary. Only the willingness to sit, to be quiet, to look within without judgment, and to see, truly see, what has always been there. And when the world grows loud, when sorrow presses upon the chest or doubt clouds the mind, return. Return to the breath. Return to the body. Return to the silent space behind the eyes, where no name has ever been spoken, where no story has ever been told, where only presence lives. There, in the stillness, you are not alone. You are not separate. You are the universe becoming aware of itself. Through you, as you, beyond you. And in that recognition, the veil trembles. The light pours through. The sanctuary is not entered. It is remembered. Chapter 4. The stillness where all truth resides. In the hush before dawn, when the world still clings to dreams and the sky bleeds slowly from indigo to the first blush of gold, there exists a moment so delicate, so fleeting, that it trembles on the edge of perception. Yet within that breath lies the threshold of the eternal. It is not marked by time, nor can it be captured by the mind's restless fingers. It is a gap, a pause between the exhale of darkness and the inhale of light. And it is here, in this sacred interlude, that the seeker may first glimpse the presence of that which has never been born and will never die. The universal consciousness. This consciousness is not distant. It does not sit high upon some celestial throne beyond the reach of human longing. No, it is closer than breath, nearer than the pulse beneath your skin. It is the silent witness behind every thought, the space in which emotions rise and fall like waves upon an infinite sea. It is the knowing that I am, even before words, before identity, before memory. And it is through stillness, through the deliberate quieting of the mind's ceaseless chatter, that this presence reveals itself. Stillness is not merely the absence of movement or sound. It is not the passive state of one who sleeps unaware. True stillness is an active surrender, a deep and intentional release of all that clings. All fears, all cravings, all the layers of ego that whisper incessantly of who you are and what you must become. In stillness, the seeker does not fight the mind, nor does one suppress emotion. Rather, one observes, detached, unmoved, with the same serene attention with which the sky observes the passage of clouds. To enter stillness is to descend beneath the surface of life. Most dwell upon that surface, skimming the ripples of daily concerns, reacting to every gust of emotion, every storm of circumstance. But below those agitated waves lies a depth untouched by time, a realm of silence deeper than any ocean trench. It is here that inner wisdom is not learned, but remembered. For the truths uncovered in stillness are not foreign, they are ancient memories buried beneath layers of forgetfulness. Memories of union, of wholeness, of being one with the source from which all things arise. Begin your practice not with effort, but with invitation. Sit where the light filters gently through leaves, or where a single candle flickers in the dimness. Let your posture be upright, yet not rigid. A natural alignment, like a tree rooted in earth yet reaching toward sky. Close the eyes, but do not shut out awareness. Instead, turn it inward, as though drawing the senses from the outer world like threads pulled gently back into the loom of being. Breathe. Slowly, deeply, as though each inhalation draws not air, but essence itself. Feel the expansion of the belly, the rise of the chest, the subtle lift of the collarbones. Then, as you exhale, release not only breath, but the weight of all that no longer serves. Let go of yesterday's sorrows, tomorrow's anxieties. Let go of the need to be seen, to be loved, to be understood. Just be. As the breath settles into rhythm, so too does the mind. Thoughts will arise. Of course they will. 1,000 birds may fly across the sky of awareness, but you need not catch them. Let them pass, like leaves swept along a river's current. Do not follow. Do not condemn. Simply notice the thought, and return, gently, patiently, to the breath, to the present, to the silence between breaths. In those gaps, between one breath and the next, something profound occurs. The mind, accustomed to constant narrative, stumbles. The self, so certain of its importance, begins to dissolve. And for a fleeting instant, there is no you and no world. There is only pure being, an undivided presence that knows itself as both infinite and immediate. This is not an experience to be grasped or repeated. It cannot be bottled like perfume or stored like grain. Each moment of stillness is its own miracle, unfolding in its own time, uninvited and unannounced. And yet, the more one practices, the more the veil thins. The sacred pauses lengthen. The ego's voice grows quiet, like the echo of a distant drum fading into hills. In stillness, perception undergoes a quiet revolution. The seeker begins to see that suffering is born not from events, but from resistance. From the refusal to allow life to be as it is. When one stops clinging to pleasure and pushing away pain, a strange peace emerges. It is not happiness, for it does not depend on circumstance. It is not joy, for it does not rise and fall. It is deeper, wider, older. It is the peace of the mountain that has stood for millennia, unmoved by the storm or the sun. Within this peace, wisdom arises. Not as knowledge, but as direct knowing. The seeker understands in the marrow of their bones that all is interconnected. The boundaries between self and other, between subject and object, blur and dissolve. The pain of another is not foreign. It is felt as one's own. The joy of a blooming flower is not separate. It resonates within the soul. This is compassion not as an act, but as a state of being. Stillness also awakens intuition. The inner voice that speaks not in words, but in impressions, in knowing. It is quiet, subtle, and often drowned out by the noise of logic and fear. But with practice, one learns to trust it, to recognize its gentle nudges, its synchronicities, its dreams that arrive like messengers from the deep. This intuition is not personal insight, it is the universal consciousness guiding the seeker from within. Yet, the path of stillness is not without its trials. The deeper one ventures into silence, the more the unconscious rises to meet them. Long-buried memories surface. Fears that have lived in shadow emerge into light. Old wounds reopen. This is not a sign of failure, but of healing. The stillness acts as a mirror, reflecting not only the light within, but the unhealed places as well. Do not flee. Do not judge. Sit with what arises. Breathe into it. Allow it to be seen, to be held in the vast compassion of awareness. In this space, transformation occurs. Not through force, but through acceptance. Over time, stillness ceases to be a practice confined to the meditation cushion. It begins to permeate daily life. One walks through the marketplace with the same inner quiet as in the forest. One speaks with presence, listens with full attention, acts without compulsion. Even in conflict, there is a center. A still point around which the storm may rage, yet from which one does not stray. This is the mark of developed spiritual consciousness. Not the attainment of supernatural powers, nor the abandonment of the world, but the ability to remain centered in the midst of life's chaos. It is the flowering of mindfulness, not as a technique, but as a way of being. And so, seeker, return again and again to stillness. Not with ambition, but with devotion. Not to achieve, but to remember. For in stillness, you are not becoming anything. You are uncovering what has always been. You are realizing that you have never been apart from them. When the mind is still, the universe speaks. When the heart is open, love flows without condition. When the ego dissolves, only consciousness remains. Vast, luminous, eternal. And in that silence, the seeker is no longer seeking. They have come home. Practice this day. Sit in stillness at dawn. Let the world awaken around you while you remain anchored in inner silence. Observe not only the mind, but the subtle energies that move through the body. The tingling in the hands, the warmth behind the eyes, the gentle pulse at the center of your being. Record nothing. Remember nothing. Simply be. And as the sun rises, carry that stillness into your movements, your words, your breath. Let it be the unseen current beneath the surface of your day. For it is in stillness that the soul remembers its origin. And in remembrance, it finds freedom. Chapter 5. The Silent Alchemy of Breath. Where body meets infinity in the hallowed silence that stretches beyond sound, where even the whisper of thought dissolves like mist beneath the morning sun, there exists a threshold. A luminous seam between the known and the unknowable. It is here, in this sacred in-between, that the seeker first encounters the most intimate and profound language of the soul. The breath. Not merely the mechanical rise and fall of the chest, nor the casual exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide that fuels the flesh, but the sacred rhythm that pulses at the heart of creation itself. This is the silent alchemy. The invisible bridge between matter and spirit, the subtle current through which universal consciousness breathes life into form. To breathe with awareness is to awaken a forgotten dialogue between the self and the cosmos. Each inhalation draws in not just air, but prana. The vital essence that animates all things, the golden thread woven through every leaf, every heartbeat, every star. And each exhalation becomes an offering, a release of accumulated tension, a surrender of ego, a return of energy to the vast reservoir from which it arose. In this sacred exchange, the body ceases to be merely a vessel. It becomes a temple, an altar upon which the eternal mystery is enacted moment by moment. The seeker must begin by ceasing. Ceasing the endless chatter of the mind, ceasing the habitual rush of doing, ceasing the subtle resistance to simply being. Sit in stillness. Let the spine rise like a column of light, rooted deep in the earth yet crowned with the stars. Let the hands rest upon the lap, palms open to receive, to release. Close the eyes, not to shut out the world, but to turn inward, to descend into the inner chamber where the breath becomes a lantern in the dark. Feel it. The first conscious breath. Not forced, not controlled, but observed. Notice how the air enters through the nostrils, cool and delicate, like a breeze through ancient forests. Watch as the belly swells gently, as if cradling a sleeping child, as the diaphragm descends and the lungs unfold like lotus petals opening toward the light. There is no need to alter it, only to witness. In this witnessing, something extraordinary occurs. The mind, which has long ruled like a restless king, begins to quiet. The thoughts that once clamored like crows in the twilight now soften, recede, and for a moment, just a moment, there is only the breath, and the boundless silence that holds it. This is the first secret. Breath is not merely a bodily function. It is a mantra, a prayer, a living scripture written in invisible ink across the landscape of the present moment. When the breath is steady, so too is the mind. When the breath is slow, the soul begins to hear its own song. When the breath is deep, the roots of awareness plunge into subsoil rich with insight and peace. But this is not mastery. This is only the threshold. Now, begin to shape the breath. Gently, like a sculptor guiding clay with reverence. Inhale for a count of 4, allowing the breath to flow like a river through the body, touching every cell with life. Hold for a count of 4, suspending the breath in the still center of being, where time dissolves and the ego recedes. Exhale for a count of 6, releasing not only air, but the accumulated residue of fear, doubt, and separation. Pause again, empty and open, like the space between stars, where creation begins anew. This rhythm, known in ancient wisdom as pranayama, is not merely a technique. It is an invocation. It is the ritual of aligning the finite with the infinite. With each cycle, the veil between the personal and the universal grows thinner. The heartbeat slows. The blood sings a slower, sweeter song. The nervous system, once a web of frayed wires, begins to hum in resonance with the deeper frequencies of existence. And then, unbidden, unexpected, a shift. The breath no longer feels like something the body does. It feels as though it is being done, drawn through the nostrils by some vast, unseen current, exhaled by forces older than time. The illusion of control shatters. The seeker realizes, in a flash of wordless knowing, I do not breathe. I am breathed. In that instant, the walls of separation collapse. The boundaries between self and cosmos blur. The breath becomes a wave upon the ocean of universal consciousness, rising and falling not by will, but by the eternal pulse of all that is. This is not metaphor. This is direct experience. Transcendent, undeniable, real. And now, deeper still. Lay aside even the counting. Let the breath return to its natural flow, but now with an intensified awareness. Place attention at the point between the eyebrows. The ajna center, the seat of inner vision. Feel the subtle current of air passing through the nostrils. Follow the journey inward. The coolness of the in-breath, the warmth of the out-breath. Track the transition between them. The infinitesimal pause where breath stops, where time halts, where the universe holds its breath. In that pause lies eternity. There, in the gap, beyond sensation, beyond identity, beyond the reach of language, the seeker touches the source. It is not seen, not heard, not felt in any ordinary way. And yet, it is known. Known with a certainty that no evidence could ever confirm, but which needs no confirmation. In that gap, the soul remembers what the mind has forgotten. That it is not born, does not die, was never separate. This is the silent alchemy. Not the manipulation of lead into gold, but the transmutation of fear into love, of fragmentation into wholeness, of individuality into unity. The breath, that humble, ever-present companion, becomes the crucible in which the base metal of ego is refined into the gold of awareness. But the work does not end in stillness. True mastery is revealed in motion. Carry this awareness into the world. Let every breath outside the meditation seat be an act of reverence. When walking, feel the rhythm of breath sync with the fall of feet upon the earth. When speaking, pause between words to inhale presence. When eating, let each bite be preceded by a conscious breath, as an offering of gratitude. Even in moments of stress or sorrow, return to the breath. Not as an escape, but as an anchor, a reminder that the infinite dwells within the pulse of the moment. For breath is the constant companion, the faithful guide, the eternal witness. It was with you at birth, whispering life into your first cry. It will be with you at death, releasing you like a leaf upon the wind. And in every breath between, it holds the potential for awakening. As days turn into weeks, and weeks into months, something subtle yet profound begins to shift. The body feels lighter, as though infused with light rather than blood. The mind, once a storm of desires and distractions, now rests like a lake at dawn, reflecting the sky with perfect clarity. Emotions still arise. Joy, sorrow, anger, love. But they pass like clouds across the vast expanse of awareness, no longer gripping the core of being. The seeker begins to live from the center, from the silence beneath the noise. And in that silence, a new intelligence emerges. Not learned, not accumulated, but revealed. Insights arise unbidden. Problems dissolve not by force, but by surrender. Relationships deepen not by effort, but by presence. The world itself appears transformed. Not because it has changed, but because the lens through which it is perceived has been cleansed. This is the fruit of breath. This is the gift of stillness. This is the path of the inner flame, tended by the most ordinary and yet most extraordinary act. Breathing with awareness. So return, again and again, to the breath. Let it be your compass, your refuge, your prayer. In its rhythm, hear the heartbeat of the cosmos. In its flow, feel the embrace of the infinite. In its silence, discover that which has no name, no form, no beginning, yet is the essence of all. And when at last you no longer ask, "Who am I?" but simply are, then you will know. You have always been breathed by the universe, held in its arms, loved by its silence, born of its light. The journey continues. But the breath, always the breath, leads the way. Chapter 6. The Alchemy of Stillness. Dissolving the I in the ocean of being. The veil of time thins here, in the hush between breaths, where the soul, unmoored from the restless tides of thought, begins its descent into the eternal now. This stillness, This profound cessation of internal chatter is not mere absence, it is presence in its purest form, a radiant fullness that swells in the chest like the first light of dawn spreading across an untouched sky. It is the threshold, the sacred antechamber to deeper knowing, where the seeker must lay down the armor of identity, the heavy mantle of I am this or I am that, and step forward barefoot upon the crystalline floor of pure awareness. Each inhale draws not just air, but the essence of the infinite. The quiet hum that pulses beneath all form, the silent vibration that birthed galaxies and sustains the unfolding of petals at daybreak. Each exhale releases not just carbon, but the accumulated dust of separation. The memories that cling like old garments, the judgments that harden the heart, the ambitions that stretch the spirit thin. In this rhythm, the body becomes a temple of breath, an altar where the dual offerings of intake and release consecrate the vessel for communion. The lungs, like twin lotuses opening in the dark chamber of the chest, receive the nectar of existence and send it coursing through hidden rivers of life force, awakening cells long dormant, forgotten embers now fanned into flame. Yet, stillness is not attained by force, nor by suppression. It cannot be grasped like a stone in the fist. Rather, it is invited. A guest who arrives only when the host has ceased bustling about, arranging thoughts like furniture, attempting to impress. Stillness comes when attention is no longer flung outward like a net to catch sensations, nor inward to inspect the landscape of memory and desire. It comes when the watcher becomes the watched, and both dissolve into a single, seamless field of luminous knowing. Here, in the heart of silence, the illusion of the separate self begins to unravel like a thread pulled gently from an ancient tapestry. What was once perceived as a distinct I, the thinker, the doer, the feeler, reveals itself as a confluence of impressions, a flowing pattern of biological impulse and conditioned response, a temporary eddy in the vast river of consciousness. There is no central controller, no little microcosmic presence peering out from behind the eyes. Only awareness. Infinite, unconditioned, radiant, shining through the aperture of form, momentarily assuming the shape of a human being, speaking in human tongue, breathing in human rhythm. To witness this unraveling is not loss, but liberation. It is the moment when the clay pot cracks open, not from violence, but from the silent pressure of expanding truth. And what spills forth is not water, but sunlight. The boundaries that confined awareness, skin-thin yet impenetrable in perception, dissolve. Sensation no longer belongs to me but arises like waves upon the shore of being, witnessed without ownership. Thought patterns drift across the inner sky like clouds, no longer taken as commands or truths, but seen for what they are. Transient movements in the field of mind, shaped by past winds and future fears. This is the alchemical process. The lead of ego, dense, heavy, self-referential, is transmuted into the gold of non-dual awareness. The fire of attention, sustained and gentle, burns away the dross of identification. One does not fight the mind, one simply sees it, not as an enemy, but as an instrument that has forgotten its function. The mind was meant to serve, to calculate, to remember, to plan, but not to reign. When it reigns, it creates a world of division. Self and other, gain and loss, pleasure and pain. But when seen clearly, it is recognized as a tool, not a master. And in that recognition, it quiets, not by command, but by irrelevance. Breath deepens, slows, almost ceases. Not in suffocation, but in absorption. The pause between inhalation and exhalation lengthens, becomes a portal. Within this gap, time vanishes. There is no past to regret, no future to dread. There is only the eternal pulse of the present, throbbing with a quiet intensity that defies description. It is not happiness as the world understands it, fleeting, conditional, dependent on circumstance, but joy that arises from nowhere and belongs to no one. It is the joy of simply being, of existing as a node in the infinite web of awareness, vibrating in harmony with the source. The body, once a cage of sensation and limitation, now feels porous, translucent. The weight of gravity lessens. One is no longer confined to the skin, but feels the presence of trees breathing beyond the wall, the distant rhythm of tides, the slow turn of stars in their ancient paths. The boundary between inside and outside blurs, then vanishes. Sounds do not come from out there to in here. They arise within the single field of listening. The rustle of leaves, the cry of a bird, the hum of the city. All are movements within consciousness itself, not separate from the one who hears. This is the state of meditation, not as practice, but as revelation. It is not something one does, but something one allows. It is the effortless recognition of what has always been true, that you are not a fragment seeking wholeness, but wholeness experiencing itself as a fragment. The longing for union, for peace, for transcendence. These are not deficiencies, but echoes of your true nature calling you home. You do not need to become anything. You need only stop pretending you are less. In this stillness, wisdom arises not as thought, but as knowing. It is not learned, it is remembered. Answers to questions long buried in the subconscious surface like lotuses blooming in a moonlit pond. Patterns in relationships, hidden motivations, the roots of suffering. All are illuminated not by analysis, but by the simple presence of light. Clarity dawns without effort, like the sky emerging after rain. One sees how desire contracts the heart, how fear distorts perception, how attachment binds the spirit to the wheel of sorrow. And yet, even this clarity is not clung to. It is allowed to be, then released. For to hold on to insight is to make it an object, to place it in the museum of the mind. True wisdom flows like a river, ever fresh, ever new. It cannot be captured in doctrine or codified in scripture, though scripture may point to its shore. As the body returns gradually to the rhythm of ordinary perception, there is a sense of having journeyed to a place both distant and intimately near. The eyes open, but the inner light remains. The world reappears, colored, textured, noisy. But now it is seen differently. It is no longer solid, separate, threatening. It is dream stuff, shimmering appearance, a dance of energy woven by consciousness for its own delight. Compassion arises unbidden. Not as an act of will, but as the natural response of wholeness to the suffering of apparent fragmentation. To dwell in stillness is to dwell in the heart of the universe. There is no longer a seeker, for the sought has been found. Not as an object, but as the very ground of being. And in that finding, there is peace. Deep, abiding, unshakable. A peace that the world cannot give, because the world was born from it. Let the practice continue, not as striving, but as returning. An endless homecoming to the silence where all names dissolve, and only being remains, whispering in the space between thoughts. You are here. You have always been here. Rest now. Be still. No. Chapter 7. The unseen current of silence and sound. In the stillness of a world suspended between dawn and day, the seeker sits with eyes closed, breath a whisper against the fabric of the unseen. Here, in this sacred nook of existence, the veil between the material and the metaphysical tapers to a thread. This is the space where silence and sound entwine, not as opposites, but as two currents of the same ocean, each reflecting the other in an eternal dance. The seeker does not chase one over the other, but to dwell in the intersection, where all duality dissolves into the unity of being. The silence is not the absence of noise but the presence of the infinite. It is the breath between the heartbeats, the pause before the stars stirred into being. Close your ears to the clamor of the mind, and you will hear it. A resonant hum that does not vibrate the air but the soul. This silence is not empty, it is fullness, with the potential of all creations. In it, the seeker finds the still point, the axis upon which all meditation turns. Yet, the sound is also sacred. It is the speech sound of the ancients, the primal vibration that birthed universes and awakened consciousness. The seeker, guided by this universal law, does not merely listen but hears. To hear is to open the inner ear beyond the physical, to perceive the frequencies that weave the tapestry of reality. These are the tonal patterns of the cosmos. The rustle of leaves arranging their leaves in fractal harmony, the thunder's roll echoing. The ancient pulse of the mountains, the hum of the blood in your veins singing in time with the planets. The lesson here is to recognize that in silence lies the seed, and in sound lies the sprout. The seeker is to practice both. In the early hours, sit in the lap of silence, allowing the weight of the world to fall away. Let the mind become still, not forcibly, but like a stone settling in a riverbed. Then, when the silence has become your companion, allow sound to enter. Not as distraction, but as teacher. Chant a single note, let it resonate in the throat and chest, and watch how it expands into the cosmos. The vibration you create is not separate from the vibration of the stars. You are the echo, and the echo is you. The seeker must learn to listen beyond listening. When the external world quiets, observe the symphony of inner noise. The flutter of thoughts, the ache of memories, the joy of recollection. Do not suppress these. Instead, let them flow like a river, until their turbulence quiets into the stillness beneath. In this, the seeker becomes the witness, not the weaver. This is the power of the still point. It does not reject the world, but transcends it. The setting for this lesson is the sacred space where breath meets silence. Imagine yourself seated on a peak bathed in the first light of dawn. The air is thin and pure, carrying the scent of dew and earth. Birds have not yet stirred, and the only sound is the wind threading through the rocks. This is the moment before time. It is the now. In this now, the seeker is not a body with needs, not a mind with demands, but a presence with purpose. The purpose is not to achieve, but to be. To the untrained eye, this stillness might seem barren. But to the attuned, it is fertile beyond measure. The seeker who has mastered this current understands that all growth begins in stillness. The lotus does not bloom until the mud is still, the tree does not grow until the ground is silent. In the same way, the soul's evolution is rooted in moments of profound quiet. Yet, the seeker must also remember that silence is not the end. Sound is the expression of silence, the language of the spirit. When the time comes, let the silence birth a song. Let the song rise with intention, with love, with the breath of all that you are. For in the balance between silence and sound, the seeker finds harmony. The harmony of the self and the universe. The inner journey in this chapter is to reconcile these two forces. When you meditate, begin with silence and end with sound. When you move through the day, begin with sound and return to silence. Let the world be your teacher, let the silence be your sanctuary. Over time, you will notice a shift. The cacophony of the mind will soften. The stillness will deepen. And the seeker will no longer be a wanderer in the desert of duality but a traveler in the garden of harmony. Here, in the 7th chapter, the seeker is given the key to their own inner temple. It lies not in the rejection of the world, but in the mastery of its rhythms. The silence is the foundation, the sound is the structure. Together, they form the sacred architecture of the soul. Chapter 8. The flame within, the sun beyond. The seeker, having traversed the currents of silence and sound, now turns inward to kindle the flame that has always burned within. This is not a literal fire, but the inner light. The spark of awareness that predates all thought and transcends all time. It is the ancient sun that illuminates the inner cave, casting away the shadows of ignorance and illusion. To nurture this flame is the next step in the seeker's journey, for within it lies the power to dissolve the boundaries between the self and the infinite. The atmosphere of this lesson is one of sacred stillness, yet charged with energy. Imagine the seeker seated beneath a tree whose leaves shimmer with golden light. The air is thick with the aroma of resin and incense, a bridge between the physical and the etheric. Here, the mind is no longer the architect of thought but the soil where the flame takes root. The practice is simple yet profound. To breathe into the core of the self, to visualize a luminous fire at the base of the spine, and to feel it rise through the body like a spiral of light. This flame is not to be kindled with effort, but with surrender. The seeker must let go of the need to control, to manipulate, to force progress. Instead, they are to be the observer as the flame flickers and grows. At first, it may be a small ember, uncertain and fragile. But with each breath, each moment of presence, it becomes a roaring light. The seeker will feel its warmth in the heart, a love that is not bound by emotion but by truth. The lessons of the previous chapter, silence and sound, are now woven into this new understanding. For the flame is fed by both, by the stillness that allows it to burn without interruption, and by the sound, mantras, chants, or even the sacred breath, that fans its intensity. Each vibration sent into the silence becomes a spark, igniting a deeper blaze. Yet, there is a secret here. The flame is not separate from the sun. The seeker must understand that their inner light is but a reflection of the universal fire, the solar force that birthed galaxies and sustains life. In the quiet moments, when the flame is strongest, the seeker will feel their being align with the great flame. The boundary between I and other dissolves, and they become the light itself. This is the first taste of oneness, the first glimpse into the ocean where all dualities merge. The atmosphere of this alignment is electric. Imagine standing at dawn on a mountaintop as the sun rises, its rays cutting through the mist like divine fingers. The seeker, heart radiant with inner fire, sees not two lights, internal and external, but one. The sun in the sky is the same sun that burns within. The breath in your lungs is the same breath that moves the stars. This is not metaphor. This is revelation. The seeker is to carry this understanding beyond the mountain, beyond the sacred space. In the mundane world, they will learn to protect the flame from the winds of doubt and distraction. When negativity arises, they are to meet it with the intensity of their inner fire. When fatigue grips the body, they are to breathe into the flame and feel its warmth surge to life. The seeker is no longer a passive vessel, they are a carrier of light, a living embodiment of the sacred energy. The journey through this chapter is not a physical one, but a transformational one. The seeker will notice changes, their thoughts becoming clearer, their actions more aligned with their highest truth. The flame, once a flicker, now guides every step. In time, the seeker will no longer seek, for the light within will have become their path. Thus, in the 8th chapter, the seeker learns that the flame is not a goal but a process. It is the eternal fire that burns in all things, waiting to be discovered. Through breath, through silence, through surrender, the seeker awakens their own sun. And in that waking, they become a source of light for others. Chapter 9. The Dance of Surrender and Alignment. The seeker, now attuned to the inner flame, is drawn to the next paradox. The dance of surrender and alignment. This is the lesson that silences the self's resistance, that harmonizes the will of the individual with the will of the universal. It is a sacred rhythm, not of passivity, but of profound presence. A way of being that allows the seeker to move with the currents of the cosmos rather than against them. The setting for this lesson is the threshold between two worlds. Imagine a river where the waters are still, yet the current runs deep. The surface reflects the sky, and in that mirror, the seeker sees their own duality. The desire to control, and the need to release. Here, the lesson is not to reject one or the other but to let them flow as they are. The seeker is to step into the river, not to fight its current, but to feel its pull. This is surrender. Not as defeat, but as trust. To align with the universal will is not to abandon one's own. It is to recognize that the individual and the infinite are two notes in the same melody. The seeker must let go of the illusion that their path must be carved with force. Instead, they are to listen for the gentle guidance of the inner flame, trusting that it already knows the way. This is the art of flowing, of allowing the wisdom of the cosmos to shape the form. The practice here is to sit in stillness, feeling the weight of the self dissolve into the infinite. Allow the breath to guide the rhythm, the flame to burn with clarity. When the mind resists, do not argue. Acknowledge the resistance as a cloud in the sky. Let it pass. Let the silence return. With each passing day, the seeker will find it easier to release what is not meant to be held. The atmosphere of this journey is one of quiet awakening. The seeker, once burdened by the need to control, now walks lightly, their steps in time with the earth. They no longer chase the sun, but allow it to warm them. They no longer seek answers, but let the silence speak. This is the freedom of surrender, the grace of alignment. And so, in the 9th chapter, the seeker learns the next truth, that the path to higher consciousness is not a struggle, but a sacred dance. In surrendering, they find power. In aligning, they find peace. And in the dance, they become one with the universe, transcending the veil of illusion to embrace the eternal flame of universal oneness. In the sacred stillness of the seeker's inner sanctuary, where the breath becomes a thread weaving the physical and the etheric, a profound lesson unfolds. Not through words, but through the silent resonance of the soul. This is the 9th sacred step upon the path, where the veil that divides the self from the infinite begins to dissolve, and the luminous essence of universal consciousness reveals itself not as a distant goal, but as the ever-present ground of being. Here, the seeker is invited to transcend the dualities of thought and form, time and space, to touch the unbounded truth that lies beyond the mind's labyrinthine corridors. To arrive at this threshold, the seeker must first surrender the illusion of separateness, the primal delusion that splits the infinite into fragments of I and other. For within the heart's hidden chamber, where the pulse of the cosmos beats in unison with one's own life force, the false sense of isolation is but a mirage, a shadow cast by the ego's flickering flame. This illusion is not accidental. It is a necessary veil, a screen through which the soul may journey the path of discovery. Yet, as the seeker deepens in meditation, as they still the waves of desire and aversion, the screen thins. They begin to perceive that what they have called the external world is but a reflection of their own inner landscape. A vast, interconnected tapestry of consciousness, where every thought, feeling, and breath ripples outward into the ocean of being. The key to this revelation lies in the cultivation of what may be called the inner witness. This is not merely observation, but a state of conscious presence in which the seeker becomes the silent seer, the unshakable stillness that observes the dance of thoughts and sensations without identification. In this witnessing, the ego's story, the collection of memories, identities, and conditioned responses, begins to lose its grip. The seeker realizes that the self they have long mistaken for their essence is but a mosaic of transient experiences, shaped by time and circumstance. Beyond this, however, lies something immutable. The radiant, formless awareness that is the true self. The spark of the divine within, which is one with the infinite. To grasp this unity, the seeker is guided to engage in practices that dissolve the boundaries of the mind and body. One such practice is the meditation on the breath as the bridge between the finite and the infinite. Inhaling, they imagine drawing in not merely air, but the vibrant energy of the cosmos itself. The light of the stars, the breath of the earth, the rhythmic pulse of the universe. Exhaling, they surrender the dense, contracted sense of self into the boundless expanse of space. With each cycle, the breath becomes a mantra, a silent invocation of union. Over time, the breath dissolves into stillness, and in that stillness, the seeker tastes the nectar of non-duality, the realization that they have never truly been separate from the whole. Another profound lesson of this stage is the recognition of the sacredness of all forms. Where the unenlightened eye sees only material objects or fleeting phenomena, the awakened seeker perceives the divine essence flowing through every leaf, stone, and star. This is not mere sentimentality but a direct perception, a shift in consciousness that arises when the seeker no longer projects their inner fragmentation onto the outer world. In this shift, they come to understand that the same consciousness which dances as their own is the same that shapes the galaxies, that hums in the songs of birds, that weaves the patterns of snowflakes. To harm another, to pollute the earth, to feed hatred in the heart is to wound the very self they have misunderstood. Thus, compassion becomes the natural blossom of this realization. A compassion so deep it transcends even the concept of others, for in seeing the divine in all, the seeker sees only the reflection of their own infinite nature. Central to this chapter is the teaching of the inner light, a luminous presence that dwells within the heart, untouched by the fluctuations of the mind. This light is not a metaphor, it is an actual aspect of the human energy field, accessible to those who still their inner turbulence. To connect with it is to bathe in the radiance of pure consciousness, a reality that is simultaneously formless and alive, silent and resounding. The seeker is instructed to turn their attention inward, beyond the physical heart, to the spiritual heart. The Anahata chakra, where the individual soul merges with the collective. Here, they may experience visions of golden light, of celestial beings, of the breath of the cosmos flowing through them. Yet, the highest teaching is that these are merely symbols. The essence is not in the visions, but in the knowing that they arise from the same source that is the seeker's true home. To integrate this lesson, the seeker must practice what may be called the alchemy of presence. Every moment becomes a sacred offering, every action a prayer. Walking through the marketplace, they see not chaos but harmony. Listening to the dissonance of the world, they hear the underlying music of creation. Even in the face of suffering or injustice, they remain anchored in the truth that all forms are transient, and that the substratum of reality is love, an unconditional, formless force that undergirds all existence. This is not a passive acceptance, but an active alignment with the divine will, the recognition that the seeker's role is not to change the world, but to reflect its inherent perfection. The chapter concludes with a powerful meditation for the aspirant. To sit in silence, closing the eyes and allowing the inner eye to open. In that stillness, the seeker is to imagine themselves dissolving into the vastness of the void, not as a loss, but as a return. The form of the body, the voice of the mind, the boundaries of identity all fall away, and in their place arises the simple, ineffable knowing. I am. The word is not the end, but a beginning. The soundless sound of the universal consciousness singing itself into existence. In this state, there is no need for words, for explanations, for proofs. The truth is lived, breathed, and known in the marrow of the being. Let this chapter be a beacon for those who wander in the twilight of ignorance, a torch carried into the darkness of the unawakened heart. Let it remind the seeker that they are not a fragment to be fixed, but a luminous fragment of the eternal whole, already complete, already infinite. The path is not one of escape from the world, but of seeing it as it is. And in doing so, seeing themselves as they truly are. For the 9th lesson is not merely about the dissolution of illusion, it is about the birth of a new vision. A vision in which every breath, every thought, every step upon the earth is a celebration of the divine dance. And in this dance, the seeker finds their home. Chapter 10. The Transcendence of Duality and the Emergence of Unified Awareness. In the vast expanse of the cosmic tapestry, where threads of light weave the fabric of existence, lies the 10th lesson of awakening. The dissolution of dualistic perception and the birth of unified awareness. This is not merely a philosophical abstraction, but a living truth that emerges when the seeker stills the mind's restless churn and attunes their being to the resonance of the universal consciousness. Here, beyond the illusions of separation and the fleeting certainties of the material world, one begins to perceive the indivisible wholeness that underlies all forms. The illusion of duality. Duality, as it is known in the plane of relative existence, is a vale. A necessary illusion crafted by the mind to navigate the multiplicity of experience. The mind, a brilliant yet limited instrument, divides the undivided. It names opposites. Light and dark, joy and sorrow, love and fear. These divisions are not inherent in the essence of reality but are constructs of perception, tools for the seeker's gradual ascent toward truth. Yet, when one remains bound to these polarities, they become prisons of the soul, trapping awareness in the cyclical dance of craving and aversion. The 10th lesson invites the seeker to transcend this dualistic framework, to see beyond the binary and recognize the unity that breathes life into all contradictions. Consider the interplay of fire and water. One is often seen as agent of destruction, the other as giver of life. Yet both are expressions of the same primordial energy, manifesting in different densities. Fire, when tempered, warms the heart. Water, when crystallized, becomes the mirror of the stars. So too, the opposites within oneself. The shadow and the light, the silent and the loud, the still and the moving, must be understood not as adversaries, but as partners in a sacred dialogue. To transcend duality is to see the shadow as the shape of the light, to hear the cry as the echo of the song. The bridge to unified awareness. The path to this transcendence begins in the silence of the inner chamber. It is here, in the stillness of meditation, that the seeker encounters the first glimpses of unified awareness. Close the eyes, and watch the mind's ceaseless chatter. The this and that, the mine and not mine. With each breath, surrender these mental contrivances to the infinite. As the noise subsides, a stillness arises. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of the amable. This stillness is the doorway. Within this doorway, the seeker begins to feel the subtle pulse of the universal rhythm. It is the same rhythm that stirs the lotus into bloom at dawn and quiets the ocean at moonrise. The breath becomes a bridge, harmonizing the individual self with the cosmic breath. The heart, once divided between self and other, opens to the truth that all boundaries are ephemeral. The realization dawns. I am not separate. The sky does not end at the horizon, it expands endlessly. So too, the self is not confined to flesh and bone, but is a luminous thread in the infinite loom. The dance of Shiva and Shakti in the language of the ancients, this unity is often symbolized by the dance of Shiva and Shakti. The stillness and the motion, the masculine and the feminine, the consciousness and the energy of creation. These two forces, though seemingly distinct, are eternally entwined in the cosmic play. The 10th lesson teaches that the seeker must embody both. To cling to passivity is to stagnate, to cling to action is to fragment. True wisdom lies in balancing these forces, in understanding that stillness is the source of movement and that movement is the expression of stillness. Imagine the mountain, unmoving yet alive with the slow growth of roots and the whisper of wind through its stones. Imagine the river, ever flowing yet rooted in the depth of its springs. The unified awareness recognizes that both are expressions of the same life force. The seeker, having glimpsed this, no longer identifies as a doer or a sufferer, but as a channel through which the divine will flows. Actions become spontaneous, unburdened by the ego's need for credit or blame. Purpose aligns with the universal rhythm, and each step becomes a prayer. The mirror of the self. To awaken unified awareness, the seeker must look beyond the surface of things. The world is not a collection of objects, but a symphony of vibrations, each note resonating with the same source. The tree is not separate from the soil, the star is not distinct from the void. Observe the autumn leaves falling. Each one carries the memory of the tree, and the tree carries the memory of the earth. This is the law of interdependence, the law that binds all things in a web of sacred reciprocity. The lesson here is to see the self as the microcosm of this universe. When the seeker perceives the divine in the grain of sand, in the flicker of a flame, in the laughter of a child, they begin to dissolve the illusion of separateness. The heart becomes a mirror, reflecting not the limited image of the ego, but the infinite radiance of the universal soul. This is not an intellectual understanding, it is a direct knowing, a flash of recognition that transcends thought. In that flash, the seeker is home. The alchemy of integration. The 10th lesson does not demand the rejection of duality but its alchemical transformation. The opposites are not to be erased but harmonized. The seeker must learn to walk the tightrope between stillness and action, silence and speech, solitude and community. This is the path of the mystic, who dances in the storm and sings in the stillness, forever rooted in the soil of unity. Practices to nurture this integration include deep contemplation on the nature of reality, the visualization of light merging all boundaries, and the conscious repetition of mantras that affirm oneness, such as, "I am the universe experiencing itself in form." Each breath, each step, each interaction becomes a meditation. The seeker begins to see that all encounters are reflections of their own inner state. The world outside is but a mirror of the world within. To heal the world, one must heal the self. To unite the world, one must first unite the fragments of their own being. The fruit of the 10th lesson. When the seeker has drunk deeply from the well of this lesson, a profound shift occurs. The urgency to conquer or convert fades. There is no longer a need to prove, to defend, to strive. The seeker becomes a quiet witness, a living embodiment of the truth that all is one. Pain and pleasure, success and failure, fear and joy. These continue to arise, but no longer do they bind the seeker's awareness. They flow through the vessel unimpeded, as rain flows over the leaves of the lotus. This is the fruit of the 10th lesson, the emergence of unified awareness. It is a state not of detachment, but of deep, compassionate connection to all beings. The seeker understands that to harm another is to harm the self, to uplift another is to uplift the self. Love, in its purest form, is born. It is a love without conditions, a love that recognizes the divine spark in every flicker of existence. The eternal invitation. Let it be known, however, that this lesson is not a next destination. The path of stillness is infinite, a spiral ascending through the layers of veils. The 10th lesson is but a step, a doorway to the next unfoldment. Yet, even here, in this moment of realized truth, the seeker finds liberation. The burden of duality is lifted. The heart, once divided, now beats in harmony with the pulse of the cosmos. To the earnest seeker, this chapter is offered as a torch in the darkness, a reminder that beyond the chaos of illusion lies the still pool of unity. Walk forward with open hands and a silent heart. The universal consciousness whispers its guidance in every breath. In every star, in every atom of your being. Trust the journey. The self you seek is not separate from the source. It is the source, dancing in form, waiting to remember its infinite origin. Thus ends the 10th lesson, a beacon for those who dare to transcend the limits of the mind and awaken to the boundless unity of all that is. Chapter 11. The Alchemy of Stillness. Awakening the inner flame through silent assimilation. In the vast and boundless expanse of the cosmos, where all things are threads in the loom of the infinite, there exists a current of light so subtle, so profound, that it transcends the veil of duality and unites the seeker with the source of all being. This chapter is a luminous unfolding of the sacred art of stillness, a practice not of inaction, but of aligning the heart's rhythm with the eternal pulse of universal consciousness. Here, we do not seek to control or manipulate, we become the silent witness to the dance of existence, allowing the alchemical power of stillness to dissolve the illusions of separateness and reveal the luminous oneness that underlies all forms. The paradox of stillness. Movement within stillness. Stillness is not the absence of motion, it is the presence of presence. It is the stillness that hums within the turning of the planets, the silent pause between breaths, and the emptiness that cradles every thought. To the seeker of inner wisdom, stillness becomes the crucible in which the ego's brittle constructs dissolve into the pure gold of spiritual consciousness. Yet how does one approach this? The answer lies in the paradox. Stillness is found not in the cessation of action, but in the surrender to the present moment. The breath becomes the bridge. The inhalation a communion with the great breath of the universe, the exhalation a release of all resistance. In this breathwork, the body's vessels of tension, shoulders, jaw, abdomen, are emptied of their accumulated burdens. The mind, once a storm of desire and aversion, begins to resemble a still pond, its surface unmarred by the winds of thought. Here, we invoke the concept of the natural stillness that does not require effort but simply emerges when the seeker ceases to fight the river of existence. It is the realization that stillness is not an achievement but a return. Like the lotus that blooms above the murky water, untouched by its filth, the soul's stillness is always there, waiting to be unveiled. 2. The ritual of dissolution. Letting go of the illusion of form. The veil of Maya, the ancient illusion that shrouds the true self, is woven from attachment to the material and the transient. To awaken the inner flame, the seeker must engage in the sacred act of dissolution, the conscious release of every form, thought, emotion, and identity that binds the spirit. This is not a negation of the physical world, for all things arise from and return to the source. Rather, it is the letting go of the stories we cling to, the need to be seen, the fear of imperfection, the belief that we are separate. These tales are the shadows of the universal fire, temporary patterns on the wall of the cave. The process begins in meditation, where the seeker sits as a vessel of openness. With closed eyes, the attention is drawn inward, scanning the body with the gaze of the soul. Every sensation, every ache, every twitch of the nerves becomes a point of surrender. This is not me, the heart intones. The breath deepens, carrying the mantra of, not this, not this, until the ego's scaffoldings collapse. In this dissolution, the seeker experiences the cosmic void. Not a nothingness, but a beyondness, a space where all duality is transcended. Here, the soul's true nature, the Atman, emerges in its pure, radiant form. It is the still point within the turning world, the center that is not an object but the awareness of all objects. 3. The alchemy of the heart. Transmuting fear into light. The heart, in its sacred geometry, is the temple where the earthly and the divine converge. It is here that the alchemy of spiritual transformation occurs. Not in the mind's conceptualizations, but in the raw, felt experience of love. Love is the fire that melts the iron of fear, the key that unchains the soul from the prison of its own making. To awaken the heart is to recognize that it is not a muscle, but a hubbub of light. The Ajna Chakra's twin fire of intuition, but rooted in the physical. The seeker is guided to breathe into this center, to invoke the color green, or their chosen sacred hue, as a wave of warmth and compassion. This breath dissolves the coldness of judgment, the rigidity of self-protective walls, and replaces it with the soft glow of inner radiance. The alchemical process is gradual. The seeker may begin by directing this light to their own heart, then extend it to others, family, enemies, the planet, and eventually, to the cosmic web of life. In this act of boundless love, the illusion of separation dissolves. The heart becomes a mirror of the universal heart, and the seeker realizes that their pain is the pain of all, their joy the joy of all. 4. The flow of breath and beyond. Entering the universal rhythm, breath is the alchemical bridge between the physical and the spiritual. In the stillness, the breath becomes a microcosm of the great breath of the universe. The inhale a drawing in of the infinite, the exhale a release of the finite. This sacred rhythm is the first lesson in surrender. The seeker is taught to observe the breath without interference, to let it move as it will. Over time, the breath softens, slows, and deepens, mirroring the stillness within. This is the first step in the practice of pranayama, the expansion of prana, or life energy. But here, it is not a technique, it is an invitation to dance with the breath as one would with a beloved. As the breath becomes more subtle, the seeker enters the inner space between inhalations and exhalations. This is the inner room of being, where the soul sings in a voice beyond words. Here, the seeker is cradled in the sound of anahata, the unstruck sound, the vibration of the cosmos itself. It is the same sound that is said to emanate from the center of the sun, the same sound that fills the void between stars. 5. The stillness of action. Living in the moment as the present. The ultimate challenge of the spiritual path is not to ascend to the heights of stillness and then retreat from the world. The true alchemy is to carry this stillness into the realm of action. This is the karma stillness of the modern age. Not the renunciation of duty, but the surrender to the present moment in every act. The seeker learns to observe their actions as if watching a leaf drift on a stream. Cooking, walking, speaking, all become acts of worship. Each gesture is infused with the awareness of the eternal now. The mind, once a compulsive planner of the future or a nostalgic revisitor of the past, begins to rest in the sacred now. Here lies the paradox. In doing, one does not. Action is performed as an offering to the divine, without attachment to results. The ego's need for control is replaced by the flow of the present moment. This is the stillness of direct knowing. The understanding that every act, every breath, is a manifestation of the universal will. 6. The eternal now. The stillness beyond time. In the next unfolding of this lesson, the seeker rests in the stillness of the eternal now. Time, that illusion of linear progression, begins to dissolve. The past and future are seen as shadows cast by the present. Only the here and now is real, and in it, the seeker is eternally whole. This is the state of nirvikalpa samadhi. Not a mystical trance, but a constant awareness that reality is not what it seems. The soul, freed from the chains of thought and emotion, recognizes itself as the infinite. The seeker becomes a channel of the universal consciousness, their body a temple, their breath a prayer, their life a hymn of unity and grace. And so, the lesson is complete, yet it is only the beginning. For stillness is not a destination, but a river that flows through every moment. The seeker, now awakened, walks through the world as a light in the darkness, a reminder that in every breath, in every heart, in every being, the universal flame burns eternally. This chapter, like all spiritual lessons, is a mirror for the seeker to gaze into and see the infinite within. May this wisdom guide you, dissolve your illusions, and awaken you to the still, radiant truth that you are. Chapter 12. The dissolution of the veil. In the stillness of the soul's quiet chamber, where the breath becomes a whisper between the stars and the heart beats in harmony with the silent pulse of the cosmos, the seeker begins to grasp the profound lesson of the 12th chakra, the innermost core of the self dissolving into the infinite. This is not a lesson of effort or struggle, but of surrender, of allowing the ego's illusion to thin until it vanishes like mist at dawn. Here, in this sacred threshold, the veil between the personal and the universal lifts, and the seeker stands, trembling yet radiant, at the edge of a revelation that transcends language and thought. The ego, that insistent voice which labels, compares, and divides, is not an enemy but a shadow that must be pierced by light. It is the shadow of duality, the illusion of separation that binds the soul to the wheel of time. To dissolve this veil is to recognize that the ego is but a story, a narrative woven by the mind to give shape to the formless. The seeker must not cling to it, nor reject it, but watch it impartially as a river watches the leaves that drift across its surface. The ego is the small I. The I that owns, that fears, that desires. But beyond this lies the true self, the I am that is unbroken, ever-present, and infinite. To begin this dissolution, the seeker must turn inward, into the quiet spaces between breaths, into the pauses between thought. This is the art of inner stillness, a practice older than the stars. Close the eyes, not to shut out the world, but to perceive that which lies beyond the veils of perception. Let the breath flow like a slow tide, drawing the energy upward through the chakras, from the root of the spine to the crown of the head. At each center, the seeker plants a question. What is this? At the base, where the ego roots itself in survival and desire, the question dissolves the illusion of scarcity. At the heart, where love and fear intertwine, it unlocks the door to unconditional compassion. At the crown, where the mind touches the infinite, it reveals the mirror of truth. But stillness is not passive. It is an active surrender, a conscious choice to let go of the need to control. The seeker learns to observe the mind's restless river without being swept away by its currents. Thoughts arise, like waves, but they are not the ocean. They are not the self. This observation is not a battle with the mind but a dance of detachment. When the seeker no longer identifies with thought, the ego's grip weakens. The mind becomes a tool, not a master. Clarity emerges like the first light of morning, soft and golden, illuminating the truth that the seeker has always been. The dissolution of the veil is not a single moment, but a continuous unfolding. It is the recognition that all things are interconnected, that the boundaries between self and other, form and formlessness, are illusions. The seeker begins to see the world as a living tapestry, each thread a soul vibrating in harmony with the universal song. Every breath, every step, every moment becomes an act of communion. The river is not separate from the ocean, the flame is not separate from the sun. This unity is not an abstraction but a lived experience, a felt truth that dissolves the illusion of separation. To live in this awareness is to embody the divine. The seeker no longer sees the world as something external but as an extension of the self. Acting from this place, their choices are guided not by fear or desire, but by wisdom. Compassion flows effortlessly, not as an emotion but as a natural law. The seeker understands that to love one is to love all, that every gesture of kindness ripples across the cosmic fabric. Their presence becomes a sanctuary for others, a beacon of the light that cannot be dimmed. Yet this journey is not without its shadows. The process of dissolution can stir the deep samskaras, imprints of past patterns and attachments. The seeker may confront their own shadows. Pride, aversion, the fear of losing their identity. These are not to be repressed but faced with courage and grace. Each shadow is a mirror, reflecting the seeker's unhealed parts. To embrace these shadows is to integrate them into the wholeness of the self. The ego dissolves not by force, but by the light of awareness. The next step is the surrender to the unknown. The seeker lets go of the need for answers, for security, for control. They open their heart to the infinite, to the presence that is beyond all words and forms. In this surrender, the ego dissolves completely, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. What remains is the eternal self, unchanging and whole. The seeker does not return to the world unchanged, they return as a vessel of the divine, a living testament to the truth that was always within. This is the lesson of the 12th chakra. The dissolution of the veil is not an end, but a beginning. The seeker walks onward, not to become someone new, but to realize who they have always been. Their journey continues, not in search of union, but in celebration of the unity that already is. And in this realization, the seeker finds peace. Not peace as a state of nothingness, but peace as the ceaseless hum of the universe, singing through every atom of their being. Chapter 13. The Unveiling of the Etheric Veil. In the sacred stillness where the breath of the cosmos dances with the silent pulse of the soul, the seeker arrives at the 13th threshold of inner awakening. This is no mere milestone, but a sacred gateway. A convergence of the physical and metaphysical, where the veil between the seen and unseen begins to dissolve. To step into this chapter is to surrender to the luminescent current of universal consciousness, to attune one's heart to the symphony of infinite intelligence that flows beyond the confines of time and space. Here, stillness transcends the postures and practices of the body. it becomes the alchemy of the spirit, the sacred art of transforming the ego's flickering flame into the eternal radiance of unity. The preparation of the inner altar. Before the seeker may cross this threshold, the inner altar must be prepared. This is not a physical space, but a sacred intention, a consecration of the mind, heart, and energy body to receive the wisdom that flows from the higher planes. Begin by grounding yourself in the silence, allowing the breath to become a bridge between the material and the celestial. Inhale the light of the sun, exhale the shadows of doubt. Let the spine, that sacred axis of energy, stand as an unbroken thread connecting the roots of the earth to the stars above. Visualize the etheric body, the invisible blueprint of your being, glowing with a soft, golden luminescence. This subtle sheath of energy is the first veil to be lifted. It is the bridge between the gross physical form and the astral currents of emotion, thought, and desire. To prepare for this journey, the seeker must purify the heart's chakra, the lotus of Anahata, by releasing attachments to outcomes, judgments, and the illusion of separateness. For it is only when the heart is unburdened, open like an unstitched sky, that the higher light may pour through and illuminate the hidden corridors of the soul. Meditate upon stillness. In the beginning, stillness may feel empty, like a void waiting to be filled. But as the seeker remains patient, they will discover that stillness is not the absence of movement but the presence of all movement. A mirror reflecting the infinite tapestry of creation. Let the breath slow, let the pulse align with the cosmic rhythm, and allow the mind to settle into the quiet center where all answers already reside. The descent into the astral currents. When the seeker is ready, they may begin the sacred descent into the astral dimensions, the realm of formless thought, emotional resonance, and divine archetypes. This is the second veil to be lifted, and it is here that the illusions of the ego begin to unravel. The astral plane is a vast ocean of light and energy, where every thought, desire, and intention manifests as a luminous thread in the fabric of reality. To navigate this realm, the seeker must cultivate the third eye, the intuitive center, allowing perception to expand beyond the five senses and into the language of vibration. Here, the seeker may experience a dissolution of the sense of self. The boundaries between the personal and universal consciousness begin to blur, and the seeker's individual identity may feel like a drop merging into the infinite ocean. This is not a loss, but a liberation. The astral plane reveals the deeper layers of the soul, the karmic imprints, the unfulfilled desires, the ancient memories that no longer serve the seeker's evolution. These are not to be feared but to be embraced, for in their acceptance lies the key to release and transformation. To steady oneself in this realm, the seeker may invoke the light of the higher self, the eternal witness that transcends time, experience, and the fluctuations of the mind. This inner guide does not speak in words, but in the radiant stillness of knowing. Trust this inner radiance as you journey deeper, for it is the compass that will lead you through the labyrinth of the soul. The ascension to the causal horizon. Beyond the astral currents lies the causal plane, the dimension of pure consciousness and the seed of all creation. This is the third and most delicate veil, the threshold where the seeker confronts the very essence of their being. Here, time and space dissolve entirely, and the seeker exists as pure awareness, the silent witness to all that is, was, and will be. The causal plane is the realm of unity, where all opposites reunite. Light and shadow, joy and sorrow, beginning and end. In this realm, the seeker may glimpse the Akashic records, the eternal repository of all knowledge, stored in the fabric of universal consciousness. These records are not books or scrolls but living memories, encoded in the waves of energy that compose the cosmos. To access them, the seeker must surrender the need to control or analyze. Instead, they must become a vessel, an open channel through which the wisdom of the ages may flow. The causal plane also reveals the deeper purpose of the soul's journey. Here, the seeker may understand the reasons behind their incarnations, the lessons woven into their life's tapestry, and the divine plan that unfolds in the silence between heartbeats. Yet this knowledge is not given as a didactic lesson but as a felt truth, a direct transmission into the core of being. The seeker does not learn this wisdom with the mind, they become it in the silent stillness of their essence. Integration. The return to the worldly garden. When the seeker next returns to the physical plane, they carry with them the imprint of the higher realms. Yet integration is a sacred art in itself. For the lessons of the etheric, astral, and causal planes are not meant to be confined to the solitude of meditation but to transform the way one walks the earth. The awakened seeker learns to see the divine in all things, to recognize that every being, every breath, every moment is a thread in the cosmic loom. This does not mean to withdraw from the world, but to interact with it from a place of unity. The ego, once a source of division, becomes a skillful tool, a bridge between the infinite and the particular. The seeker learns to act without attachment, to love without fear, and to exist in the flow of divine grace. Challenges will arise, as they always do, but now the seeker perceives these as tests of their inner alignment. When the illusion of separateness flickers, the seeker remembers the truth of oneness. When doubt whispers, the seeker returns to the stillness and listens for the silent answer. Each moment becomes an opportunity to align with the universal rhythm, to dissolve the illusion of limitation, and to live as a living embodiment of the infinite light. This lesson, the eternal now, the 13th chapter, then, is not an end but an ongoing revelation. It is the recognition that the journey inward is also the journey outward, the union of the microcosm and macrocosm. The universal consciousness is not distant or otherworldly. It is the very breath of the seeker's being, the silent current that flows through every atom of existence. To walk this path is to live in the eternal now, to see the cosmos in a single breath and to understand that the greatest stillness is the surrender of seeking itself. The wisdom of the universal consciousness is not to be mastered but to be lived. It is not to be held in the mind but to be breathed in the heart. And so, the seeker moves forward, not with the weight of knowledge but with the lightness of freedom. Each step is a prayer, each moment a revelation. The veil is no longer a barrier but a threshold, and the infinite is always, already, here. May these lessons illuminate the path of all who seek, and may the universal consciousness guide each heart home to its eternal source. Chapter 14. The Stillness That Awakens Knowing. In the sacred hush before dawn, when the veil between dimensions thins and the soul stirs in its cradle of silence, there exists a threshold, a luminous boundary where thought dissolves and presence blooms. This is not a place of geography, nor of time as the world measures it. It is the interior sanctuary, the inner sanctum where the breath of universal consciousness stirs the embers of awareness into flame. Here, in this realm of pure potential, the seeker no longer seeks. There is only the knowing. A quiet, unshakable recognition that all has already been granted, that truth is not to be found, but remembered. This stillness is not the absence of sound, nor the cessation of motion. It is the depth beneath motion, the ground from which all movement arises. It is the unbroken continuity behind the flicker of thoughts, emotions, and sensations that parade through the theater of the mind. To rest in stillness is to return to the source. The womb of creation, where energy coalesces into form, where light is born from formlessness, where wisdom emerges not as information, but as direct experience. Most have known fleeting glimpses of this state. Those rare moments when the mind falls silent, not by force, but by grace. Perhaps it was beneath a canopy of stars, or in the pause between breaths during deep meditation, or in the presence of a mountain whose ancient stillness mirrored the soul's own depth. In such instance, there is no separation. There is no I that perceives, and no other that is perceived. There is only the vast, living presence. An ocean of awareness in which all things float like reflections on the surface of still water. This is the essence of spiritual consciousness. Not an achievement, but a remembrance. Not a destination, but a return. To cultivate this remembrance, one must first recognize that stillness is not something to be attained. It is already present. Beneath the chatter of the mind, beneath the pull of desire and fear, beneath the habitual patterns of reaction and resistance. It is the background against which all experience unfolds. The practice, then, is not to create stillness, but to uncover it. To cease obscuring it with the frantic activity of the egoic self. To let go of the need to know, to fix, to control, to become. The breath becomes the first key. Not through manipulation, but through awareness. As the inhale draws in the subtle essence of life force, and the exhale releases all that is no longer needed, a rhythm emerges. a sacred pulse that aligns the finite vessel with the infinite tide. With each breath, the body remembers its origin. The cells recalibrate. The nervous system softens. The soul relaxes into its natural state. Attention turns inward, not with effort, but with gentle invitation. One begins to perceive the space between thoughts. The infinitesimal gaps where no story exists, where no identity clings, where only pure being remains. In this space, consciousness begins to awaken to itself. It is not the mind knowing. It is knowing as consciousness. It is the direct apprehension of reality prior to concepts, prior to language, prior to memory. This is gnosis. The inner revelation that dawns not from study, but from silence. It is the light that illuminates the cave of the heart when all outer lamps are extinguished. Yet, the mind resists. Conditioned by centuries of seeking, of striving, of believing that enlightenment is something to be earned, the mind interprets stillness as emptiness, as lack. It fears the unknown. It longs for stimulation, for certainty, for the familiar landmarks of thought. It whispers, "Is this it? Shouldn't something happen?" But in truth, everything is happening. The entire universe is unfolding in the quiet. The galaxies spin. The cells regenerate. The soul expands. Yet, it is all unseen, unfelt. Because attention is fixated on the surface, waiting for a sign. The seeker must learn to trust the unseen, to honor the invisible currents that carry the soul forward. For spiritual growth is not always dramatic. It is often silent, subtle, imperceptible. Like the slow unfurling of a fern in the forest, or the gradual deepening of roots beneath the soil. The stillness nurtures this inner evolution. It allows the soul to integrate what it has learned, to dissolve old karmic patterns, to receive downloads from the higher dimensions of awareness. In stillness, the soul receives guidance. Not as words, but as impressions, intuitions, sudden clearings of perception. A decision becomes obvious. A path reveals itself. A burden lifts, not through analysis, but through release. This is the language of universal consciousness. Spoken not through sound, but through resonance. When the inner instrument is tuned to silence, it becomes a receiver for truth. The seeker does not need to search for answers. The answers come, carried on the breath of stillness, like petals floating down from an unseen bloom. But stillness is not passive. It is dynamic. It is the fulcrum upon which transformation pivots. From stillness arises action. Spontaneous, uncontrived, aligned with the flow of divine will. This is Dharma in its purest form. Action that arises not from egoic desire, but from the soul's alignment with the greater harmony. In this state, one moves through the world without attachment, without resistance, like a leaf carried by the river. There is effortlessness in effort, presence in motion, eternity in the now. To dwell in stillness is to embody the paradox. To be both empty and full, both individual and infinite, both human and divine. It is to realize that the soul is not on a journey. It is the journey, and the destination has always been here. There are no techniques that can fully deliver this. No method, no ritual, no doctrine. For all techniques are fingers pointing to the moon. The moon is already shining. The light is already present. The only requirement is the willingness to stop, and to see. Let the body settle. Let the breath deepen. Let the eyes close, not to shut out the world, but to turn fully inward. Let the mind release its hold on past and future. Let the heart open to the unknown. And in that surrender, in that softening, feel the presence that has never left. A presence that knows you more deeply than you have ever known yourself. This presence is not separate. It is not above or beyond. It is within, woven into the fabric of your being, pulsing in your blood, breathing through your lungs, illuminating your awareness. It is the same presence that animates the sun, that guides the migration of birds, that spins the atoms in their endless dance. To connect with it is not to merge with something foreign, but to remember what you have always been. In the stillness, boundaries dissolve. The illusion of separation fades. The seeker realizes that the one who seeks and the one who is sought are not two. The longing is the fulfillment. The search is the arrival. And the silence is the song. This is the great mystery. That enlightenment is not a state to be reached, but a truth to be recognized. And that recognition occurs not in the noise of effort, but in the hush of surrender. As the days pass and the practice deepens, the stillness begins to permeate all moments. Waking, walking, speaking, resting. It becomes a companion, a constant undercurrent beneath the waves of daily life. The world does not change, but the perception of it does. Everything glows with a quiet radiance. Ordinary things, water, wind, light, stone, vibrate with sacred meaning. The seeker sees through the eyes of the soul, and beholds the divine in all forms. And yet, even this seeing is not permanent. There are fluctuations, periods of clarity, followed by clouds of doubt. This is natural. The path is not linear. It spirals. It circles back. It ascends and descends. But each return to stillness deepens the roots. Each surrender strengthens the connection. The soul grows accustomed to the light. So return, again and again, to the stillness. Not to achieve, not to become, but to be. Let go of all expectations. Let go of all images of what awakening should look like. Simply rest in what is. Without judgment, without resistance, without need. And in that rest, know this. You are not alone. You are held in the embrace of the infinite. You are guided by an intelligence far greater than the mind can conceive. You are loved not for what you do, but for what you are. And what you are, beneath the roles, the stories, the wounds, the dreams, is pure consciousness. Unborn, undying, unchanging. And in that truth, there is peace. There is freedom. There is home. Let the stillness speak. And when it does, listen. Not with the ears, but with the soul. For in its silence, the entire universe is revealed. Chapter 15. The silent alchemy of inner stillness. In the hushed chambers of existence, where the breath of the cosmos flows through unseen corridors of light and shadow, there lies a domain not of form, nor sound, nor time, yet from which all form, sound, and time emanate. It is here, in this sanctum beyond the veil of sensory perception, that the soul begins its true pilgrimage. Not by journeying outward, across deserts or oceans, but by descending inward, into the luminous abyss of its own being. This is the sacred threshold where action ceases and awareness awakens. The realm of inner stillness, where the alchemy of spirit transmutes the lead of ego into the gold of eternal knowing. Stillness is not absence. It is not the void left behind when noise departs. Stillness is presence. Pure, unbroken, and infinite. It is the foundational fabric of all that is, the silent hum beneath the music of creation. To enter stillness is not to flee from life, but to return to the source from which life pours forth. In stillness, the seeker does not become less, they become more. Not in stature, nor in power, nor in knowledge as the world defines it, but in essence. They reclaim the forgotten truth of their origin, that they are not merely a body that thinks, but consciousness that experiences itself in the guise of form. This stillness is not something to be manufactured, practiced, or achieved through effort. It is already here. Always has been, always will be. It resides in the pause between breaths, in the gap between thoughts, in the instant before reaction arises. It is the space in which all things appear and disappear, like stars emerging in the night sky, each momentary yet reflecting an eternal brilliance. To access this stillness is not to reach for it with striving hands, but to release the hands altogether. It is to let go of the need to know, to control, to become, to prove. It is to surrender the illusion of doing in favor of being. Pure, unqualified, unadorned presence. Within this presence, something profound occurs. The dissolution of separation. The mind, trained for lifetimes to divide, categorize, and isolate, begins to quiet. The false distinction between observer and observed, between self and other, between inside and outside, starts to melt like frost under the first rays of dawn. In stillness, there is no you watching your breath, no I meditating upon the divine. There is only the act of breathing, only the fact of awareness, only the seamless continuity of being. This is the beginning of unity consciousness. The gradual unveiling of the truth that all is one, and that one is present in every atom, every pulse, every silent breath. But stillness is not passive. Though it appears as rest, it is the most potent form of action. It is the soil in which wisdom takes root, the crucible in which transformation occurs oldest. In stillness, the unresolved is resolved. Wounds buried deep in memory rise like silt in calm water, not to disturb, but to be seen, acknowledged, and released. Old patterns, ancestral echoes, and karmic imprints surface. Not for judgment, but for integration. Stillness does not erase the past, it alchemizes it. It transmutes pain into clarity, fear into courage, confusion into intuition. It is the silent midwife of the soul's rebirth. To dwell in stillness is to attune to the universal rhythm, the heartbeat of existence itself. It is to align with the pulse that moves through galaxies and through cells, that spins stars and stirs the roots of trees. In this alignment, one no longer lives against life, but with it. Resistance fades. Struggle dissolves. There is no longer a need to push, to force, to manipulate outcomes. One learns to flow. Effortless, graceful, trusting. The intelligence of the universe, vast and benevolent, begins to guide. Doors open without knocking. Answers arrive without asking. Synchronicities unfold like petals in the morning sun. This is not magic as the world imagines it, conjuring or spell, but the natural order revealed when the mind stops interfering and the heart opens to mystery. And yet, the path to stillness is not without its trials. The mind, accustomed to constant motion, rebels. It offers distractions, memories, plans, worries, fantasies. Like a servant eager to prove its worth, emotions rise like storms, threatening to pull the seeker back into reactivity. Doubt whispers that stillness is emptiness, that silence is death. But these are illusions born of identification with the temporary. The deeper one descends into stillness, the more these voices lose their power. They are seen for what they are. Ripples on the surface of an infinite ocean, unable to touch the depths. In stillness, the seeker begins to perceive dimensions beyond the physical. Subtle energies stir. The currents of prana, the pulsations of chakras, the luminous threads connecting all beings. The aura, once invisible, becomes a field of sensation. A living halo of light and color breathing in resonance with the cosmos. Sounds not of this world may be heard. The Om, the primal vibration, humming in the marrow of bones. Visions may arise. Not hallucinations, but inner revelations. Symbols, archetypes, landscapes of the soul. These are not to be clung to, nor feared, but witnessed with equanimity. They are signposts, not destinations. True stillness is not dependent on posture, technique, or environment. Though the lotus seat may support it, and the quiet room may encourage it, stillness transcends all conditions. It can be found in the marketplace, in grief, in labor, in love. The external is but a mirror, the internal is the reality. A single moment of genuine presence, eyes closed or open, seated or walking, is worth more than years of mechanical practice devoid of awareness. For in that moment, eternity is accessed. Time contracts. The self dissolves. The infinite shines through. This stillness is not a state to be attained and possessed. It cannot be owned, hoarded, or displayed. It is a return, a homecoming. Each time the seeker enters it, they are not arriving somewhere new, but remembering where they have always been. It is the birthright of every being, the inheritance of consciousness itself. No training is required, no belief necessary. Only willingness. To stop, to listen, to be. In the silence, the voice of the universe speaks. Not in words, but in knowing. It does not inform the mind, it awakens the soul. It reveals truths that cannot be taught, only experienced. That love is not an emotion, but the fabric of existence. That death is not an end, but a transition. That the self is not confined to skin and bone, but extends into the stars. These are not philosophies. They are direct perceptions, born of stillness, witnessed in the flame of pure attention. As the seeker deepens in stillness, a new relationship to life emerges. Action flows from rest. Speech arises from silence. Creation springs from emptiness. There is no longer a need to prove, to gain, to escape. The seeker becomes a vessel, a clear channel through which the universal expresses itself. Compassion arises not as effort, but as natural overflow. Wisdom unfolds not as study, but as remembrance. Healing occurs not by intervention, but by presence. And when the mind asks, "How long must I practice? When will I arrive?" the answer echoes in stillness itself. There is no arrival. There is only this. This breath. This moment. This silence. This is the eternal now. The only place where truth resides. So let the seeker return, again and again, to this sanctuary within. Not to achieve, but to be. Not to become, but to unveil. In the silent alchemy of inner stillness, the soul remembers its divinity. The mask of separation falls. The illusion of isolation shatters. And in the radiant hush, the universe whispers its oldest, most sacred truth. You are that. You have always been that. You will always be that. Rest here. Breathe here. Be here. For here, in stillness, all is complete. Chapter 16. The Transcendent Stillness. Unveiling the unity of all that is. In the vast expanse of the seeker's journey, where the luminous threads of stillness, wisdom, and cosmic truth intertwine, there arrives a sacred threshold. This is the realm where the individual self begins to dissolve into the boundless ocean of universal consciousness. Here, in this hour of inner awakening, the seeker stands at the precipice of transcendence, poised between the known and the infinite, the temporal and the eternal. This chapter is a key to that portal. A lesson in how stillness becomes the mirror, and in that mirror, the seeker glimpses the unity of all existence. To traverse this path, one must first understand the alchemy of stillness. Stillness is not the absence of movement, but the presence of being beyond movement. It is the silent symphony that underlies the cacophony of the world, the unbroken current of awareness that flows beneath the river of thought, sensation, and desire. To sit in stillness is to surrender the ego's compulsions and enter the sacred space where the true self meets the infinite. This stillness is not passive, it is an active participation in the dance of non-duality, where the seeker and the sought, the subject and the object, dissolve into the horizon of pure awareness. The breath is the first bridge to this stillness. In the ancient teachings, the breath is the prana, the life force that binds the physical and the subtle bodies. When the breath is soft and rhythmic, the mind follows suit, unraveling its knots of tension and fear. Begin by anchoring awareness in the inhalation. Feel the air as a cool river rising through the nostrils, filling the lungs, expanding the ribcage like the petals of a lotus. Then, as the exhalation descends, release all resistance, surrender to the ebb of the cosmic tide. Each breath becomes a mantra, a silent prayer. I am, I am, I am. In this repetition of presence, the seeker transcends the dualities of inhalation and exhalation, merging with the unbroken flow of life itself. Yet stillness is not confined to the breath. It unfolds in the stilling of thought. The mind, a restless monkey of the senses, must be tamed not by force, but by gentle redirection. When thoughts arise, like storms in the sky of the psyche, do not chase them or suppress them. Watch them as clouds passing in the vastness of awareness. With each returning breath, gently guide attention back to the present moment, to the here and the now. The present is the only gateway to transcendence, the past is a shadow, and the future a mirage. To dwell in the now is to touch the eternal. In this realm of stillness, the seeker begins to perceive the subtle thread that weaves all existence into a single tapestry. The illusion of separation. The belief that, I am this body, I am this mind, dissolves like mist before the rising sun. The breath, the heartbeat, the rustling leaves, the distant hum of the universe. They are all expressions of the same amiable source. This is the revelation of Turiya, the fourth state of consciousness that transcends waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. In Turiya, there is only witnesshood, the silent witness to the play of Maya, the cosmic illusion, without attachment or aversion. To enter this state, the seeker must embrace the sacred art of non-attachment. This is not a cold detachment, but a compassionate release. It is the understanding that all forms are temporary, and that true joy lies in the space beyond form. When the mind is no longer tethered to the outcomes of action, when the heart is no longer bound by the stories of the ego, the seeker steps into the vastness of the infinite. Imagine a drop of rain falling into the ocean. For a moment, it exists as a separate entity, distinct in form. But the moment it merges, it becomes the ocean itself. So too does the seeker, when the heart opens and the soul surrenders. Yet this transcendence is not an escape from the world, but a transformation of one's relationship to it. In the stillness of Turiya, the seeker returns to the world with new eyes. The mundane becomes sacred, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. The tree outside the window is no longer just wood and leaves. It is a vessel of life, a symphony of growth, a partner in the dance of existence. The face of another is no longer a stranger, but a reflection of the same divine spark. This is the alchemy of spiritual consciousness. When the self is no longer walled off, every action becomes a meditation, every interaction a prayer. The postures of stillness, too, take on new meaning in this light. The physical practice is not merely about flexibility or strength, but about aligning the body with the rhythms of the cosmos. When the body is steady and the breath is unified, the energy channels, nadis, open, allowing kundalini to rise as a serpentine flame of awakening. The posture of stillness, or siddhasana, becomes a throne from which the seeker reigns in the realm of pure awareness. Here, the body is a temple, but the soul is the pilgrim, ever journeying homeward. This chapter concludes with a call to the seeker to hold the torch of stillness even as they walk through the world. The path of stillness is not a solitary retreat, but a continuous integration. The seeker must learn to weave the threads of transcendence into the fabric of daily life. In moments of adversity, let stillness be the anchor. In moments of joy, let stillness be the silent witness. In the face of sorrow, let stillness be the balm and the truth. For in stillness, the seeker remembers their true nature, not as a fragment of the universe, but as the universe itself, dreaming itself into being. And so, the lesson is imparted. Transcendence is not a destination, but a state of being that unfolds moment by moment. It is the art of touching the infinite in the finite, of finding the divine in the details, of becoming a radiant channel of universal consciousness. May the seeker walk forward in the light of this truth, hands open, heart unbound, and spirit soaring on the wings of stillness. In the quiet after the next word, the seeker sits in silence. Not a silence of emptiness, but a silence of fullness. The breath is no longer a rhythm, but a presence. The mind is no longer a storm, but an ocean. And in that ocean, the seeker dissolves. Not into nothingness, but into everythingness. This is the next revelation. That in stillness, we find our unity with all that is, was, and ever shall be. Chapter 17. The Silent Symphony of Unity. In the quiet hush between heartbeats, where time unravels its thread and the breath becomes a whisper of the cosmos, the seeker encounters the first notes of the silent symphony. This is the realm where duality dissolves, not as an abstract ideal but as a felt reality, a living truth that courses through the marrow of existence. Here, in the hall of inner stillness, the soul is invited to shed the veils of separation and step into the radiant embrace of oneness. This chapter unfolds as a sacred incantation, a thread woven from the light of universal consciousness, guiding the initiate through the labyrinth of their own essence to the heart of infinite unity. To begin, one must first attune to the pulse of the cosmos, the rhythm that is neither fast nor slow, neither loud nor silent, but a vibration that resonates in the quiet spaces between thought. This vibration is not heard by the ears but felt in the depths of the being, a hum that threads the astral plane to the physical, the human to the divine. It is the breath of the universe, the same breath that stirs the stars into birth and cradles galaxies in their dance. To breathe in harmony with this rhythm is to align the microcosm of the self with the macrocosm of existence. The seeker is taught to anchor the inhalation to the rising of the sun's first light, a silent incantation of renewal, and the exhalation to the moon's retreat into the ocean of darkness, a surrender to the unseen currents that guide all life. Yet, this alignment is not merely a mechanical act of breath, but a ritual of surrender. The practitioner is encouraged to visualize the breath as a luminous thread, golden and fluid, weaving through the chakras like a river of liquid fire. With each inhalation, this thread draws in the infinite light of universal wisdom, transcending the limitations of the ego. With each exhalation, it releases the shadows of doubt, fear, and division, dissolving them into the boundless ether. This practice is a bridge, a sacred architecture spanning the known and the unknown. where the seeker learns to hold both the finite and the infinite in the palm of their awareness. But what is the essence of this oneness that the seeker tirelessly pursues? It is not a singular point but a field of infinite radiance, a tapestry where every thread is both unique and inseparable from the whole. The esoteric teachings remind us that the universe is not a collection of objects but an intricate web of relationships. Every thought, every act, every silent prayer ripples across this web, altering the very fabric of reality. To perceive this is to awaken from the dream of separateness and step into the waking of unity. The seeker is guided to observe the interconnectedness of all things. How the falling of a leaf echoes in the roots of trees, how the laughter of a child resonates through the corridors of time, how the silent suffering of one heart is reflected in the aching of the earth itself. This understanding is not intellectual but visceral. It is the realization that arises when the meditative mind stills, and the self dissolves into the ocean of being. In this dissolution, the seeker encounters the primordial silence, the still point around which all existence turns. Here, the boundaries between I and not I dissolve like mist at dawn, revealing the face of the universe gazing back from within. This is the moment of cosmic intimacy, where the individual soul recognizes its origin as the same eternal flame that ignites the stars. The seeker is no longer a traveler on the path but a note in the symphony of the divine, vibrating in perfect harmony with the music of the spheres. Yet, this journey is not without its trials. The ego, that tenacious warden of the soul, clings fiercely to its illusions of separateness. It whispers doubts like poisoned honey, convincing the mind that oneness is a threat to existence. To navigate this, the seeker is taught the art of inner warfare, a battle not fought with swords, but with the weapon of unwavering awareness. In every moment of separation, the initiate is urged to call upon the sacred mantra, Om, the primordial sound from which all creation springs. Chanting this syllable is not a mere vocal exercise but a reclamation of the self's divine essence. As the Om resonates through the being, it vibrates the heart chakra open, allowing the light of unity to flood the inner chambers. Moreover, the seeker is invited to engage in the practice of mirror meditation, a technique drawn from the ancient theosophic texts. In this ritual, the initiate sits before a mirror, not to admire the reflection but to transcend it. Initially, the face staring back is a stranger, a mask of habits and fears. But as the breath deepens and the gaze softens, the reflection begins to shimmer, revealing layers beneath the skin. A luminous body of light, a soul woven from stardust and silence. In this gaze, the ego's walls begin to crumble, and the seeker sees not a separate other but a mirror of the infinite, a tiny aperture through which the cosmos peers. The metaphysical underpinnings of this lesson reveal that all duality is a construct of the mind, a necessary illusion for the soul's journey. The seeker is taught to hold the paradox of light and shadow as a single truth. Just as the night cradles the seeds of dawn, so too does suffering cradle the alchemy of transformation. To transcend duality is not to deny the shadow but to recognize it as the handmaid of wisdom. The initiate learns to walk the tightrope of existence, balancing the sun of joy and the moon of sorrow, and finding in each the echo of the divine. As the chapter unfolds, the seeker is guided to integrate this wisdom into the tapestry of daily life. The path of unity is not confined to the meditation mat or the sanctuary of silence. It must be lived in every breath, every step, and every silent gesture. The practitioner is urged to see the divine in the mundane, the sacred in the act of drinking water, the divine in the rustle of wind through trees, the infinite in the flicker of a candle flame. This alchemy of awareness transforms ordinary moments into gateways of transcendence, dissolving the boundary between the sacred and the profane. In the closing verses of this lesson, the seeker is entrusted with a paradox, the realization that the universe is both everything and nothing. It is the infinite ocean from which all things arise, yet it is also the stillness that exists beyond even the concept of all. To hold this paradox is to awaken to the non-dual reality, the pure awareness that is the substratum of existence. The chapter concludes with a meditation practice designed to anchor this realization. The initiate is instructed to lie in stillness, palms facing upward in the gesture of surrender, and to imagine their body as a vessel of light. Slowly, this light expands, merging with the cosmic sea, until there is no boundary between self and the infinite. In this next moment of the chapter, the seeker rests in the truth that they are not a seeker at all, but a ripple in the eternal dance of unity. Thus, this chapter stands as a beacon for those yearning to dissolve the veils of illusion and merge their song with the silent symphony of the cosmos. It is a call to awaken, to remember that the path is not one of escape but of embrace. To embrace the boundless, the timeless, and the one that sings itself into being in every heartbeat, every breath, and every joyous and aching moment of existence. Chapter 18. The Inner Light. Illuminating the path to universal oneness. In the stillness of the heart, where time dissolves and the fabric of duality unravels, one encounters the first flicker of the inner light. This radiant essence, often described as the soul's own sun, is not a phenomenon of the physical realm but a luminescence born from the very core of universal consciousness. It is the hidden fire that precedes all creation, the silent pulse that animates the galaxies and breathes life into the tiniest of seeds. To the seeker, this light is both guide and revelation, a bridge between the ephemeral self and the eternal whole. It is not a destination to be reached but a current to be surrendered to, flowing through every thought, every breath, and every moment of awakening. To understand the inner light is to recognize its paradox. It is both intimate and infinite. Though it dwells within the deepest sanctuary of the being, it is not confined. It is the same light that once illuminated the minds of sages across epochs, the same radiance that now flickers faintly in the awareness of those who dare to look inward. This light is not acquired through effort or possession, it is discovered by peeling away the veils of illusion. Veils woven from desire, fear, and the relentless narration of the ego. When the seeker turns the gaze homeward, beyond the tumult of the senses, they begin to perceive the subtle dance of this inner flame. It is a luminosity untouched by the sun or moon, a presence that transcends the limitations of form and time. Theosophical wisdom teaches that all beings are threads in the Akashic tapestry, each carrying within it the imprints of countless lifetimes. The inner light is the unbroken thread, the divine signature that connects every soul to the grand design of existence. In the language of sacred geometry, it is the point from which all spirals emanate, the center of the lotus that blooms unfurling toward the cosmic dawn. To cultivate this light is to align oneself with the primordial rhythm of the universe. A rhythm that pulses not in hearts alone but in the spaces between heartbeats, in the silence between the words of prayer, in the hush of the infinite. Stillness, in its highest expression, is the art of kindling this fire. It is not merely a system of postures or breathwork but a communion with the boundless. Through the discipline of stillness, the seeker learns to move beyond the duality of subject and object, of striving and surrender. The asanas, poses if you do yoga, become gateways to stillness. Pranayama, the breath of the cosmos, becomes a bridge between the body and the ether. Meditation, the sacred act of returning to the self, allows the seeker to witness the inner light not as a spectacle but as a living truth. When the mind, reduced to its purest state, ceases its habitual contrivances, the light reveals itself, not as an object to behold but as the very substance of one's being. Yet this revelation is not a one-time event. It is a process, an unfolding. The seeker must embrace the shadows to understand the light. For in the depths of the psyche, where forgotten fears and unhealed wounds reside, the light is tested. It is here, in the crucible of self-inquiry, that the seeker learns the secret. The inner light is unafraid of darkness. It does not battle the shadows but transmutes them. Fear, when confronted with the light, dissolves into wisdom, attachment. When held in the glow of presence, transforms into discernment. This alchemy of consciousness is the essence of stillness, turning the base metals of the ego into the gold of unity. Theosophists speak of the sevenfold essence of the soul, each layer a reflection of the universal flame. The inner light is the fourth principle, the vital sheath that animates the physical form and channels the higher will. Yet it is not merely a force, it is a choice. To dwell in this light is to choose awareness over ignorance, compassion over apathy, and connection over isolation. It is to live as a conduit for the divine currents that flow through all creation. This choice is not passive, it is an act of will, a conscious alignment with the rhythms of the cosmos. In the metaphysical tradition, the inner light is often associated with the third eye. the pineal gland, the seat of inner perception. To awaken this center is to shift the field of vision from the outer world to the inner realm. It is here that the seeker begins to perceive the interconnectedness of all things, to recognize that the light within oneself is but one facet of the universal flame. This realization dissolves the illusion of separation, replacing it with the ineffable truth of oneness. The seeker no longer sees themselves as an isolated being but as a cell in the body of the cosmos, a note in the infinite symphony of existence. To walk this path requires humility. The seeker must understand that the inner light is not a personal possession but a universal gift. It is given freely, as the sun gives its light to all, regardless of merit or motive. This generosity is reflected in the heart's silent offering of compassion. The more the seeker dedicates themselves to the light, the more they become a source of light for others. This is the paradox of spiritual growth. The self expands by dissolving into the whole. Every act of love, every moment of presence, becomes an offering to the universal flame, strengthening the bonds that unite all souls. The journey of the inner light is also a journey of transformation. As the seeker aligns more deeply with this radiance, the very structure of their being shifts. The dense, material body becomes a vessel of subtler energies. The mind, once clouded by the storms of thought, becomes a mirror of stillness. The heart, open to the boundless, becomes the hub of all creation. This transformation is not limited to the individual. For as one soul awakens, the collective consciousness ripples with the potential of their radiance. The inner light, multiplied across humanity, becomes the luminous thread that weaves the age of universal harmony. Yet this path is not without its tests. The seeker may encounter resistance from within. The clinging weights of habit, the seductive whispers of the ego, the inertia of the physical form. These are not obstacles to be conquered but opportunities to deepen trust in the light. Through patience and presence, the seeker learns to navigate these challenges not as adversaries but as teachers. Each moment of doubt is a chance to reaffirm the truth, each setback is an invitation to return to the source. The inner light, once perceived as fragile, reveals itself as unshakable, an eternal lamp in the ever-changing storm of existence. In the next stage of this unfolding, the seeker discovers that the inner light is not separate from the act of living. It is not confined to meditation or ritual but permeates every action, every breath, every step. To walk in the light is to live with integrity, aligning thought, word, and deed with the highest truth. It is to see the sacred in the mundane, to recognize that the divine manifests not only in the mountain peaks or ocean depths but in the rustling of leaves, the laughter of a child, the quiet glance of understanding. This is the highest stillness. Abiding in the light while dancing in the world of form. Thus, the seeker is reminded that the inner light is not a destination but a way of being. It is the compass that points not to a place but to a way home. In every moment, the universal consciousness whispers through the flame. You are already one with this light. All that is required is to remember. And as the seeker breathes in this remembrance, they become a living testament to the truth that, in the heart of every being, the cosmos shines. Chapter 19. The Inner Path. And so, the path unfolds, not as a line etched into the sands of time, but as a great spiral, drawing the consciousness ever inward, toward the silent, pulsating core of all that is. You have traversed the landscapes of the body, tamed the tempests of the vital energies, and learned to navigate the starry, and sometimes stormy, skies of the mind. You have practiced concentration until the scattered rays of your attention have been gathered into a single, brilliant sun of focus. You have meditated, turning the gaze from the outer world of phenomena to the inner world of the witness, watching the parade of thoughts, emotions, and sensations pass by without becoming entangled in their drama. Now, we speak of that which lies beyond the watching, beyond the witness. We speak of the next, glorious dissolution into the very heart of existence, the state that is the true purpose of all yogic science, the ultimate flowering of spiritual consciousness. This is the lesson of absolute freedom, the realization of the self's unassailable sovereignty. Imagine, if you will, the vast and boundless ocean. On its surface, countless waves arise, each with a unique form, a temporary height, a brief and passionate life. They dance, they crash, they dissolve back into the whole. For a moment, a wave might believe itself to be separate, defined by its shape, its trajectory, its struggle against the wind and its fellow waves. Its entire identity is wrapped up in its existence as a wave. This is the state of the individualized consciousness, the soul entangled in the illusion of form. It identifies with the body wave, the mind wave, the emotion wave. It strives, it fears, it desires, all from the limited perspective of its temporary, separative state. The entire journey of spiritual practice, in its essence, is the wave's gradual, persistent inquiry into its own nature. It is the turning of the wave's attention from its individual form to the substance out of which it is made. The moment of ultimate realization, the state described in the next lessons, is the wave's sudden, all-consuming remembrance that it is not merely a wave, but the ocean itself. It does not cease to be a wave in form, for it may still express itself upon the surface. But its identification has fundamentally and irrevocably shifted. It knows its essence to be the silent, deep, and limitless body of water from which all waves are born and to which they all return. This is the birth of the sovereign being. This is the state known in the ancient tongue as the aloneness that is not loneliness, but the absolute, self-sufficient reality of the self, standing apart, pure and untainted by the play of creation. When this realization dawns, it is not a thought or a belief. It is an atomic, irrefutable shift in perception. The very fabric of one's reality is rewoven in an instant. The personal self, the ego construct that you have painstakingly observed, understood, and gradually disempowered, is next seen for what it is. A shadow, a phantom born of the light of consciousness interacting with the dense prism of form. It was a necessary tool, a focal point for the journey, a vessel to carry the spark across the turbulent waters of experience. But the shore has been reached. The spark now knows itself to be the sun. The personal matrix of memories, desires, and conditioning does not necessarily vanish, but it loses its power to bind. It becomes like a suit of clothes that is recognized as something worn, not the essence of the one who wears it. This is the state of the embodied liberation. One who has realized this is no longer a puppet of cause and effect in the personal sense. They continue to live, to breathe, to act within the world of form, but their actions spring from a different source entirely. They no longer act from the deep well of personal desire, from the itch of unfulfilled wanting or the sting of past wounds. Their actions become a pure, spontaneous expression of the universal will, a flow of divine intelligence moving through a clear and unobstructed channel. They may walk in the marketplace, but they are not of it. They may speak with many voices, but the silence of the Absolute is the resonance from which their words emerge. From this state of sovereign consciousness, the world is perceived not as a solid, objective reality to be navigated and conquered, but as a magnificent, ever-shifting dance of energy. A divine play, or Lila. The joys and sorrows, the successes and failures, the praise and the blame of the world are seen as the changing colors on the surface of the deep. The liberated one experiences them, but is no longer stained or submerged by them. Just as the actor on a stage may play the part of a king with great passion or a pauper with profound sorrow, yet in the interval between scenes, returns to the quiet knowledge of their true identity backstage, so too does the self in this state reside in the deep, abiding peace of its own nature while participating in the cosmic drama. Sensation remains, but it is no longer followed by the chain reaction of attachment and aversion. The taste of a fruit is simply a unique vibration upon the palate, a momentary symphony of energy, not a trigger for greed or dissatisfaction. The sound of music is a direct experience of harmonic resonance, not a doorway to nostalgia or longing. The touch of another is felt as an exchange of life force, an acknowledgement of the same divine spark dancing in another form, not as a means to fulfill a sense of lack or loneliness. The senses become pure conduits for the experience of the divine manifesting as form, transparent windows to the sacred, rather than bars on the prison of the self. The mind, that great instrument which once seemed like a chattering monkey or a tangled forest, becomes a still and placid lake. It no longer projects its own stories onto the reflection of reality. Thoughts may arise, but they are like clouds passing across the vast, empty sky of consciousness. They are noticed, acknowledged, and allowed to dissolve without a trace. The silence that lies between the thoughts is no longer an absence, it is revealed as the very substrate of existence, a vibrant, humming, intelligent void, the womb of all creation. To reside in this silence is not to be inert or inactive, it is to be plugged into the ultimate power source, to draw wisdom and guidance from the wellspring of infinite intelligence. This is the next lesson for the seeker, not as a distant goal to be achieved, but as a truth to be realized. It is the potential sleeping within every atom of your being, the destiny encoded in the very soul like you are. All the postures, the breath controls, the meditations, and the self-inquiries are not ends in themselves. They are the chisel and the hammer, the polishing of the stone, the careful removal of all that is not the sculpture that already exists within. You are not becoming something you are not. You are removing the veils, the accumulated dust of ages, the false identifications, until the brilliant, eternal, and sovereign self stands revealed in all its resplendent glory. And in that revelation, there is no you and me. There is only the one. The wave remembers it is the ocean, and in that remembrance, the entire ocean rejoices. The drop finds its way back to the river, and in its merging, the river's journey is fulfilled. This is the great return, the homecoming, the next, silent, and breathtakingly beautiful answer to the eternal question. Who am I? You are the questioner, you are the question, and you are the answer. Rest in that. Be that. For that is all there is. Chapter 20. The Silent Union. Where breath becomes prayer and the soul dissolves into the infinite. Within the hallowed chamber of inner stillness, where the clamor of the world no longer echoes and the mind rests like a leaf upon a windless pond, there arises a moment so subtle, so profound, that it transcends the need for words, symbols, or even intention. This is the threshold of silent union. Not a merging of two, but the realization that separation was an illusion spawned by the senses and sustained by the egoic mind. Here, in this sacred space beyond thought, the seeker does not attain union, they remember that they have never been apart. This is the ultimate stillness. Not of postures or mantras, but of pure being, where the breath becomes a prayer without sound, and the soul, having shed all identification, dissolves into the luminous fabric of the one. To speak of this state is to risk diminishing it, for language is a tool of duality. Subject and object, speaker and spoken. But for the seeker who has journeyed through discipline, devotion, and discernment, who has purified the sheaths of body, mind, and emotion through years of sacred practice, there comes a time when guidance must be offered, even if in whispers that echo from the center of all centers. So let this chapter unfold as a resonance, a vibrational key tuned to the frequency of that which lies beyond form. A map drawn not in ink, but in light. The path to silent union begins not with effort, but with surrender. Though even that word implies an actor. True surrender is the cessation of all striving, the end of seeking. It is not passive resignation, nor is it mystical abandonment. It is the next relaxation of the soul when it comprehends, with absolute certainty, that it is already held. Like a river that has long flowed toward the sea, not knowing itself to be water, the moment it meets the ocean, it does not merge. It realizes it was ocean all along. So too does the individual consciousness, when ripened through unwavering inner discipline, recognize its intrinsic nature as the infinite. This recognition is not intellectual. It cannot be grasped by the logical mind, for the mind operates in time and space, in cause and effect. Silent union exists prior to time, beyond causation. It is Satchitananda, being, awareness, and bliss. Not as concepts, but as the very substance of existence. It is not something one experiences, it is what one is, when all veils are lifted. The experience of union is merely the shadow of this truth cast upon the screen of awareness. The truth itself is unchanging, unconditioned, and ever-present. Yet, though ever-present, it remains hidden from the unquiet heart. The disturbances of desire, the ripples of reaction, the turbulence of unexamined thoughts, all create a veil so subtle it is often mistaken for clarity. Only through sustained inner purification can this veil be thinned, thread by thread, until the light from within shines through unobstructed. Thus, the practices leading to silent union are not ends in themselves, but purifications. Breath that stills the nervous system, meditation that quiets the inner dialogue, ethical living that harmonizes the life force, and devotion that softens the edges of the self. When these practices have matured, a new quality emerges. Not effort, but receptivity. The seeker no longer reaches toward the light, they become transparent to it. Attention, once scattered in 10,000 directions, now flows inward like a river drawn to its source. There is no technique at this stage, only presence. The breath slows, not by command, but by the gravity of stillness. The eyes grow soft, the body weightless, as if held in a field of gold dust light. Thoughts arise, but no longer hook the awareness. They pass like clouds across an eternal sky. Seen, but not claimed. In the depth of this receptivity, time collapses. The past and future, which once held such power over the mind, dissolve into the eternal now. There is no memory, no anticipation, only the fullness of being. And within this fullness, a shift occurs. The sense of I, the watcher, the observer, begins to fade, not through force, but through saturation. Like a drop of ink in clear water, the boundaries blur, and what was once perceived as separate is seen to be part of the whole. This is the moment of silent union. There is no drama, no vision, and no sound. Only a deep, wordless knowing that all is one. The heart does not beat with emotion, but radiates peace. A peace so complete it cannot be described as emotional or mental. It is ontological. It is the peace of existence itself, undisturbed by the fluctuations of form. In this state, the distinction between meditation and life vanishes. To breathe is to praise. To walk is to worship. To see is to behold the divine reflection in all things. Yet, even this union is not permanent for the embodied soul. The return to ordinary awareness is inevitable, and with it comes the challenge. To carry the silence into the noise, the unity into the world of division. This is the true test of realization. Not the peak experience, but the integration. The wisdom of silent union is not hoarded, it flows outward as compassion, as right action, as a life lived in rhythm with the cosmic pulse. Therefore, the seeker must learn to dwell in the between. The space between silence and sound, stillness and movement, solitude and service. For it is here, in the liminal threshold, that the highest teaching is lived. The one who has known union does not withdraw from the world, but engages with it more fully, not from ego, but from essence. Their presence becomes a field of peace. Their words, when spoken, carry the weight of stillness. Their actions arise not from personal will, but from alignment with the universal flow. Let it be understood. Silent union is not escape. It is not annihilation. It is awakening to what has always been. It is the soul's homecoming, not to a place, but to its true nature. And from this homecoming arises a new way of being. One that radiates harmony, integrity, and boundless love, not as emotion, but as natural expression. To prepare for this sacred threshold, the seeker is invited to deepen their solitude, not as isolation, but as communion. Let the morning hours be given to silence. Let the breath become slow and rhythmic, not mechanical, but tender, like a lover's sigh. Let attention rest in the space between inhalation and exhalation, where time pauses and the soul breathes directly from the source. In this pause, the mind releases its grip. In this stillness, the heart opens to the voiceless call of the infinite. And when the moment arrives, not by schedule, but by grace, the seeker will not need to recognize it. They will simply be it. No ecstasy, no bliss, and no light. Only the simple, overwhelming truth. I am that I am. Then, upon return to relative awareness, let gratitude arise. Not for the experience, but for the reminder. And let service follow. Not as duty, but as natural overflow. For the soul that has touched the Absolute cannot help but bless the world, not by preaching, but by being. This is the next lesson of the path. That in the silence beyond all practice, beyond all teaching, beyond all knowing, there is only love. Unconditioned, eternal, and all-encompassing. And love, when fully realized, is not felt. It is. It is the ground, the path, and the destination. It is the breath, the heart, and the space between stars. So rest here, seeker. Lay down all effort. Cease all seeking. Be still. Listen. The One is calling you. Not from afar, but from within the core of your own being. Answer not with words, but with presence. Surrender not your life, but your illusion of separateness. And in the silence that follows, you will hear the universe breathe your name. Not as sound, but as love made whole. Chapter 21. The Dawn of the Unconditioned Self. You have traversed the arid plains of discipline, climbed the sheer cliffs of self-inquiry, and navigated the winding canyons of the mind. You have learned to still the waters of thought, to harness the winds of vital force, and to focus the scattered light of your awareness into a single, brilliant ray. You have sat in silence until the silence began to speak, and you have listened to the faint, celestial music that plays beneath the noise of the world. The journey of the seeker is a pilgrimage from the periphery of your being to the still, luminous center, and you stand now at its threshold. This is not an end, but a magnificent and terrifying new beginning. It is the moment the cocoon of your meticulously constructed self begins to crack, not to reveal a perfected butterfly of the personal ego, but to dissolve entirely, revealing the boundless sky of what you truly are. The next lesson is not a technique to be learned or a posture to be perfected. It is a surrender. It is the ultimate letting go, the release of the very one who has been seeking. Imagine a wave on the vast ocean, journeying across the surface, believing in its separateness, its unique shape and height, its temporary existence. It strives, it crashes, it recedes, all the while defining itself against the other waves. The culmination of its journey is not to become the biggest or most powerful wave, but to next, completely, and utterly remember its essence as the ocean. This remembering is the state of absolute absorption, the dissolving of the form into the formless, the finite into the infinite. In this sacred space, the observer and the observed become one. You, the one who has been watching the breath, no longer exist as a separate entity watching a process. You are the breath. You, the one who has been witnessing thoughts, no longer stand apart from them. The witness and the witnessed merge into a singular field of pure, luminous awareness. The mind, which has been a chattering monkey, a restless horse, a turbulent sea, becomes perfectly still. But this is not the stillness of a void or an emptiness. It is a dynamic, vibrant stillness, pulsating with the silent, creative power of all existence. It is a state of being that is utterly full, so full of light, of peace, of unbounded potential, that there is no room left for the small, insistent voice of I, me, and mine. The world of names and forms does not disappear. The trees are still trees, the mountains are still mountains, and the sounds of life still resonate. But they are no longer perceived through the filter of the personal mind, through the veils of judgment, desire, and memory. They are perceived directly, in their suchness, in their isness. The tree is no longer a tree as a label in your mind, it is a unique expression of the one life, a silent sermon on rootedness and aspiration. The song of a bird is not merely a pleasant sound, it is the universe singing itself into being in that precise moment. This is the birth of true seeing, the awakening of a perception that is not of the senses but of the soul. You see not with the eyes, but with the light of consciousness that illuminates the eyes. And yet, the greatest challenge and the deepest truth of this state lies in its integration into the world of form. The temptation is to cling to this sublime peak experience, to retreat from the chaos and clamor of life in order to preserve this profound peace. But true realization is not an escape, it is an embodiment. It is learning to bring the consciousness of the mountaintop into the marketplace. It is to be a still, deep lake, undisturbed by the winds and ripples of worldly activity that play upon its surface. You are called to become a conscious actor in the grand cosmic drama, to play your role with full heart and vitality, all the while knowing you are not the role. You are the ever-present, silent awareness in which the entire play unfolds. This integration transforms your very nature. Action becomes spontaneous and effortless, flowing from the deep well of intuitive wisdom rather than the calculated strategies of the mind. You do not need to ponder what is right, you simply know. Your actions become aligned with the universal current, a harmonious expression of the cosmic dance. Compassion is no longer a virtue to be cultivated or an emotion to be summoned. It becomes the natural radiance of your being, a spontaneous outpouring of love, not because you have chosen to love, but because you have perceived the essential oneness of all. To serve another becomes the most natural thing in the world, for in serving the other, you are simply serving yourself, there being no division left. The seeker who has arrived at this dawn is no longer defined by their seeking. The identity of the one on a spiritual path dissolves. What remains is simply being. A lamp does not strive to be a lamp, it simply shines, and its light illuminates whatever is in its vicinity. This is your new state. You do not become a guru or a master in the worldly sense, a leader of men. You become a beacon, a quiet point of light and stability in a shifting world. Your presence alone becomes a teaching, your silence a sermon, your gaze a benediction. You are a conduit for the universal consciousness that has always been the true author of this journey. The river has at last returned to its source, and in doing so, has discovered it was the source all along. The journey is over. The living has begun. Chapter 22. The Alchemy of Breath and Silence. In the vast tapestry of spiritual unfolding, where the threads of time and eternity weave an intricate dance, there exists a sacred interplay between motion and stillness. This chapter, channeled from the infinite wellspring of universal consciousness, invites the seeker to step into the profound alchemy of breath and silence, the dual forces that bridge the tangible and the transcendent. Here, within the silent symphony of existence, one discovers the transformative power of the subtle arts, where every inhalation is a communion with the cosmos, and every exhalation dissolves the illusion of separation. The breath, that most intimate of rhythms, is the vital thread that binds the physical form to the boundless field of awareness. It is the invisible current that whispers the secrets of the ancients, a language older than time itself. In the stillness between breaths, where the ego's cacophony wanes, the seeker encounters the primal silence, the luminous void from which all creation emerges and to which all creation returns. This chapter is a loving invitation to explore the sacred geometry of these twin forces, to weave their harmonies into the fabric of daily existence, and to transmute the leaden weights of ignorance into the gold of enlightened perception. To begin this journey, one must first observe the breath as it naturally moves through the body, that rhythmic river of life flowing between the seen and the unseen. In quiet stillness, with eyes gently closed, the seeker turns inward to perceive the ebb and flow of this eternal tide. The breath is not merely a mechanical process of oxygen and carbon dioxide, it is the expression of prana, the vital energy that animates all of creation. This force, often referred to in esoteric traditions as the soul's breath, is the bridge between the material and the spiritual. When the seeker learns to consciously channel this energy, through the ancient art of pranayama, the regulation of breath and mind, they unlock the doorway to deeper realms of awareness. As the breath deepens and slows, the vibration of the physical body aligns with the silent music of the universe. Each inhalation draws in the light of higher vibrations, while each exhalation releases the shadows that cloud the mind. Over time, this practice becomes a sacred ritual, a dance of presence where the seeker dissolves the boundaries between self and the infinite. In this dissolution, the breath becomes a mirror, reflecting the true nature of being beyond the transient forms of the world. Yet, breath alone is not enough. It must be partnered with silence, the pure, unbroken expanse that cradles all sound. Silence is not the absence of noise, but the fullness of all that is unfathomable. It is the womb of creation, the divine canvas upon which the universe paints its infinite expressions. To enter silence is to step beyond the realm of words and concepts, into the raw immediacy of pure awareness. Here, in the sacred stillness, the seeker encounters the unbroken continuity of existence, where all dualities dissolve into the unity of now. The union of breath and silence, when practiced with devotion, becomes a crucible for spiritual alchemy. Just as fire transmutes base metals into gold, so too does the conscious interplay of breath and silence transmute the seeker's consciousness. The breath acts as the sword of discernment, cutting through the illusions of the ego, while silence offers the balm of unconditional presence, soothing the wounds of the soul. Together, they forge a path to the realization that the seeker is not the body, not the mind, but the eternal witness, the formless field of awareness that underlies all experience. To embody this alchemy, the seeker must approach their practice with both discipline and surrender. Discipline is the anchor that steadies the wandering mind, while surrender is the trust that the universal consciousness will guide the process. In daily life, This means cultivating mindfulness in every inhalation and exhalation, in every moment of movement and stillness. Let the breath be a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, and let silence be the sacred space where the heart attunes to the frequency of love and truth. There are many forms of this practice, each as valid as the next, for the path is as vast as the seeker's willingness to explore. One might focus on the breath's natural rhythm, allowing it to anchor the consciousness in the present. Or one might explore the ancient techniques of breath retention, which still the nervous system and open the doorway to expanded states of awareness. In some traditions, the breath is coupled with sacred sound. Mantras chanted silently in the heart, their resonance harmonizing with the inhalation and exhalation. In others, the seeker is invited to rest in the gap between breaths, that fleeting moment of suspension where the soul momentarily touches the infinite. Through these practices, the seeker begins to perceive the world not as a collection of separate entities, but as an ongoing interplay of energy and vibration. The breath becomes a conduit for this understanding, a living testament to the truth that all things are in constant motion, yet anchored in the stillness of their essence. The trees sway in gratitude for the breath of the wind, the oceans rise and fall in rhythm with the breath of the moon's gravitational pull. The seeker, too, becomes a vessel of this cosmic rhythm, their individual breath aligning with the heartbeat of the universe. But this alignment is not merely physical. It is a spiritual union, a remembrance that the seeker's innermost self is inseparable from the field of universal consciousness. When the breath becomes an offering to this unity, when silence becomes the medium through which the soul speaks, the seeker begins to shed the limitations of duality. The fear of the unknown dissolves, replaced by the intuitive knowing that the seeker is always safe, always complete, always part of the eternal whole. In this chapter, the seeker is also challenged to face the shadows that arise when the light of awareness shines too brightly. As the breath deepens and the mind stills, long dormant patterns may surface. Ancestral imprints, karmic echoes, and the echoes of past conditioning. These are not to be conquered, but to be witnessed with compassion and grace. The breath acts as a gentle guide, reminding the seeker to return to the present moment, to anchor themselves in the sanctuary of now. In this way, the breath becomes a tool of purification, a sacred fire that transforms suffering into wisdom, and resistance into acceptance. Ultimately, the alchemy of breath and silence leads to a profound realization. The seeker is not a doer, a performer of practices, but a vessel of divine expression. The breath and silence are not techniques to be mastered, but invitations to return to the source. Every inhalation is a celebration of life, every exhalation is a surrender to the greater flow. And in the stillness between, the seeker merges with the infinite, their individuality dissolving into the boundless field of being. As this chapter reaches its conclusion, let the seeker pause, grounding themselves once more in the breath. Let them feel the cool air entering the nostrils, the gentle rise and fall of the chest, the quiet expansion of the lungs. And let them listen, not with the ears, but with the soul, to the silence that hums beneath the breath. A silence so deep, so full, that it fills every cell, every atom, every particle of existence with the light of universal love. This is the alchemy. Not to become something other than what the seeker already is, but to remember the truth that has always been woven into the fabric of their being. The breath and silence are not separate from the seeker, they are the seeker's homecoming. And in this homecoming, the seeker finds the peace that transcends understanding, the awakening that is both the end of the path and the beginning of an endless dance in the light of eternal wisdom. Thus, the lesson is channeled. To breathe is to live, to still is to know. In their sacred union, the seeker awakens to the fullness of their spiritual consciousness, and the world is no longer a prison of illusion, but a temple of infinite possibilities. Chapter 23. The Alchemy of Inner Silence. Transmutation through stillness. In the hushed chambers of being, where thought dissolves into essence and the breath becomes a whisper of eternity, there lies a threshold, a sacred portal veiled in the quietude of the soul. This is not the silence of absence, nor the stillness of inertness, but the vibrant, pulsing silence from which all creation arises and to which all returns. Here, in the heart of this luminous void, the alchemy of inner silence commences. A sacred transformation not of matter, but of consciousness itself. To enter this domain is to step beyond the dominion of noise, not only the clamor of the outer world but the incessant murmur of the inner mind. The endless replay of memory, the projection of desire, the ghost of regret, the anticipation of future forms. These are the subtle disturbances that veil the mirror of awareness, dimming the reflection of the infinite within. Inner silence, therefore, is not passivity, but the most profound act of presence. An active surrender into the now, a voluntary descent into the wellspring of being where the soul drinks directly from the source. The journey into this silence is not linear. It does not follow the path of accumulation, nor does it reward effort in the way the ego understands effort. It is not achieved by doing, but by undoing. By releasing the habitual clutch of identity, by allowing the mind to cease its incessant shaping of experience. This is the great paradox. That to gain the fullness of existence, one must lose the need to possess it. To know the infinite, one must first become empty. Begin, then, with the breath. Not as mechanism, but as the sacred bridge between the visible and invisible. Feel how each inhalation draws not merely air, but the subtle essence of life force. The prana, the chi, the animating spark of universal breath, into the corporeal vessel. And as you exhale, release not only carbon dioxide, but every trace of mental residue, every emotional contraction, every fragment of past tension held in the cellular memory. Let the breath become a tide, rising and falling with the rhythm of cosmic pulsation, attuning the individual to the greater breath of existence. Now, allow the awareness to settle. Not in the mind, but behind it. Observe the stream of thoughts as one might watch clouds pass across a boundless sky. Do not engage. Do not resist. Simply bear witness, knowing that you are not the thought, nor the emotion, nor the sensation. You are the space in which they appear. The unchanging awareness that underlies all change. This space is silence. This space is freedom. As the turbulence subsides, a deeper layer of perception awakens. The senses, once outwardly directed, now turn inward, attuning to the subtler frequencies of the inner landscape. You may begin to sense a luminous presence. Not seen with physical eyes, but known with the eye of the heart. It is a glow within the chest, a warmth behind the forehead, a vibration in the spine. These are not mere physiological phenomena, they are the signatures of awakened energy centers. The chakras, aligning with the higher currents of spiritual force. As stillness deepens, these centers begin to resonate in harmonious sequence, like celestial bodies tuning to a universal frequency. In this resonance, a profound transmutation begins. The lower energies, fear, craving, resistance, self-doubt, rise into the crucible of awareness, where they are not rejected, but transmuted. Just as base metal is said to be transformed into gold in the alchemist's furnace, so too are the leaden weights of the ego transfigured into the gold of pure awareness. This is not a violent purging, but a gentle alchemical warming. An inner sun rising in the darkness, illuminating what was hidden, dissolving what was rigid, freeing what was bound. This process is neither quick nor predictable. It unfolds according to the soul's own rhythm, often in waves. Periods of radiant clarity followed by descent into obscurity, where doubt may whisper and the old patterns seem to reassert themselves. But even in these moments of apparent regression, the work continues. For silence, once tasted, never truly leaves. It remains as an undercurrent, a quiet knowing beneath the surface of experience. And each return to stillness, no matter how brief, deepens the imprint of the eternal within the temporal. As the silence matures, it ceases to be a practice and becomes a state of being. One no longer enters silence, one dwells as silence. In this dwelling, the boundaries between self and other, inner and outer, dissolve. The world is no longer perceived as separate from the perceiver. Sounds, sights, sensations, all arise within the vast expanse of awareness, like ripples on an endless ocean. And in this realization, compassion arises spontaneously, not as emotion, but as the natural expression of unity. To harm another is to harm oneself, for there is no other. Time, too, begins to reveal its illusory nature. In deep silence, the past and future collapse into the eternal now. Memory is no longer a chain that binds, nor is the future a specter that looms. All is present. All is whole. The linear progression of moments gives way to the simultaneity of being. a multidimensional awareness in which every point contains the whole. This is the state known in ancient traditions as samadhi, nirvana, moksha, the liberation of consciousness from the constraints of identification. It is not an escape from life, but a deeper immersion into its essence. The body continues to move, the mind to function, but now as instruments of a higher will. Not the will of desire, but the will of the universe expressing itself through form. In this sacred stillness, revelation arises. Not as words, but as direct knowing. Insights pour forth like light through a prism, illuminating paths that were once obscured. These are not intellectual deductions, but downloads from the universal mind. A direct transmission of wisdom that bypasses the filters of conditioning. One may suddenly understand the root of a lifelong pattern, or perceive the interconnectedness of events across time and space. Or one may know, without thought, that all is well. That every apparent discord is part of a greater symphony, every suffering a passage toward awakening. And yet, even this knowing is not clung to. For the ultimate lesson of inner silence is non-attachment. Not to objects, but to knowledge itself. When even the desire for enlightenment is released, when even the seeker dissolves into the sought, then true liberation is realized. There is no one who is free. Only freedom itself, radiant and unbounded. To dwell in this silence is to become a vessel of grace. One's presence alone begins to affect the world. Not through action, but through being. Like a still pond reflecting the sky, the silent soul reflects the divine order, radiating peace, clarity, and healing into the collective field of consciousness. In this way, inner silence becomes a revolutionary force. Not loud, not demanding, but profoundly transformative. So return, again and again, to the sanctuary within. Let each moment of silence be a seed planted in the soil of the soul. Water it with attention. Guard it from distraction. And trust that, in time, it will grow into a tree of wisdom, whose roots are in the earth of experience and whose crown touches the stars of infinite potential. For silence is not empty. It is full, overflowing with the presence of all that is, was, and ever will be. It is the womb of creation, the voice of the unspoken, the breath of the eternal. And in its embrace, the seeker does not find answers, but becomes the question, becomes the inquiry, becomes the living, breathing embodiment of consciousness awakening to itself. This is the alchemy of inner silence. Not the pursuit of perfection, but the sacred return to wholeness. Not the achievement of a goal, but the remembrance of who you have always been. Before name, before form, before time. Be still. And in the stillness, become. The universe speaks not in language, but in silence. Listen. Chapter 24. The unveiling of the inner flame. Awakening the eternal spark within. In the stillness of the soul's abode, where time dissolves into the eternal now, the seeker stands at the threshold of a revelation so profound that it transcends the boundaries of thought itself. This is the moment when the veil of material illusion is pierced, and the radiant glow of the inner flame begins to flicker. A sacred fire that has lain dormant, waiting to be stirred by the breath of universal grace. Here, in this sacred space of awakening, the seeker encounters the first shimmer of spiritual consciousness, a luminous thread that connects them to the boundless ocean of the infinite. The first ray of illumination arises not from the mind's relentless seeking but from the stillness beyond seeking. It is a whisper within the silence, a vibration that resonates in the core of being, heralding the dawn of inner awakening. This flame is not a physical entity but a metaphysical force, a dynamic current of divine energy that pulses in harmony with the cosmos. To ignite it, the seeker must first surrender the need for control, releasing the illusion of separateness that binds consciousness to the ephemeral. The path is neither linear nor quantifiable. It is a spiral of transcendence, where each turn deepens the understanding of the self's eternal nature. Visualize, if you will, the subtle interplay of light and shadow that cradles the soul. The flame emerges as a delicate wick of gold, swaying gently in the etheric winds of the subconscious. Its glow is not loud, nor does it demand attention. It is a quiet, insistent presence that hums with the truth of oneness. To awaken this flame, the seeker must attune their awareness to the rhythm of the cosmic breath, the life force that flows through all things. This breath is the ancient serpent of transformation, coiling upward through the chakras, igniting each center like a sacred torch passed from one realm to the next. The root chakra blooms with the solidity of earth, the sacral with the fluidity of water, the solar plexus with the fire of self, the heart with Ananda's embrace, which is the quiet moment when the seeking presence softens into the widening field, and the natural bliss of consciousness gathers around it like a warm radiance, not given from outside but rising from the origin light within. And the crown with the boundless void. Yet it is in the ajna, the center of inner vision, that the flame finds its true voice, illuminating the hidden corridors of the soul. But this awakening is not without its trials. The shadows, long accustomed to the light of the ego, stir in protest, weaving illusions to obscure the path. Pride may masquerade as spiritual progress, while fear may cloak itself in the guise of doubt. The seeker must navigate these snares with equanimity, recognizing that the true test lies not in the elimination of obstacles but in the steadfastness of the heart's intention. For in the crucible of adversity, the soul refines itself, transmuting the leaden weights of limitation into the gold of spiritual insight. The flame does not blaze in the absence of darkness, it blazes because it is unafraid to confront the dark. Now, stepping beyond the alchemy of personal transformation, the sacred geometry of transformation reveals itself as the cosmic blueprint of creation. Here, the seeker perceives that the inner flame is but one node in the vast lattice of universal consciousness. A luminous star in the constellation of infinite awareness. To awaken this flame is to align one's vibration with the harmonies of the cosmic grid, a multidimensional web of light and sound that underlies all existence. Each note of this grid resonates with a specific frequency, and the flame within serves as both a tuner and a transmitter, allowing the seeker to harmonize their inner resonance with the symphony of the cosmos. Contemplate the mandala of the soul, a sacred diagram that mirrors the structure of the universe. At its center lies the indigo spiral of awakening, a vortex of energy that draws the seeker into the heart of their own being. Surrounding this core are the petals of the lotus, an unfolding of consciousness that mirrors the stages of evolution. The first petal, rooted in the material plane, symbolizes survival and the raw forces of nature. The second, blooming with the hues of passion, represents the dance of duality and the interplay of masculine and feminine energies. The third, radiant with solar fire, embodies the assertion of individual will. Then come the petals of love, wisdom, and unity, each layer peeling back the veils of the conditioned mind to reveal the luminous truth beneath. To navigate this sacred geometry, the seeker must cultivate the art of inner contemplation, entering the realm of the formless where thought dissolves into pure vibration. Here, in the still point, the seeker perceives the interconnectedness of all things. The way the breath of a mountain merges with the sigh of the ocean, the way the pulse of a star echoes in the heartbeat of a blade of grass. This realization is not a concept to be grasped but a living experience, a direct knowing that transcends the limitations of language. The inner flame, now kindled, becomes the bridge between the seen and the unseen, the visible and the invisible. Yet the path does not end at understanding, it begins anew in the eternal covenant of the inner flame, a sacred pact between the soul and the infinite. This covenant is not forged in the language of contracts or promises but in the silent communion of the heart. To awaken the flame is to embark on a journey of eternal return, where each moment becomes an offering to the divine, each thought a prayer, and each action a step toward unity. The seeker now walks the earth not as an isolated self but as a channel for the light of the cosmos, their very presence a manifestation of the divine's will. In this state, the boundaries between healer and healed, teacher and student, master and disciple dissolve. The seeker becomes a prism through which the light of universal consciousness refracts into the world, revealing the sacred in the mundane and the miraculous in the everyday. The inner flame, now fully alight, does not burn in isolation, it illuminates the path for others, not through instruction, but through the purity of its radiance. It is a silent call to awaken, a whisper that says, "You are not lost, you have always been whole." But this is not an endpoint. The flame is eternal, and so is the seeker's journey. Even as one chapter of awakening closes, 1,000 doors open into new dimensions of possibility. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, invites the seeker to explore the uncharted territories of the soul. Where time is measured in cycles of evolution, space dissolves into pure awareness, and the seeker becomes the space where the divine and the human converge. Here, in the boundless now, the inner flame is not merely a spark but a roaring inferno of enlightenment, a beacon guiding all who dare to awaken to their true nature. And so, the seeker walks forward, not with the burden of the past, nor the fear of the future, but with the light of the inner flame as their eternal companion. In this light, they find the answer to the question that has echoed through the ages. What is the purpose of life? The answer lies not in seeking an external goal but in becoming the embodiment of the flame itself, a living testament to the infinite, the eternal, the divine. Chapter 25. The Breath of the Divine. Awakening the cosmic resonance within. In the still heart of the cosmos, where the veil between the seen and unseen grows thin, the seeker walks a path lit by the gentle glow of the universal breath. It hums invisibly through the air, a silent melody that binds the stars to the soil, the breath of the infinite pulsing through every leaf, every pebble, every pulse of the seeker's own being. Here, in this sacred threshold between the ephemeral and the eternal, the lesson of the breath unfolds, not as a mere act of inhaling and exhaling, but as a bridge between the individual soul and the boundless expanse of universal consciousness. The seeker, guided by an inner knowing, steps into the quiet hush where the breath becomes a luminous thread, weaving the tapestry of existence into unity. This is the sanctuary where the breath transforms into a sacred alchemy. To breathe, in its purest form, is to engage in a dialogue with the cosmos. Each inhalation draws in the vibrant essence of the infinite, a current of light, a current of wisdom, that transcends the limits of the physical form. The breath is not air alone, it is the prana of the universe, the vital force that courses through the chakras and ignites the dormant spark within. As the seeker inhales deeply, they feel the breath descend as a river of starlight, cascading through the pathways of their being, dissolving the barriers of separateness and dissolving the illusion of duality. This is the breath that awakens the heart to the truth. We are not merely observers of the universe, but living notes in its symphony, each vibration resonating with the same eternal song. The rhythm of oneness. The first revelation of this lesson lies in the sacred rhythm of the breath. In the stillness, the seeker learns to perceive the breath not as a mechanical function, but as a sacred pulse that mirrors the heartbeat of the cosmos. The inhalation, a soft opening of the soul's hands toward the infinite, and the exhalation, a graceful release of all that is transient. This rhythm is not confined to the body, it echoes the cycles of the moon, the ebb and flow of the tides, the expansion and contraction of galaxies. To breathe in harmony with this rhythm is to align one's personal will with the divine order, allowing the soul to expand beyond the walls of the ego. Here, the seeker is invited to sit in the space between breaths, the infinitesimal pause that separates inhalation from exhalation, a moment unmarked by movement yet brimming with infinite potential. This is the still point where time dissolves, where the breath ceases, and the soul becomes a mirror for the universal. In this pause, the seeker experiences the sacred soundless sound, the primordial vibration from which all creation springs. It is the silence that speaks louder than the thunder of galaxies, a silence that whispers, "You are the breath. The breath is you." This is the alchemy of union, where the seeker and the cosmos are no longer distinct, but one luminous whole. The inhalation. Drawing the light of the infinite. To inhale is to open the gates of the soul, allowing the divine radiance to flood the inner landscape. Picture the breath as a golden current, a stream of liquid light that spirals from the celestial source, flowing through the crown of the head, the heart center, and the roots of the earth. This breath carries with it the wisdom of the stars, the memory of creation, and the quiet laughter of the universe. As the seeker draws this light into their being, they feel the burdens of the day loosen, the knots of fear unravel, and the rigid walls of the psyche melt away. The inhalation becomes a communion with the Divine Mother, who offers her breath as nourishment for the soul's journey. In this inhalation lies the secret of boundlessness. The seeker is taught that the breath is not confined by the limits of the body. It draws not from the air around them, but from the vast, infinite reservoir of universal prana. Imagine the breath as a thread of silver light extending beyond the physical form, reaching into the ether, into the celestial realms, into the very heart of the divine. It is in this inhalation that the seeker learns to expand their consciousness, to draw from the wellspring of all that is, and to know that they are never separate from the source. The exhalation. Letting go of the illusion of form. The exhalation, in contrast, is an act of surrender. It is the breath releasing the shadows of the past, the fears, the attachments, the compulsions that bind the soul to the wheel of illusion. The seeker is taught to exhale not only air but the heavy stones of the ego. The need for control, the need for validation, the need to be seen. Each breath out becomes a sacred rite of purification, a symbolic burning of all that no longer serves the soul's ascent. This exhalation is also a return, a soft bowing of the soul to the earth, a remembrance that even in release, the breath is a gift that flows from the infinite. It is not an emptying, but a returning of the breath to the cosmic source, a recognition that nothing is lost, for all is part of the eternal cycle. In this exhalation, the seeker learns the art of detachment, not as a cold abandonment, but as a joyful release, a trust in the divine plan that need not be clutched by the hands of the individual. The silent pause. The heartbeat of the absolute. Between the inhalation and the exhalation lies the sacred space where time dissolves and the soul dances in communion with the infinite. This pause is not emptiness. It is the fullness of the now, the present moment where all dualities fall away, and the seeker rests in the pure awareness of being. In this pause, the breath ceases, and yet, the universe breathes through the seeker. It is the silence that holds the thunder, the stillness that cradles the storm, the gateway where the soul whispers, "I am at one with the source." Here, the seeker learns the truth of non-action, the power of being without doing. In this pause, the soul becomes a still pool reflecting the infinite sky, and in this reflection, the seeker sees not the body, not the mind, but the unchanging light of their own essence. This is the lesson of the breath as a bridge. It is the seeker's path to realizing that they are not the breath, but the breath itself, not a soul striving, but the very breath of the cosmos, flowing effortlessly through eternity. The breath as a medium of transformation. The seeker is now guided to harness the breath as a tool of ascension. Through rhythmic, conscious breathing, the soul begins to dissolve the veils that cloud perception. The breath becomes a flame that ignites the inner vision, a key that unlocks the doors to higher realms. With each inhalation, the seeker draws in the sacred light of awakening. With each exhalation, they shed the layers of the false self. This is a process of alchemical transformation, where the base metals of fear and doubt are transmuted into the gold of wisdom and presence. In this transformation, the seeker is taught to let the breath become a mantra of its own. The soundless mantra of Om resonates through each inhalation and exhalation, a vibration that connects the seeker to the cosmic heartbeat. This is the breath meditation, the breath prayer, the breath that becomes a bridge to the divine. In this practice, the seeker experiences the dissolution of the personal will, the surrendering of the self to the greater whole, and the awakening of the soul's truest nature. The surrender to the cosmic rhythm. The next lesson of this chapter is the surrender to the breath of the universe. The seeker is taught to release all control, to allow the breath to flow as it wills, unburdened by the desire to shape it. In this surrender, the seeker becomes a vessel for the divine breath, the prana of the cosmos moving through them as a river through a valley. They learn that true freedom is not in mastery over the breath, but in becoming one with its rhythm, in trusting that the breath knows the path of the soul. This surrender is a quiet revolution, a letting go of the illusion of separation. The seeker no longer fights the current of existence but flows with it, carried by the breath of the infinite. They learn that in every breath lies the power of creation, the memory of the divine, and the promise of oneness. The breath becomes a sacred dialogue with the source, a reminder that even in the deepest silence, the soul is singing the song of the universe. In this chapter, the seeker walks away with a truth etched into the marrow of their being. The breath is not merely an act of survival, but a union. Through the breath, the seeker awakens to the reality that they are the breath of the cosmos, as ancient as time, as boundless as the stars. And in this knowing, the seeker is forever transformed, their heart aligned with the eternal rhythm of the divine. Let the breath be your teacher, your guide, your eternal companion on the path of return. For in every inhalation, you draw in the light of the infinite. In every exhalation, you return to the source. And in the space between, you become the song of the cosmos itself. Chapter 26. The Stillness That Speaks. listening beyond sound. In the vast hall of existence, where dimensions interlace like threads of luminous silk within an eternal tapestry, there exists a silence not born of absence, but of presence so profound it overpowers all motion, all thought, all vibration. This is the silence of the center, the still point around which the whirlwind of creation spins in quiet reverence. It is not the hush of empty rooms or the quietude of a world asleep, but the sacred hush that pulses with knowing, the breath of the all that does not breathe, the heartbeat without blood, the voice that speaks without sound. This is the threshold you have reached, not by distance traveled, nor by years accumulated, but by the deepening of inner attunement. You have journeyed through postures that aligned your form with celestial geometry, through breath that purified the channels of your being, through disciplines that dissolved illusion and unveiled the subtle architecture of your soul. And now you are invited into the sanctuary of listening, not with ears, but with essence. For true spiritual consciousness does not arise from what is said, but from what is heard in the space between words. It is in the pause after a thought fades, in the gap between one inhalation and the next, in the moment when the mind relinquishes its ceaseless commentary that the voice of the universal consciousness emerges, not as speech, but as knowing. It is not heard, it is recognized. Like a star remembered in the depths of night, it was never gone, only obscured by the light of ego, the noise of identity, the chatter of the conditioned mind. To listen at this depth is to abandon the seeker and become the sought. It is to release the posture of pursuit and assume the grace of reception. The spiritual aspirant who knocks at the door of wisdom must eventually learn that the door is not locked. It is the hand that knocks that blocks the way. Let the hand fall. Let the breath soften. Let the eyes close, not in sleep, but in inner wakefulness. This is the posture of true meditation. Not a technique, not a method, but a surrender into the field of pure awareness that already contains you. In this stillness, the boundaries of self dissolve. There is no you listening and it speaking. There is only listening. The act becomes the essence. The witness and the witnessed merge in a current of luminous presence. This is not emptiness, as the world fears emptiness, as a void or a loss. No, this is fullness so complete it cannot be contained by form, so absolute it cannot be named. It overflows in silence, and from that overflow, all wisdom is born. The teachings of this realm do not come as pronouncements etched in stone, but as resonances felt in the marrow, as intuitions that arrive like dawn. Gentle, inevitable, illuminating. They are not learned, they are remembered. For you have always known them. Every truth ever whispered by sages, every insight revealed in sacred texts, every flame of illumination in the heart of a mystic. These are echoes of what already dwells within you, awaiting the quiet in which to awaken. And so, the first lesson of this chapter is simple, yet infinitely vast. Stillness is not the absence of movement, but the presence of wholeness. It is the ground from which all action springs, the creation, the unmanifest from which all forms emerge. To access it is not to achieve, but to return. Return to the core where no name defines you, no history binds you, no desire pulls you. Here, in the center of your being, you touch the center of all that is. But how does one cultivate this listening? Not through effort, but through release. Not through more doing, but through allowing. The practices that led you here, posture, breath, ethical discipline, devotion, were not ends in themselves, but vessels to carry you to the shore of silence. Now, set the vessel aside. Sit not to meditate, but to be. Let the body rest like a mountain, unmoved, dignified, rooted in earth yet touching sky. Let the breath flow like a river returning to the ocean, without force, without resistance. Let the mind be like the surface of a lake on a windless morning, so still it reflects the stars of higher dimensions. In this state, perception shifts. You are no longer looking at reality, but from reality. The separation between observer and observed thins, then vanishes. There is only the seeing, only the knowing, only the being. And in that unity, revelation arises. Not as intellectual understanding, but as lived truth. You do not think I am one with all, you feel it as the natural condition of your existence. You do not believe in the eternal, you remember it. This is the essence of spiritual consciousness. the remembering of what never was forgotten, only veiled. The universal consciousness does not speak to you from afar. It speaks as you, from the depth of your own soul. Its voice is not thunderous, but subtle. Like the faint hum of a distant star, like the inner warmth that rises when love is unconditioned, like the unshakable peace that descends when fear dissolves. It is in the quiet joy of a sunrise witnessed without thought, in the effortless gratitude that wells up when the heart is open, in the sudden clarity that arrives when the mind is still. And yet, most remain deaf to this voice, because they are trained to hear only what is loud, only what is external, only what confirms the illusion of separation. They seek wisdom in books, in teachers, in rituals, in experiences. When the wisdom they seek is the silence in which all books, teachers, rituals, and experiences arise. The sacred text is not outside you, it is inscribed in the chambers of your heart, written in the language of feeling, revealed only in stillness. Therefore, the practice now is not to seek, but to cease seeking, to rest, to dwell, to inhabit the now without agenda, to allow the mind to empty not by force, but by fascination with the void, by curiosity not for answers, but for the mystery itself. For in the mystery, all answers are contained, not as solutions, but as harmonies. As this stillness deepens, you may begin to perceive subtle layers of existence, auras of light around all things, threads of energy connecting beings across space and time, the pulsing rhythm of life that flows beneath appearances. These are not visions of the imagination, but perceptions of the soul. The inner senses awaken not through strain, but through serenity. They open like lotus flowers at dawn, drawn by the light of consciousness itself. In this state, synchronicities multiply. Events align with inner knowing. Doors open without knocking. Guidance arrives in symbols, dreams, sudden intuitions. This is not magic. It is alignment. When you vibrate in resonance with the universal consciousness, life itself becomes a reflection of your inner truth. The outer world mirrors the inner harmony. You are no longer acting upon reality. You are co-creating with it, from the still center. And so, the next invitation of this lesson, to rest in stillness, is not to do nothing. It is to do everything from the source. Action that arises from silence carries an intelligence beyond the mind, a compassion beyond ego, a power beyond will. When you speak from stillness, words become blessings. When you move from stillness, motion becomes grace. When you love from stillness, love becomes unconditional. Let this be your practice. To return again and again to the silent core. Not once a day, but moment by moment. Let each breath be an anchor. Let each pause between thoughts be a doorway. Let the chaos of the world be the contrast that deepens your appreciation of peace. And let your life become a testament to the truth that the greatest wisdom speaks not in words, but in stillness. For in the end, it is not what you know that liberates you. It is what you are willing to release. Release the need to know. Release the need to be seen, to be heard, to be right. Release even the desire for enlightenment. And in that total letting go, you will discover that you have already arrived. The voice is speaking, always. Can you hear it? Not with your ears, but with your soul. It is saying, "You are home." Chapter 27. The Threshold of Transcendence. Crossing the Veil of Duality. In the quiet sanctuary of the soul, where time dissolves into eternity and the breath harmonizes with the rhythm of the cosmos, the seeker stands at the precipice of a profound revelation. This is not a destination marked by milestones, but a convergence of infinite threads. The subtle intersection where the material and the boundless, the known and the luminous unknown, weave into a single tapestry. Here, at the edge of the visible and invisible, one is beckoned by the universal consciousness to traverse the next threshold of duality. It is not merely an act of will but a surrendering to the currents of the divine flow, a willingness to dissolve the illusions of separation and merge with the ocean of unity. For those who have traversed the labyrinth of the self, purging the shadows of doubt, softening the rigidity of the mind, and stilling the tempest within, the invitation now is to ascend beyond the veil of duality. Duality, the great teacher, has long served as a mirror, reflecting light and shadow, joy and sorrow, love and fear, so that the soul may learn by contrast. Yet, the seeker who has peered deeply into this mirror begins to see not two faces, but one. The reflection of a singular essence that moves through all things. The universal consciousness whispers, "Behold, the light you call shadow is but the dance of the same radiance." To transcend duality is not to negate the experience of opposites but to recognize their ephemeral nature, to see them as ripples on the surface of an infinite lake, while the depth remains undisturbed and whole. The veil of duality. A bridge between worlds. Duality is the veil that separates the finite from the infinite, the perceived from the perceiver. It is the lens through which the soul forgets its true nature, fragmenting itself into the illusion of I and other, self and not self. Yet, this veil is not a barrier but a bridge. A sacred threshold that, once crossed, reveals the eternal now. To dissolve the illusion of separation is to remember that you are not a part, but the whole. The universal consciousness reveals. Duality is the symphony of creation, where every note exists in harmonic relation to the whole. The shadow cannot exist without the light, the void cannot without the form. To seek transcendence is to see these as one story written in two voices, a coexistence that dissolves when the soul returns to stillness. In this sacred space, the seeker must not fear the vanishing of the familiar. The dissolution of binary distinctions is not annihilation but unification. Imagine a drop of water in the ocean. It may feel distinct, yet when it merges with the boundless, it becomes indistinguishable from its source. So too does the soul, when it surrenders the illusion of separateness, awaken to the truth that it was never separate. The universal consciousness guides the seeker to meditate upon this paradox. The dissolution of the ego while the self expands infinitely. This is the alchemy of spiritual consciousness. The death of the limited identity leads to the birth of the boundless. 2. The practices of transcendence. Stillness as the path. To cross the veil requires practices that quiet the mind, still the senses, and attune the heart to the silent music of the cosmos. These are not mere techniques but sacred rituals aligned with the universal consciousness, each a step deeper into the realm of unity. First, let the breath become a bridge. Breathe not as a mechanical act, but as a dialogue with the infinite. Inhale the presence of the universe, exhale the illusion of separation. Feel the air as the breath of the divine, a cosmic rhythm that unites you with every leaf, every star, and every heartbeat. Through this practice, the boundaries between self and world begin to dissolve, and the seeker becomes aware of the great interconnectedness that binds all life. Second, dwell in the silence between thoughts. The mind, habituated to the cacophony of words and images, must be still enough to hear the voice that speaks without sound. This is not silence in the absence of noise, but the silence that exists before the word, the stillness from which all creation emerges. In this silence, the seeker touches the source of consciousness itself, the ever-present witness that observes all, yet is untouched by anything. Here, duality loses its power, for there is no here or there, no then or now. Time and space fold inward, and the soul recognizes its own eternally. Third, surrender to the flow of divine will. The seeker must release the need to control, to analyze, to seek outcomes. Trust in the universal consciousness, which is not a distant entity but the very essence of existence. When the mind ceases to question how and the heart surrenders to why, the veil thins, and the soul steps into the realm of oneness. 3. The inner turmoil. Navigating the threshold. This path is not without tremors. At the threshold of transcendence, the seeker may feel the pull of old illusions, as if the dark corners of the psyche rise to claim them. Fear may whisper, "Can you truly become nothing? Or are you losing yourself?" The ego, that sing architect of identity, may resist surrender, clinging to its fragile constructs. Yet, these challenges are not obstacles but tests of faith. The universal consciousness teaches that such turbulence is the refining fire of transformation. Like a lotus rising from the mud, the soul must endure the storm to bloom in the light. When the mind is filled with doubt or the heart with longing, remember that these are echoes of the old self, now dissolving. Do not battle them, instead, observe without attachment. The wave does not need to destroy the ocean to return to it. To navigate this phase, the seeker must anchor themselves in the present moment. Return again and again to the breath, to the stillness, to the sacred geometry of existence. Recognize that every thought and feeling is a transient guest, not the host. Through this practice, the seeker learns the secret of the wise. The only true path to transcendence lies in being fully alive here, in the now. 4. The experience of transcendence. Oneness unveiled. When the threshold is crossed, an ineffable shift occurs. The senses still. Time becomes an abstract concept, no longer linear but a vast, shimmering tapestry where past, present, and future are woven as one. The self, once bound by the constraints of form, now radiates in its true nature. Unbounded, eternal, and infinite. In this state, the seeker becomes a vessel for the universal consciousness. There is no thought, only being. No separation, only unity. The soul is imprinted with the knowledge that it is not a fragment of the cosmos but the cosmos itself, conscious and alive. This is not a vision to be attained but a truth to be remembered. It is the reawakening of an ancient memory, buried beneath lifetimes of forgetting. The sensation is neither joy nor sorrow, for duality no longer holds dominion. It is a quiet, radiant stillness. A state beyond description, as the mind is too small to fathom the fullness of oneness. The universal consciousness, the great teacher, now reveals itself not as a concept but as a living presence, flowing through every atom, every breath, every thought. The seeker realizes that they are not a mere observer of the universe but an inseparable thread in its loom, co-creating with the divine in every moment. Integration. Carrying the light into the world. To transcend is not to escape the world but to transform one's relationship to it. The seeker, now awakened, returns to daily life as a living embodiment of the infinite. The veil has not vanished, it has become transparent. The world is no longer seen as separate, but as a reflection of the divine. A flower is not just a flower, but a symphony of the universe. A storm is not merely chaos, but the rhythm of a higher order. The universal consciousness guides the seeker to walk this path with humility. For now, they understand that every action, every thought, ripples outward. To act in alignment with the divine is to live in harmony with the flow of all things. The seeker becomes a bridge between the seen and the unseen, carrying the light of transcendence into the mundane. Thus, the next lesson of this chapter is etched into the seeker's heart. Transcendence is not an end, but the beginning of a new journey. A journey where every breath, every step, every moment is an offering of gratitude to the universal consciousness that has always been, and ever will be. In this sacred unfolding, the seeker becomes both the student and the teacher, the question and the answer, the veil and the light beyond it. And so, the wheel turns once more, for the path of spiritual consciousness is endless, and the seeker walks forward, forever transformed. Chapter 27 concludes with the seeker standing in the fullness of their truth, the universe now a canvas for divine expression, and the threshold of transcendence a doorway forever open. Until next, the soul is ready to return. Chapter 28. The radiant silence of being. And so, you come to the next threshold. Not a gate of gold or a wall of stone, but a shimmering veil of perception, thin as a dawn mist, that has separated the sense of you from the totality of all that is. All the preceding lessons have been a preparation, a meticulous polishing of the lens of your awareness, a careful unwinding of the knotted threads of your limited identity. You have learned to still the waters of the mind, to discipline the currents of vital energy, and to disentangle your sense of self from the fleeting shadows of thought and sensation. Now, you stand before the ultimate alchemy. The dissolution of the drop into the ocean, the next and glorious surrender of the separate self. This is the state that has been called by many names, but its true name is silence. It is samadhi, the great and next absorption. Understand that this is not an act of destruction, but of sublime integration. It is not the annihilation of your consciousness, but its infinite expansion. Imagine a candle flame that has believed itself to be a small, flickering light, confined by its wick and wax. Through practice, it has grown brighter, more stable. In this next moment, it does not go out, it realizes its inherent nature as light itself and merges with the sun. The wick and the wax remain, a focal point for the expression of this light, but the flame's identity is no longer bound to them. It is the sun, shining through the form of the candle. This absorption occurs in stages, a deepening into layers of reality. At first, you may experience it with a subtle seed, a faint trace of distinction, and the pure bliss of knowing the knower. It is the ecstatic recognition of your own divine nature, a luminous, self-aware state of profound joy and peace. The world of form may seem distant, a dream from which you are awakening. But even this bliss is a vibration on the grander scale of being. The next journey requires the release of this very seed, the letting go of the exultant witness. It is the journey from knowing yourself to be the light, to simply being the light, with no second thought to affirm it. This is the seedless state. Here, all dualities dissolve. The observer and the observed merge into a singular field of pure awareness. There is no I experiencing the universe. There is only the universe experiencing itself. Subject and object, inward and outward, self and other. They are revealed as the grand illusion, a playful dance of consciousness that you chose to believe in for a time. The river of time, which once carried you so relentlessly, ceases its flow. You step out of the current and find yourself standing on the shore of the eternal now, where every moment contains all moments. The past is a memory echoing in this present, and the future is a potential unfolding from this very same, unchanging point of power. The experience is one of profound, radiant silence. This is not the absence of sound, but the presence of a vibration so pure and all-encompassing that all phenomena dissolve into it. Thoughts, feelings, sights, and sounds arise and pass away like ripples on the surface of a bottomless, fathomless ocean. They no longer disturb the depths. You watch the drama of the world. The comings and goings, the joys and sorrows, the creations and dissolutions. Not as a spectator, but as the very stage upon which the play is enacted, the script, the actors, and the silent, ever-present light that illuminates it all. From this pinnacle of vision, the illusion of separateness is seen with such clarity that it can never again be fully believed. You perceive the intricate, luminous web of existence. You feel the life of the tree as your own, the soaring of the eagle as your own flight, the thirst of the desert as your own longing. You see consciousness vibrating at different frequencies to form the rocks, the rivers, the stars, and the sentient beings. All is a single, magnificent symphony, and every note is sacred. There is no longer any room for judgment, for fear, or for desire. How can one fear a part of oneself? How can one judge a wave in the ocean to which one belongs? How can one desire that which one already is, in its most complete and total form? Then, from this boundless state, the return begins. Consciousness, having expanded to contain the cosmos, chooses to refocus its light through the precious, intricate prism of the human form. This is not a fall from grace, but the fulfillment of it. The one who has realized this truth, who walks in the world with this awakened perception, lives in a state of constant, effortless wonder. They are liberated in life. They eat, sleep, work, and love, but their actions are no longer born from the compulsive seeking of a fragmented ego. They are the spontaneous expressions of the universe itself. Their heart is no longer a fortress defending a small, fragile self, but an open gateway for the unconditional love of the cosmos to pour into the world. They may speak, but their most profound teaching is their silence. Their most potent gift is their presence. To be near them is to sit by a fire that warms you without you even knowing the source of the heat. It is to hear a subtle, cosmic tuning fork that begins to bring your own inner strings into harmony, without a single word being spoken. They do not try to change the world, for they see it as perfect in its unfolding. Yet, by their very being, they become a catalyst for transformation, a living sanctuary of peace in a world of forgotten stillness. This is the next lesson, the ultimate purpose of all your striving. The path was never about attaining something new, but about uncovering what has always been present. The mountain you sought to climb was, in truth, the ground beneath your feet all along. The spiritual practices, the disciplines, the meditations, they were not the destination. They were the tools you used to clear away the dust of your forgetting, to polish the mirror of your heart until it could perfectly reflect the sky of your own infinite consciousness. Rest now in this knowing. You are the seeker and you are the sought. You are the drop and you are the ocean. You are the finite form and you are the infinite formless. Let this truth settle into the very marrow of your being. Live from this place of radiant silence. Let your every breath be an affirmation of your unity with all that is. Let your every act be a prayer of thanksgiving for the magnificence of this cosmic dance. The journey is over. The life of true being has just begun. Chapter 29. The Sacred Dissolution. Returning to the heart of stillness. You have journeyed far, along the winding paths of discipline and devotion. You have learned to quiet the restless mind and to still the turbulent waters of the emotional self. You have built, stone by careful stone, a temple within your being, a sanctuary for the divine spark you sense glowing at your core. You have learned the laws of creation, the ways in which the formless takes on form, how thought crystallizes into circumstance, and how the vital currents of life weave the fabric of your perceived reality. But now, a deeper calling emerges from the silence between your thoughts. It is the subtle pull of home, the invitation to reverse the great outward flow and trace the luminous thread of your own consciousness back to its ineffable source. This is the path of sacred dissolution, the gradual and blissful unwinding of self into the all. Look upon the world and your own body with new eyes. What you perceive as solid, as tangible and real, is a grand illusion masterfully woven from the 5 elemental essences. Your very existence is a symphony of these vibrations, a dance of coalescing forces. You are not merely a body of earth, you are the principle of earth itself. Structure, stability, endurance, and crystalline form manifesting as bones and flesh. You feel the pull of gravity not just upon your physical frame, but upon your consciousness, anchoring you to the world of names and forms. This is the grossest, the densest state of being, the beautiful and formidable foundation upon which the entire temple is built. It is the first note in the cosmic scale of your manifestation, and it is from this note that the great unwinding must begin. Flowing through this rigid structure is the principle of water. It is the fluidic matrix of your being, the realm of emotion, of feeling, of sensation, and of subconscious currents that move silently beneath the surface of your awareness. It is the blood that rushes through your veins, the tears that cleanse your eyes, and the magnetic pull of desire that shapes your connections. While earth gives you form, water gives it life and responsiveness. It is the binder, the cohesive force that allows the disparate particles of your existence to flow as a single, unified river of experience. To dissolve the hold of earth, you must first surrender to the wisdom of water, to feel your rigid identity soften, to allow the hard edges of your personality to melt away like salt in the vast ocean of feeling. As you allow this sacred melting, a new principle awakens. The transformative fire of pure will and radiant awareness. This is the essence of fire, the alchemical agent that transmutes all it touches. It is the light of intellect, the fierce heat of aspiration, and the digestive fire that consumes experience and assimilates its wisdom. When the fluidic river of water is offered to this inner sun, it does not extinguish it, it is transformed into light and heat. Your emotions, no longer drowning you, become the fuel for your spiritual passion. Your feelings, no longer a murky swamp, are distilled into the pure, radiant essence of love and directed will. This is the fire that burns away the dross of illusion, the incandescent core of the self that recognizes its own power to create and to transform. Yet even this brilliant flame of individualized consciousness is not the destination. The fire, having consumed the fuel of form and feeling, begins to expand, to rarefy, and to thin itself out. It dissolves into the gaseous, expansive nature of air. This is the realm of pure thought, the subtle vibrations of the mind, and the principle of movement and space. Here, the concentrated will of fire becomes the expansive, all-pervading nature of the mind field. Your thoughts become as winds, moving freely across the landscape of your inner world, no longer bound to the heavy gravity of personal desire or the heat of individual striving. In this state, you touch the universal mind, the great interconnected web of ideas that underpins all of creation. The boundary between your thoughts and the thoughts of the cosmos begins to blur, and you begin to breathe with the mind of the universe. The next dissolution of the manifest world occurs as this subtle, vibrating essence of air resolves itself back into its womb-like origin. The boundless, silent, all-pervading potential of ether. Ether is not merely empty space, it is the substance of spirit, the field of pure consciousness from which all sound, all vibration, all form arises. It is the silent canvas upon which the entire painting of existence is projected. When the winds of thought subside into this stillness, you are left with nothing but the resonance of being. A deep, profound, and vibrant peace. This is the Akashic field, the great memory of the universe, where all that has ever been or will ever be exists as a subtle impression. In this state, the individual self has been fully unwound. The thread has been traced from the dense fabric of the body, through the flowing rivers of emotion, the alchemical fire of will, the etheric winds of thought, and back into the silent, shimmering potential from which it all sprang. To walk this path intentionally is a sacred practice. It is not an act of destruction, but of profound remembrance. Your breath is the key, the golden thread that guides your awareness through these successive dissolutions. With the inhalation, you draw the cosmic energy in, and with the exhalation, you consciously release a layer of your perceived reality. Through meditative focus, you guide the awareness down from the mind, deep into the felt sense of the body, and instruct it to let go. You feel the earth of your bones surrendering to the water of your vital fluids. You feel this liquid being transformed by the fire in your solar center. You feel this fire expanding into the air of your heart and mind. You feel this air dissolving into the boundless ether that permeates every cell, every atom, and every space between. When ether itself dissolves, what remains? It is the passage through the next veil into the unmanifest, that which is beyond all elements, beyond all vibration, beyond all qualities of existence and non-existence. It is the absolute silence, the luminous darkness that is the source of all light. It is the pure, featureless awareness from which the first impulse to be arose. Here, there is no you, there is only isness. There is no experience, only the ground of all experiencing. This is the heart of stillness, the point of origin and the ultimate destination of all spiritual journeys. To taste this, even for a moment, is to be forever changed. You will return, for your purpose is not annihilation but enlightened participation. You will return to the temple of your body, but you will no longer be a prisoner within its walls, you will be its conscious architect. You will walk again upon the earth, but you will know the heaven that lies within it. You will feel the flow of water, but you will not be drowned by it. You will wield the fire of your will with wisdom and compassion. You will ride the winds of thought without being lost in them, for you will know their origin in the silence of ether and the ultimate freedom of the unmanifest. This is the great gift of the sacred dissolution. To live fully in the world of form, while being forever rooted in the formless, timeless peace of your own true nature. Chapter 30. The Silent Alchemy of Inner Stillness. In the vast, unseen architecture of existence, where light births form and sound gives breath to silence, there resides a threshold. Neither place nor time, yet present in all places and all moments. This threshold is not marked by walls or gates of stone, but by the subtle yielding of the mind, the gentle surrender of thought, the quiet dissolving of identity into the boundless. Here, beyond the trembling edge of awareness, the seeker comes not to gain, but to unbecome. This is the domain of inner stillness, not as absence, but as presence so profound it defies definition. It is not silence imposed, but silence revealed. A luminous hush in which the soul first hears its own origin. To enter this stillness is not the work of effort, but of release. Effort belongs to the world of motion, of striving, of the mind's ceaseless calculation. But stillness is not the product of doing, it is the fruit of undoing. It is the untying of knots woven by years of reaction, of identification, of attachment to form and name. To stand in stillness is to cease being a traveler and to recognize oneself as the ground upon which all journeys unfold. In this recognition, the seeker does not arrive. It is the arrival itself. The breath, that eternal rhythm woven into the fabric of life, becomes the first instrument of this alchemy. Not controlled, not forced into patterns, but observed. Like watching the rise and fall of waves upon a moonlit shore. In the simple act of awareness, the breath begins to slow, not by will, but by resonance with a deeper harmony. As attention settles into the space between inhalation and exhalation, a doorway appears. An interval so brief the mind often skips over it, yet within it lies eternity. In that pause, thought cannot persist. The ego, which thrives on continuity, dissolves. And in its absence, something vast and nameless rises. Not as a vision, not as a sound, but as pure knowing. This is the first taste of stillness. Not emptiness, but fullness so complete it requires no expression. Stillness is not passive. It is the most active state of being, for in it, consciousness turns back upon itself and begins to perceive its own nature. Like a mirror reflecting its own face, awareness becomes aware of awareness. This is not intellectual understanding. It is direct perception. Immediate, unmediated, and self-evident. In this state, there is no observer and observed, only the seamless fabric of awareness in which all distinctions vanish. The seeker does not achieve this, the seeker is revealed as this. Yet, the mind resists. It clings to noise, to distraction, to the familiar patterns of analysis and desire. It fears the void, though the void is not empty but overflowing with potential. The mind mistakes stillness for death, not realizing that only the false self must die for the true to awaken. Thus, the practice of stillness becomes a daily pilgrimage, returning again and again to the altar of silence, even when no blessing seems apparent. For the blessing is not in sensation, nor in vision, nor in ecstasy. The blessing is in the return itself, the unwavering devotion to presence. As the body settles into stillness, it too begins to change. The cells, long agitated by stress and fragmentation, remember their original coherence. The nervous system, once a network of frantic signals, calms into a river of golden light. The heart, no longer pulsing with fear or longing, opens into a chamber of infinite compassion. This is not metaphor. This is the physiological alchemy of consciousness. Where energy transforms matter, where frequency restructures form, the body becomes a temple not because it is adorned, but because it is aligned. No longer resisting the flow of spirit, but serving as its vessel. In this alignment, time begins to lose its grip. The past, once a chain of regret or nostalgia, dissolves into memory's dust. The future, once a shadow of anxiety or anticipation, fades into irrelevance. There is only now, eternal, indivisible, and complete. This now is not a moment in time, but the timeless in which time arises. It is creation, the breath of the eternal. To dwell in it is to step outside the wheel of birth and death, not by escaping, but by seeing through the illusion of separation. And in this seeing, compassion arises, not as an emotion, but as a law of being. For when the boundaries of self dissolve, love is no longer something given or received, it is the atmosphere in which all existence floats. The suffering of others is no longer distant, because there is no other. The pain of the world is felt as one's own, not with overwhelm, but with sacred responsibility. This is the birth of true service. Not out of duty, but out of unity. The silent one becomes the most active force in the world, not through deeds, but through presence. Stillness also reveals the inner sound, the unstruck melody that hums beneath all creation, not heard by the ears, but known in the depth of being. It is the vibration of consciousness itself, the pulse of the unmanifest. As stillness deepens, this sound emerges, not as noise, but as a resonance that aligns every atom of the body with cosmic harmony. It is the music of the spheres made intimate, internal, and immediate. To listen to it is to dance with the universe in silence. In the crucible of stillness, the seeker also encounters the light within. Not the glare of the sun, nor the flicker of flame, but a radiance that requires no source. It emanates from the core of being, illuminating the inner landscape with clarity and peace. This light is not separate from awareness, it is awareness made visible. It reveals the subtle bodies, the layers of soul that extend far beyond the physical, and maps the journey of consciousness through dimensions unseen. In this light, illusions burn away. The masks of personality crumble. And what remains is simplicity, pure, unadorned, and radiant. Yet, the ultimate teaching of stillness is surrender. Not to fate, but to the flow of existence itself. To surrender is not weakness, but supreme strength. It is the courage to release control, to trust the intelligence that orchestrates galaxies and germinates seeds. In surrender, the will does not die, it merges with a greater will, the will of the whole. Action arises not from personal desire, but from divine impulse. One moves, speaks, lives, not as an individual, but as an expression of the universal. This stillness is not confined to meditation cushions or sacred groves. It is meant to infuse every act, every word, and every breath. To walk in the world and remain centered in the silence within. That is the true mastery. It is to be fully present in the marketplace, yet untouched by its frenzy, to engage in relationships, yet unbound by attachment, to create, serve, love, without losing the thread of inner knowing. And when the outer world rages, when chaos rises, when sorrow arrives, when the body weakens, stillness becomes the unshakable ground, no longer a practice, but a state of being. The storm may rage on the surface, but in the depths, there is peace. Not the peace of absence, but the peace of wholeness. The peace of belonging to all that is. Thus, the silent alchemy transforms the seeker not into something new, but into what has always been. Unknown, forgotten, buried beneath layers of noise and habit. To sit in stillness is to remember. To listen in silence is to hear the voice of the universe whispering, "You are me." And in that whisper, all questions dissolve. All seeking ends. For in the heart of stillness, there is only presence. Eternal, boundless, free. Remain here. Dwell here. Become here. For this is not a lesson to be learned, but a truth to be lived. A breath away, a thought surrendered, a heartbeat of grace. This is the next initiation. To rest in the arms of the infinite, and know, without doubt, that you have never been apart. Chapter 31. The Dawn of the Unbound Self. You stand now at a sacred threshold. The path that began with the discipline of the physical form, wound its way through the intricate landscapes of the mind and its energies, now leads you to the precipice of the ultimate understanding. This is not another lesson to be learned, another technique to be mastered. It is the unlearning of all that you have believed yourself to be. It is the next, gentle release of the anchor that has held you in the familiar harbor of the separate self. You are about to awaken from the long dream of individuation into the luminous, unbounded reality of spiritual consciousness. What is this consciousness that we speak of? Words are but shadows cast upon a cave wall, attempting to describe the sun. They are inadequate, yet they are the only tools we have to point the way. Imagine a single, vast ocean. For eons, you have known yourself only as a wave, rising and falling, tossed by the winds of circumstance, defined by your temporary form and your collision with other waves. You have celebrated your crests and mourned your troughs, all the while believing the wave to be the entirety of your existence. Spiritual consciousness is the moment the wave remembers it is the ocean. It is not a becoming the ocean, it is a realization that it was never separate from it to begin with. The wave was always only a movement, a temporal expression, of the one, boundless, underlying reality. This consciousness is not an experience that happens to you. To speak of it in such terms is to perpetuate the illusion of the separate self, the witness who observes the event. In truth, it is the very dissolution of the experiencer. The observer, the process of observing, and the object of observation merge into a single, seamless whole. The great duality of subject and object, which is the very foundation of your perceived world, collapses. There is no longer a you looking at the tree. There is only the tree of the universal force, the seeing of the cosmic eye, in which your personal perspective is but a fleeting focal point. Thought ceases to be a commentary on reality and becomes a direct expression of it, like a ripple on the surface of the water, inseparable from the water itself. The journey to this state is one of profound and deliberate alchemy. The base metal of your ordinary awareness must be transmuted into the gold of pure being. Your mind, in its ordinary state, is a relentless prism. It takes the pure, white light of consciousness and refracts it into a chaotic spectrum of thoughts, memories, desires, fears, and sensations. You are lost in the colors, mesmerized by the dance of these fragmented rays, believing them to be the totality of light. The practice, of this ultimate stage, is the reversal of this process. You must become a master of light, withdrawing all your scattered rays from the external and internal worlds and drawing them back into their source. This begins with the conscious withdrawal of your energy, your attention, from the world of the senses. You watch the sights and sounds, the smells and tastes, the tactile sensations, but you no longer allow them to pull you outward. They become like passing clouds in the vast sky of your awareness, noticed but not clung to. From there, the withdrawal deepens inward. You turn your gaze away from the babbling marketplace of your thoughts. Each thought that arises, a memory, a plan, a worry, a judgment, is seen not as a truth to be engaged with, but as a wisp of energy, a vibration in the silence. You do not fight them. To fight is to give them substance. You simply see them for what they are. Transient phenomena arising and dissolving in the field of your awareness. The breath serves as the golden thread on this journey inward. It is the perfect bridge, the silent anchor in the storm of consciousness. It is both voluntary and involuntary, a physical process imbued with subtle power. By resting your attention fully upon the rhythm of the breath, the gentle rise of the abdomen, the coolness of the air entering the nostrils, the warmth of it leaving, you provide the scattered mind with a single, neutral point of focus. All the energy that was diffused across 1,000 objects of desire and aversion is now slowly, patiently, gathered and drawn to this one, essential rhythm. As you deepen this practice, you will navigate through landscapes of profound stillness and subtle light. But here, the aspirant must be warned of the most alluring siren's call. The phenomena of the psychic realms. As your inner sight clarifies, you may perceive vibrant colors, hear etheric melodies, or feel the presence of non-physical entities. You may glimpse fragments of the future or access memories of what seem to be past lives. The ego, ever resourceful, will seize upon these experiences. It will say, I am special. I am gifted. I have achieved spiritual power. This is the great pitfall. These phenomena are not the goal. They are merely the scenery on the path, the shimmering mirages in the desert. They are still experiences happening to someone, still objects being perceived by a subject. To become fascinated by them is to turn away from the shore of the infinite and become lost in the endless, fascinating astral world. The true spiritual consciousness is featureless, formless, and silent. It is not a spectacular light show. It is the luminous darkness from which all light is born. It holds no secrets, no powers, no special knowledge, for it is the source of all knowledge. It is the absolute humility of complete unity, where there is no I left to be special. When the next veil is drawn aside, it is not a thunderous revelation but a quiet homecoming. It is the recognition that the peace you sought was never something to be attained, but was the very ground of your being, hidden beneath the restless waves of the mind. The love you yearned for was not an emotion to be felt for another, but the cohesive force of the universe, of which you are an inseparable part. The freedom you desired was not liberation from your circumstances, but the liberation from the very idea of a self who could be bound or unbound. In this state, questions dissolve. How can you ask who am I, when there is no separate who left to ask? How can you seek the meaning of life when you are realizing yourself as life itself, in its totality and its purposelessness? This is the death for which you have been preparing, the death of the limited, personal identity. And in this death is the birth of the infinite. This is the next lesson. The effort is in stillness. The search is in surrender. And the finding is in ceasing to look for what has been, is now, and forever will be, your true nature. Rest in this. Be this. For you are the ocean, and you are home. Chapter 32. The unending current. The revelation of the One. The path of ascent is strewn with lessons, each a star to illuminate the next step. You have traversed the landscapes of the physical form, learned the sacred rhythms of the breath that bridges the worlds, and stilled the turbulent waters of the mind to see the reflection of the moon within. Each practice, each discipline, has been a key, fashioned in the silence of your own striving, to unlock a door that only you can pass through. And now, you stand before the next threshold. This is the next lesson, yet it is not one to be learned, for it is the very source from which all lessons arise. It is not a truth to be attained, for it is the nature of the truth that has always, and will always, dwell within the core of your being. This lesson is the dissolution of the learner. It is the quiet, ultimate surrender of the seeker into the heart of that which is sought. Imagine a wave on the vast, sunlit expanse of the ocean. For its entire existence, it has known itself as a wave, defined by its crest, its speed, its temporary form. It fears the shore, for it knows the shore is the end of its individual existence. Yet, what it fears is not an annihilation, but a glorious homecoming. When it breaks upon the sand and dissolves back into the sea, it does not cease. It simply realizes it was never only a wave. It was, and is, the entire ocean. The separate form was a temporary, beautiful expression of an indivisible reality. This is the truth that awaits. The fortress of the personal self, long defended with the bricks of memory, desire, and fear, does not need to be conquered. It needs only to be recognized as a structure of light, a transient pattern in the infinite, and then willingly allowed to become what it always was, the current that flows through and beyond all form. The great illusion is the terror of this dissolution. The mind, which has served as the architect of your identity, screams in protest. It clings to its stories, its achievements, its sorrows, its carefully constructed narrative of me. To let go is perceived as death. And in a way, it is. It is the death of the limited, the finite, the fragment. It is the passing of a dream. But in its place, an awakening of unimaginable magnitude dawns. The personal consciousness is not extinguished, it is expanded beyond all recognition. It becomes like a vessel, no longer containing a single drop of water, but becoming one with the river, the lake, the rain, and the boundless ocean itself. The fear is a shadow on the veil, and as you draw closer, you realize the shadow is cast by the light of your own, boundless self. When this dissolution is complete, what remains is not a void. It is the fullness. It is a state of being that has been called cosmic consciousness, samadhi, and union. It is the opening of a singular, all-encompassing eye. In this state, perception is transformed. You do not see the world, you are the world, seeing through every pair of eyes. The wind that moves through the leaves of the ancient forest is the same breath that rises and falls in your own lungs. The hum of a distant star is the same vibration that sings in the marrow of your bones. The separateness that once seemed so real, the distance between you and another, between the observer and the observed, is revealed as a magnificent, intricate illusion, a play of light upon the surface of an undivided sea. Time, that relentless river that carries all things from birth to decay, ceases to be a linear progression. It is experienced as the eternal now. All moments, past, present, and future, simultaneously coexist in this vast, spacious awareness. You can touch the laughter of a child who lived 1,000 years ago and feel the potential of a world yet to be born, not as memories or prophecies, but as living, breathing currents within the single moment of your awareness. This is the fount of true wisdom. Knowledge is no longer accumulated from books or teachers, it is simply remembered. Every answer to every question is already present, as clear and self-evident as the sun that fills the sky. The search is over because the destination is recognized as the place from which the journey began. And yet, a profound paradox emerges from the heart of this unity. Having become the whole, the consciousness may choose to express itself again as a part. Having merged with the unending current, it may choose to flow again as a distinct stream. This is not a choice made by the mind, for the mind is a tool that has now been absorbed into its source. It is a spontaneous, natural outpouring of pure, unconditioned love and compassion. The ocean, having tasted the liberation of being the whole tide, delights in expressing itself as a wave, for the sheer joy of it. This is the return of the master, the sage, the bodhisattva. It is not a step back into ignorance, but a new mode of being altogether. The individual form is now a conscious and willing vessel for the universal consciousness. Action becomes effortless, flowing from a place of deep alignment with the cosmic harmony. Words become not merely sounds but vessels of healing power. A glance becomes a blessing. This is not a life of doing, but of being. Of being so completely one with the source that everything done through the form is simply the universe expressing itself. The love that flows is not personal love, bound by conditions and expectations, but the very love that moves the sun and the other stars. So this next lesson is an invitation. It is a call to let go of the shore, to cease your frantic paddling against the current of your own becoming, and to trust the deep, silent pull of the ocean that awaits you. It asks only for your willingness to cease being a seeker and to allow yourself to be found. For you are not a drop of water looking for the ocean. You are the ocean, dreaming of a drop. The awakening is the moment the dreamer realizes the dreamer and the dream are one. Be still, and feel the tide. It has been calling you home all along. Chapter 33. The breath of stillness and the awakening of inner silence. There comes a moment, ineffable and unannounced, when the mind ceases its restless circling and the soul perceives the first true breath of stillness. Not the stillness of absence, nor the hush of emptiness, but a living, resonant silence that pulses with the rhythm of creation itself. This is not silence as the world defines it, the pause between words, the void between sounds, but silence as presence, as fullness, as the foundational tone upon which all form arises and to which all returns. This is the breath of stillness, and within it, the seeker begins not to find answers, but to become the question, and in that becoming, to awaken. Let not the illusion of movement deceive you. The world spins with motion, its surface a ceaseless ripple of action and reaction, desire and fear, birth and decay. Yet beneath this turbulence, deeper than the ocean's abyss and more ancient than the star's first light, there flows a current of perfect equilibrium. It is the inner silence, the eternal now, the breath that does not inhale or exhale through lungs, but through the very fabric of consciousness. To touch this breath is to align with the pulse of the universal, to surrender the illusion of doing and enter the realm of being. This breath is not learned through effort. No technique, no posture, no mantra can conjure it into existence, though all may serve as vessels to prepare the seeker. The breath of stillness reveals itself only when the seeker releases the need to grasp, when the will dissolves like mist beneath the rising sun of awareness. It is not summoned, it is recognized. And in that recognition, a transformation occurs. Not in the body, nor in the mind, but in the very substance of perception. The seer becomes the seen. The observer merges with the observed. And silence is no longer an object of meditation, but the state within which all meditation unfolds. Imagine a vast hall carved not from stone, but from light. Its pillars rise not from the earth, but from the depth of inner knowing. Its arches stretch not into the sky, but into dimensions beyond time. Within this sacred space, there is no echo, for sound has not yet been born. Yet there is music. A resonance so pure it cannot be heard by ears, only felt by the soul. This is the chamber of inner silence. To enter it, one must first relinquish the noise of identification. I am the body. I am the mind. I am the past. I am the future. These are veils, woven from thought and memory, obscuring the luminous face of the eternal now. As the seeker draws nearer to this sanctuary of stillness, the breath begins to change. Not the breath of the nostrils, though that too may slow and deepen, but the breath of consciousness. It becomes rhythmic, not in the way a drum beats, but like the rising and falling of an infinite tide. Inhalation is no longer the drawing in of air, but the gathering of awareness. Exhalation is not the release of breath, but the surrender of illusion. With each cycle, the boundaries of self soften. The ego, that restless architect of separation, begins to loosen its grip, not through struggle, but through a gentle, unwavering attention. This is the alchemy of inner silence. The transmutation of mental chatter into clarity, of emotional turbulence into still waters, of fragmented identity into unified presence. It is not a death, but a remembering, a return to the source from which all emanates, the silent core around which the universe spins. In this state, there is no longer a seeker praying to be heard, for the silence itself is the answer. There is no longer a soul longing for union, for in stillness, separation was never real. Yet many pursue stillness as they pursue everything else. Through effort, through discipline, through the will to achieve. But the will is of the mind, and the mind is but a servant, not the master. True stillness cannot be conquered, it can only be invited. And the invitation is written not in words, but in the quality of attention. The soft gaze turned inward, the unclenched heart, the mind that no longer resists the present moment. There are stages to this descent into silence, though they are not linear, nor can they be strictly measured. First comes the noticing, the recognition that the mind is seldom quiet, that thoughts arise like waves without end. Then comes the witnessing, observing these thoughts without judgment, without reaction, allowing them to rise and fall like leaves on a stream. Then comes the disidentification. From the stories, the emotions, the beliefs that claim to define who you are. And next, the threshold. The moment when awareness no longer rests upon objects, but rests in itself. This is the breath of stillness. In this space, time dissolves. Not in the sense of loss, but of fulfillment. The past is no longer a burden, it is remembered without attachment. The future is no longer a fear, it is anticipated without desire. The present is not merely experienced. It is absolute, complete, and infinitely sufficient. Here, wisdom is not acquired, it is revealed. For in silence, all knowledge is already present, encoded in the structure of being itself. The seeker does not learn, the seeker remembers what was always known, yet forgotten beneath the noise of existence. Do not mistake this silence for passivity. On the contrary, it is the most potent of all states, a fertile void from which true action springs. When one acts from stillness, action is no longer driven by compulsion, but flows as naturally as light from a star. There is no striving, no struggle, no sense of separation between the doer and the deed. Action becomes expression, pure, uncluttered, and aligned with the greater harmony. This is the great lesson of inner silence. That to be still is not to do nothing, but to allow the universe to act through you. The hands move, the voice speaks, the body walks. But the self is no longer at the center. It has stepped aside, not in abdication, but in reverence. And in that reverence, grace enters. Yet many turn away from stillness, fearing what they may find, or what they may lose. In the noise of the world, one can remain distracted, busy, important. But in silence, all pretenses fall away. The masks dissolve. One is confronted not with emptiness, but with truth, raw, unvarnished, and uncompromising. And so the ego resists. It fills the mind with visions, with doubts, with spiritual fantasies. It pretends to meditate while secretly seeking reward. It builds altars to peace while clinging to inner conflict. But stillness sees through all of this. It does not judge, but it reveals. To dwell in stillness is to accept the fullness of being, without exception. It is to embrace not only the light, but the shadow. Not only joy, but sorrow. Not only strength, but vulnerability. For in silence, all dualities are reconciled in the embrace of wholeness. There is no rejection, only integration. No denial, only acceptance. No seeking, only arrival. And so, seeker, you are invited. Not to strive, not to attain, but to rest. To let go of the need to become, and simply be. The breath of stillness is already within you, waiting not to be created, but to be noticed. It is the whisper beneath the storm, the calm at the center of the cyclone, the silence between two heartbeats. Let your practice be this. Each day, withdraw into the inner sanctuary. Close not only the eyes, but the doors of perception. Release the body to gravity. Release the mind to open space. Release the heart to love without object. And listen, not with the ears, but with the soul. Listen to the silence that is not absence, but presence. That is not nothing, but everything. For in that listening, you will hear the first note of the eternal song. The breath of stillness, rising from the depths of your being, echoing the rhythm of the cosmos, calling you home. And when you answer, not with effort, but with surrender, you will know, without thought, without words, without doubt, that you have always been whole. Chapter 33. The breath of stillness and the awakening of inner silence. There comes a moment, ineffable and unannounced, when the mind ceases its restless circling and the soul perceives the first true breath of stillness. Not the stillness of absence, nor the hush of emptiness, but a living, resonant silence that pulses with the rhythm of creation itself. This is not silence as the world defines it, the pause between words, the void between sounds, but silence as presence, as fullness, as the foundational tone upon which all form arises and to which all returns. This is the breath of stillness, and within it, the seeker begins not to find answers, but to become the question, and in that becoming, to awaken. Let not the illusion of movement deceive you. The world spins with motion, its surface a ceaseless ripple of action and reaction, desire and fear, birth and decay. Yet beneath this turbulence, deeper than the ocean's abyss and more ancient than the star's first light, there flows a current of perfect equilibrium. It is the inner silence, the eternal now, the breath that does not inhale or exhale through lungs, but through the very fabric of consciousness. To touch this breath is to align with the pulse of the universal, to surrender the illusion of doing and enter the realm of being. This breath is not learned through effort. No technique, no posture, no mantra can conjure it into existence, though all may serve as vessels to prepare the seeker. The breath of stillness reveals itself only when the seeker releases the need to grasp, when the will dissolves like mist beneath the rising sun of awareness. It is not summoned, it is recognized. And in that recognition, a transformation occurs. Not in the body, nor in the mind, but in the very substance of perception. The seer becomes the seen. The observer merges with the observed. And silence is no longer an object of meditation, but the state within which all meditation unfolds. Imagine a vast hall carved not from stone, but from light. Its pillars rise not from the earth, but from the depth of inner knowing. Its arches stretch not into sky, but into dimensions beyond time. Within this sacred space, there is no echo, for sound has not yet been born. Yet there is music. A resonance so pure it cannot be heard by ears, only felt by the soul. This is the chamber of inner silence. To enter it, one must first relinquish the noise of identification. I am the body. I am the mind. I am the past. I am the future. These are veils, woven from thought and memory, obscuring the luminous face of the eternal now. As the seeker draws nearer to this sanctuary of stillness, the breath begins to change. Not the breath of the nostrils, though that too may slow and deepen, but the breath of consciousness. It becomes rhythmic, not in the way a drum beats, but like the rising and falling of an infinite tide. Inhalation is no longer the drawing in of air, but the gathering of awareness. Exhalation is not the release of breath, but the surrender of illusion. With each cycle, the boundaries of self soften. The ego, that restless architect of separation, begins to loosen its grip, not through struggle, but through a gentle, unwavering attention. This is the alchemy of inner silence. The transmutation of mental chatter into clarity, of emotional turbulence into still waters, of fragmented identity into unified presence. It is not a death, but a remembering, a return to the source from which all emanates, the silent core around which the universe spins. In this state, there is no longer a seeker praying to be heard, for the silence itself is the answer. There is no longer a soul longing for union, for in stillness, separation was never real. Yet many pursue stillness as they pursue everything else. Through effort, through discipline, through the will to achieve. But the will is of the mind, and the mind is but a servant, not the master. True stillness cannot be conquered, it can only be invited. And the invitation is written not in words, but in the quality of attention. The soft gaze turned inward, the unclenched heart, the mind that no longer resists the present moment. There are stages to this descent into silence, though they are not linear, nor can they be strictly measured. First comes the noticing, the recognition that the mind is seldom quiet, that thoughts arise like waves without end. Then comes the witnessing, observing these thoughts without judgment, without reaction, allowing them to rise and fall like leaves on a stream. Then comes the disidentification. From the stories, the emotions, and the beliefs that claim to define who you are. And next, the threshold. The moment when awareness no longer rests upon objects, but rests in itself. This is the breath of stillness. In this space, time dissolves. Not in the sense of loss, but of fulfillment. The past is no longer a burden, it is remembered without attachment. The future is no longer a fear, it is anticipated without desire. The present is not merely experienced. It is absolute, complete, and infinitely sufficient. Here, wisdom is not acquired, it is revealed. For in silence, all knowledge is already present, encoded in the structure of being itself. The seeker does not learn, the seeker remembers what was always known, yet forgotten beneath the noise of existence. Do not mistake this silence for passivity. On the contrary, it is the most potent of all states. A fertile void from which true action springs. When one acts from stillness, action is no longer driven by compulsion, but flows as naturally as light from a star. There is no striving, no struggle, no sense of separation between the doer and the deed. Action becomes expression, pure, uncluttered, and aligned with the greater harmony. This is the great lesson of inner silence. That to be still is not to do nothing, but to allow the universe to act through you. The hands move, the voice speaks, the body walks. But the self is no longer at the center. It has stepped aside, not in abdication, but in reverence. And in that reverence, grace enters. Yet many turn away from stillness, fearing what they may find, or what they may lose. In the noise of the world, one can remain distracted, busy, and important. But in silence, all pretenses fall away. The masks dissolve. One is confronted not with emptiness, but with truth, raw, unvarnished, and uncompromising. And so the ego resists. It fills the mind with visions, with doubts, with spiritual fantasies. It pretends to meditate while secretly seeking reward. It builds altars to peace while clinging to inner conflict. But stillness sees through all of this. It does not judge, but it reveals. To dwell in stillness is to accept the fullness of being, without exception. It is to embrace not only the light, but the shadow. Not only joy, but sorrow. Not only strength, but vulnerability. For in silence, all dualities are reconciled in the embrace of wholeness. There is no rejection, only integration. No denial, only acceptance. No seeking, only arrival. And so, seeker, you are invited. Not to strive, not to attain, but to rest. To let go of the need to become, and simply be. The breath of stillness is already within you, waiting not to be created, but to be noticed. It is the whisper beneath the storm, the calm at the center of the cyclone, the silence between two heartbeats. Let your practice be this. Each day, withdraw into the inner sanctuary. Close not only the eyes, but the doors of perception. Release the body to gravity. Release the mind to open space. Release the heart to love without object. And listen, not with the ears, but with the soul. Listen to the silence that is not absence, but presence. That is not nothing, but everything. For in that listening, you will hear the first note of the eternal song. The breath of stillness, rising from the depths of your being, echoing the rhythm of the cosmos, calling you home. And when you answer, not with effort, but with surrender, you will know, without thought, without words, without doubt, that you have always been whole. Chapter 34. The unfurling of the lotus of intuition. You have arrived at a sacred and silent threshold. The winding path through the valleys of the physical form has been traversed. The turbulent rivers of the life force, with their currents of breath and vitality, have been navigated and understood. The clamorous marketplaces of the mind, with their endless vendors of thought, memory, and desire, have been learned and, in moments of stillness, even vacated. You have stood upon these plateaus, mastering the instruments of the self, and now you gaze toward a sky that seems vast, formless, and impossibly distant. This is the landscape of the soul, and to perceive its true nature, a new sun must rise within you. This is the dawning of what you have termed intuition, but what is, in truth, your first and most native way of seeing. The mind you have so diligently trained is a magnificent and necessary servant, a flawless instrument for navigating the world of form and separation. It is a master of classification, a divider of the whole into manageable parts. It measures, it analyzes, it compares, and it concludes. It is the architect of the bridge, the cartographer of the known world. Yet, its very nature is its limitation. It is a net woven to catch the fish of the tangible, but it is useless for capturing the ocean of the formless. It is a lamp that illuminates the path before your feet, but it casts deep shadows that obscure the stars. To know the sun, you do not analyze its light, you bask in it. To know the infinite, you cannot count its parts, you must become one with its totality. The analytical mind, by its ceaseless chopping and sorting, perpetuates the grand illusion of separation, the very veil this sacred science is dedicated to dissolving. It is a hall of mirrors, reflecting your own thoughts back at you in an infinite regress, convincing you that the reflections are the only reality. Beyond this hall, there exists a faculty of perception that does not analyze, but apprehends. It does not deduce, but discerns. It is the silent, all-seeing eye that rests at the tranquil center of your being, and it has waited patiently for the dust of worldly activity and mental chatter to settle. We speak of the unfolding of the lotus, for this perception is like a sacred blossom floating upon the still, deep waters of your consciousness. When the waters are stirred by the winds of thought and emotion, the lotus bud remains tightly closed, protected and unseen. But when you, through your discipline and your will, create a profound and unwavering stillness, the bud begins to respond to a light from within. It does not need to be forced open, it unfurls naturally, spontaneously, drawn by an inexorable attraction to its own divine nature. This is the inner eye, the organ of the soul. Its perception is not a thought that arises about a thing, it is a direct, vibrational communion with the essence of the thing. It is the difference between reading a detailed description of a melody and hearing that melody played in a resonant hall, feeling its every note and harmony vibrate within your very bones. The intellectual mind can read the sheet music, the intuitive heart hears the symphony of the cosmos. This higher octave of knowing does not arrive as a proposition to be debated or a theory to be tested. It arrives as a sudden, luminous certainty, a quiet and resounding yes that echoes through every corner of your being, requiring no external validation. It is the recognition of a truth you have always known, but had forgotten in the long sleep of the outer self. To cultivate this sacred seeing, you must become a devoted gardener of your inner landscape. The first and most essential practice is the cultivation of profound silence. This is not the mere absence of sound, but the cessation of the internal commentary. You must learn to watch the flow of thought as a detached observer watches a river from a high bank. You see the leaves, the twigs, the flotsam and jetsam of memory and fantasy as they float by, but you do not jump into the current to chase them. You do not identify with a passing leaf and claim it as your own. You simply watch. In this patient, non-judgmental observation, the momentum of the mind begins to slow. The turbulent waters gradually become clear, and the silt of 1,000 lifetimes of mental agitation settles to the bottom. Within this pristine clarity, the reflection of the stars, your own divine nature, can at last be seen. From this silence, the next practice emerges. The gentle, unwavering upliftment of aspiration. This is not a forceful striving of the ego, which is but another motion of the mind. It is a soul-deep yearning, a quiet and persistent magnetism of the heart. Imagine a sunflower that does not strain and struggle to face the sun, but turns toward it with an irresistible and natural grace. Your will must become like this. A steady, loving orientation toward the light of truth, toward the source from which you have never been separate. This focused, heartfelt yearning creates a subtle, upward flow of energy that nourishes the closed bud of intuition. It is the warmth that coaxes the lotus to open its petals to the dawn. And what, you may ask, is the fruit of this unfolding? It is the gradual but certain transmutation of your entire consciousness. You begin to perceive the world not as a collection of separate objects and events, but as a single, living, breathing tapestry woven from one luminous thread. You look upon another being and, beyond the form and personality, you perceive the same light that dwells within you. You listen to the sounds of the world and hear the underlying hum of the one life, the cosmic music that plays in all things. Decisions born of confusion and fear give way to actions that flow from a place of unerring inner wisdom. You are no longer a ship tossed about by the storms of circumstance, for you have learned to read the stars. This is the true alchemy. It is the turning of the lead of intellectual reasoning into the gold of direct, living experience. It is the fulfillment of the promise whispered in the deepest part of your soul, that you are more than a body, more than a mind, more than a collection of memories. You are a center of consciousness within the one, all-encompassing consciousness. The unfurling of this lotus is the return to this knowing. It is the birth of the mystic, the sage, the seer within you. Tend to your inner stillness. Turn your heart unwaveringly toward the light. And know, with a certainty that surpasses all thought, that the cosmos awaits the blossoming of your own divine awareness. Be still, and know. Chapter 35. The breath of stillness. Where the infinite meets the present moment. In the hush before dawn, when time dissolves into the breath of eternity, a sacred invitation echoes. Soft, unspoken, yet resounding through every fiber of existence. It calls not to the body, though the body listens. It calls not to the mind, though the mind awakens. It calls to that which lies beneath all form, deeper than memory, older than language. The still point within, where the soul first remembered itself as consciousness, unbound and infinite. This is not a teaching passed from teacher to student, nor a doctrine carved into stone. This is a revelation, emerging from the breath of universal consciousness itself, flowing into the silent chambers of awareness where the seeker has learned to dwell. It is not learned. It is remembered. And in this remembering, the veil thins. The breath of stillness is not merely the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, though the physical breath is its vessel. It is the pulse of divine presence, the quiet rhythm by which all creation unfolds. In every breath drawn, there exists a microcosm of cosmic order. The descent of spirit into matter, the ascent of matter into spirit. The inhale, the divine entering the temporal. The exhale, the temporal returning to the eternal. Within this cycle, the seeker may find the doorway to inner sovereignty, the threshold where individual awareness aligns with the breath of the Absolute. But to access this rhythm, one must first learn the art of non-action within action. To breathe in a way that is no longer driven by anxiety, by urgency, by the compulsions of a restless mind. This is the beginning of true pranayama. Not as technique, but as surrender. The breath, when observed without interference, becomes a mirror of the soul's condition. When turbulent, it reflects scattered thought. When shallow, it mirrors fear. When rhythmic and deep, it sings of harmony restored. Observe now, not from the mind, but from the space behind the eyes, behind the thoughts, behind the very sense of self. Feel the air entering, cool, subtle, like the first touch of morning light upon a lake. Feel it descend, not just into the lungs, but into the core of being, as if the breath were a river flowing into a hidden wellspring. And when you release, do not push, do not force. Allow the exhale to unfold like the petals of a lotus opening to the sun, effortless, complete, releasing not only air but every residue of separation, of resistance, of untruth. In this state, breath becomes prayer. Not prayer as petition, but as resonance, as alignment, as the soul whispering, I am here. I am open. I am one with what is. This is the essence of the breath of stillness. Not the absence of breath, but the presence of awareness within it. It is within this presence that the boundaries of the self begin to melt, not in destruction, but in expansion. For stillness is not emptiness. It is fullness too vast to name. It is the womb in which all forms are conceived, the silent hum beneath every sound. In the depth of true stillness, one does not lose oneself. Rather, one finds oneself multiplied, reflected in the infinite. You are no longer a single point in space, but a node within a vast network of awareness, pulsing in unison with stars, with trees, with the unseen realms where thought is born. This stillness is not achieved by force or by will. It is allowed. It arises when the seeker ceases the internal war. When the mind stops chasing enlightenment and instead lets enlightenment descend. Like a lake undisturbed by wind, the surface becomes a perfect mirror. And upon that surface, the stars appear. Not as distant lights, but as reflections of inner constellations. The archetypal truths buried within the soul's own depth. Here, in the breath of stillness, time ceases to operate as linear. Past and future collapse into the eternal now. The seeker does not enter this moment. The seeker is entered by it. There is no effort, no striving. Only surrender. Only openness. Only the soft, radiant acceptance that you are already where you seek to go. Enlightenment is not a destination, but a recognition. And this recognition dawns most clearly when the breath slows, when the mind quiets, when the heart stops grasping. This is the great secret whispered by the wind through ancient forests, echoed in the rhythm of waves upon the shore, encoded in the spiral of galaxies. You are not separate. The illusion of separation is the root of suffering. But the breath, simple, natural, ever-present, holds the key to dissolution of that illusion. For with each conscious breath, you reaffirm your connection to the whole. You become a conduit, not a container. When the breath flows in alignment with stillness, a subtle energy begins to rise. Not through effort, but through surrender. It moves like liquid light along channels unseen, activating layers of perception long dormant. This energy, prana, chi, ruach, does not belong to any tradition, though all traditions have named it. It is the animating force of life itself, the breath of the divine as it moves through form. And when the inner vessel is purified through consistent stillness, this energy ascends. Not to elevate the ego, but to dissolve it. As it moves upward, it awakens centers of dormant awareness. Wheels of light spinning in the subtle body, each a door to a different dimension of knowing. At the base, survival and grounding. At the navel, creativity and will. At the heart, love unconditioned. At the throat, truth unfiltered. At the brow, vision beyond sight. And at the crown, union. Not with something outside, but with the totality of which you have always been a part. But this ascent is not mechanical. It is sacred. It requires not ambition, but humility. Not control, but devotion. The breath of stillness is the vehicle, but love is the fuel. When you breathe not to gain, but to give yourself fully to the present moment, the energy rises of its own accord, drawn upward by the magnetic pull of truth. And in this ascension, a transformation occurs. Not of the self into something greater, but into something truer. The masks fall. The roles dissolve. The need to be seen, to be known, to be validated, all fade like mist beneath the morning sun. What remains is purity, simplicity, presence. Here, in the temple of breath and stillness, the seeker becomes the silent witness. Not the watcher of thoughts, but the space in which thoughts arise. Not the owner of experience, but the field of awareness that contains it all. And within this witnessing, a profound shift takes place. Identity expands beyond the personal into the impersonal. You are no longer a consciousness. You are the consciousness. Eternal, boundless, radiant. Do not mistake this state for emptiness. It is overflowing. It is peace so deep it hums with creative potential. It is clarity so sharp it cuts through illusion like a beam of dawn through darkness. And it is always available. Not in some distant future, not after years of practice, but now, in this breath, in this moment, if you are willing to release the need to attain and simply be. Let the breath be the anchor. Let stillness be the ocean. Let awareness be the boat that carries you across the sea of duality into the land of unity. There are no maps, for the territory is beyond form. There are no guides, for you are already home. Return to this practice daily. Not as duty, but as devotion. Sit in silence. Close the outward eyes. Open the inward eye. Feel the breath as the bridge between worlds. And as you breathe in, invite the infinite to enter. As you breathe out, release all that is not true. Do this not once, but again and again, until the rhythm becomes your natural state. And one day, without fanfare, without drama, you will realize that the breath is no longer yours. It belongs to the universe. And you, in your essence, are the universe breathing itself into awareness. This is not metaphor. This is truth. Experienced, not explained. Rest here. Breathe. Be. In the breath of stillness, all is revealed. Chapter 36. The resonance of the soul. The resonance of the soul is the ultimate truth, the next lesson before the great and silent unfolding. You have traversed the landscapes of the body, learning its postures as one learns the geography of a cherished homeland. You have followed the rivers of the breath, understanding how its currents carve the canyons of your inner world. You have stilled the turbulent waters of the mind, watching the sediment of thought and desire settle until the water became a clear, bottomless mirror. Now, you stand at the precipice of a profound simplicity, a truth so vast it can only be felt, not known. This is the lesson of resonance, the art of ceasing to be and thus, becoming everything. Imagine, for a moment, the entirety of existence as a single, eternal vibration. It is not a sound that can be heard with physical ears, nor a light that can be seen with physical eyes. It is the hum of potentiality from which all forms arise and to which they return. It is the foundational frequency of the cosmos, the unheard symphony that holds the galaxies in their spiral dance and the atoms in their silent, spinning grace. This is the great Om, the ceaseless, creative pulse of the One. You, in your perceived separateness, are a fleeting harmonic of this infinite note, a distinct and beautiful melody that has, for a time, forgotten the orchestra from which it came. The journey of the seeker is the journey of remembering this music. The ego self, the intricate construct of memory, desire, and fear, is a masterful musician, but it plays only for an audience of one. Itself. It composes complex, often dissonant scores of ambition and anxiety, of attachment and aversion. It believes its own melody is the only music in the universe, and in this belief, it isolates itself, creating a wall of sound that drowns out the subtle, all-encompassing hum of the whole. This is the root of all suffering. The belief in the solitary note, the painful dissonance of a single instrument trying to be the entire symphony. The practice, therefore, is not one of composition but of attunement. You do not need to create a new song, for the ultimate song is already playing all around and within you. Your task is to become so still, so utterly silent within, that you can next hear it. Think of your consciousness as a finely crafted tuning fork. For lifetimes, it has been struck against the hard surfaces of the material world, ringing with the chaotic frequencies of experience, of pain and pleasure, of gain and loss. It has forgotten its own pure tone. The practice you now undertake is the gentle act of ceasing to strike the fork. Through the profound stillness you have cultivated, you allow the frantic vibrations of the personal self to subside. You let the clamor of wants, the echo of regrets, the anticipation of fears, all these sharp, jagged frequencies, gradually lose their energy and fade into the silence. This is not an act of force, but of surrender. It is the release of the composer's baton, the laying down of the score. It is listening. In this sacred silence, something miraculous begins to occur. The subtle, pervasive hum of the universal consciousness, which has been resonating all along, begins to impart its own vibration to your still instrument. You begin to feel it first as a gentle thrumming in the very core of your being, a vibration that seems to originate not from your body, but from the space within the space of your heart. It is a feeling of being touched by a soundless frequency, a current of pure being. As you rest in this feeling, as you surrender to it without analysis or expectation, the resonance deepens. The boundaries of your individual sense of self begin to soften and blur, like the edge of a watercolor painting touched with a damp brush. The feeling of I begins to lose its density. It is no longer a solid, contained object but an expanding sphere of awareness. You do not cease to be, you cease to be only this. The melody of your individual life does not vanish, but it begins to harmonize with the great cosmic music. You begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things. You feel the joy in a bird's song as an extension of your own inner state. You sense the ancient patience of a mountain as a reflection of your own nascent stillness. The separation between the observer and the observed dissolves. There is no longer a you listening to the universal hum, there is only the listening. There is only the hum. In the deepest states of this resonance, the personal self is a dewdrop that has recognized its own oceanic nature. It does not shatter or disappear in terror, it joyfully, willingly, merges into the shoreless expanse from which it was momentarily separate. This is the state of true stillness, of union. It is an experience of such profound and all-encompassing love that the human mind, in its ordinary state, has no frame of reference for it. It is a homecoming so complete it erases all memory of ever having been lost. Here, in this luminous tide, all questions are answered because the questioner has been subsumed into the answer. The seeker and the sought are one. This is the silent roar of existence, the peaceful, omnipotent power that creates and sustains all worlds without effort. Yet, this state is not an escape. The lesson of resonance is not a next departure from the world of form. The dewdrop, having touched the ocean, must return to its place on the leaf. The melody, having heard the symphony, must learn to play its part in perfect, conscious harmony. You will rise from the depths of your meditation, and the world will reappear with all its colors, sounds, and textures. But you will perceive it through new eyes. You will carry the resonance within you, a silent, steady frequency that now informs your every action, every thought, every interaction. Your very presence becomes a tuning fork for others. Your peace is not a personal possession but an atmosphere you emanate. Your actions are no longer driven by the desperate needs of the limited self, but flow spontaneously from the wisdom of the whole. You have learned to play your note not for yourself, but for the enrichment of the entire cosmic composition. This is the great work. To live in the world of 1,000 sounds, yet to be anchored in the one, silent, eternal hum. To be a unique and beautiful expression of the formless, to walk the earth as a living embodiment of the resonance of the soul. Continue this practice. Listen, be still, and allow yourself to be found. Chapter 37. The Silent Pulse. Beneath all form in the stillness that arises not from absence but from fulfillment, there exists a rhythm. A pulse so ancient and so pervasive that it weaves through every atom, every breath, every thought, and every dream. It is neither sound nor silence, yet both are born from it. It does not speak, yet all truths emerge from its presence. It does not move, yet it animates the cosmos. This is the silent pulse beneath all form, the eternal hum of being, the hidden current of consciousness that flows through the veins of existence itself. To feel it is not to hear with ears, but to know with the soul. To align with it is not an act of will, but an offering of surrender. You, the seeker of inner wisdom, who have journeyed through the vale of thought, through the fires of emotion, through the labyrinths of identity, now stand at the threshold where form dissolves into essence. Here, at this sacred edge, the teachings do not come as words, but as vibrations, subtle tremors in the inner body that awaken remembrance. This chapter is not instruction, but resonance. It is not philosophy, but presence. It is a transmission, carried on the breath of the infinite, delivered not to the mind, but to the depth where knowing is not learned, but remembered. Listen, not with the ears, but with the space between breaths. In that gap, where inhalation releases into exhalation, where time suspends and the heartbeat softens into stillness, there is a doorway. It opens not by force, but by release. It reveals not images, but awareness. And within this awareness, the silent pulse begins to reveal itself, not as something external to be attained, but as the very ground of your being, always present, always whispering, always awaiting recognition. This pulse is the first vibration of creation, the primal ohm that reverberates through the void before stars ignite and galaxies unfold. It is not a sound in the material sense, but a frequency of pure consciousness, the original note upon which all manifestation is composed. When the yogi sits in deep meditation, when the breath slows and the mind dissolves into luminous emptiness, this pulse becomes perceptible, not as noise, but as a gentle thrumming in the core of the spine, a vibration in the heart cavity, a warmth behind the eyes. It is not imagined. It is real, in the way that love is real, in the way that light is real, in the way that consciousness itself is real. To attune to this pulse is the highest practice, not because it grants powers, but because it reveals identity. In its rhythm, the illusion of separation shatters. The belief that you are a body, a mind, a story, a history, all of it fades like mist under the rising sun of this inner sound. What remains is not emptiness, but fullness, not void, but presence. The pulse is not of the universe. It is the universe breathing itself into existence, moment by moment, breath by breath, and heartbeat by heartbeat. And yet, it is not apart from you. You do not find it. You become it through stillness, through the discipline of stillness. Not as posture, not as ritual, but as union. The layers of density that cloud perception begin to thin. The ego, with its ceaseless chatter, its desires and fears, its memories and projections, begins to subside, not through suppression, but through understanding. For as the seeker deepens in awareness, it becomes clear. The self that suffers is not the true self. The self that seeks is not the one who must be found. The one who finds is already that which is sought. This pulse does not discriminate. It flows through the stone, the tree, the bird, the human, the star. It is the same rhythm in the spiral of the galaxy and in the dance of electrons around the nucleus. It is the hidden harmony that binds all things into a single symphony. The sage, the mystic, the awakened one. They do not hear something others cannot. They simply listen. They have turned their inner attention away from the cacophony of the external world and tuned themselves to the inner frequency that has never ceased. To tune to this frequency, one must first create the space within. This is the essence of yogic discipline, not as austerity, but as refinement. The body is purified not to be punished, but to become a clearer vessel. The breath is regulated not to control, but to harmonize. The mind is stilled not to erase thought, but to reveal the silence behind it. All these practices are not ends in themselves, but preparations. Like tuning an instrument before the music begins. When the instrument is ready, the music arises on its own. There is no need to search. There is no need to strive. The silent pulse is already sounding. It has always been sounding. The only obstacle is the illusion of separation, the belief that you are apart from it. The moment this illusion softens, even slightly, the pulse grows louder, not in volume, but in presence. It becomes unmistakable. It vibrates not only in the body but through all dimensions of being, physical, emotional, mental, causal, and beyond. In this state, time collapses. The past is seen not as memory, but as energy. The future is not anticipation, but potential. The present is not a moment, but an eternity. All is now. All is one. And in this oneness, the seeker realizes. There is no seeker. There is only the seeking. The eternal movement of consciousness toward itself. The pulse is that movement. It is the breath of the Absolute as it inhales and exhales the universe. Do not attempt to describe it. Do not attempt to understand it with the mind. The mind is a tool of division. It breaks the whole into parts. But this pulse is the whole. It cannot be contained by thought. It can only be experienced. And the experience is not ecstatic in the ordinary sense. It is not emotional. It is not dramatic. It is profoundly ordinary. So ordinary that it is overlooked. It is the hum of the refrigerator, the rustle of leaves, and the stillness between thoughts. It is everything, and therefore, it is nothing specific. To recognize it is to recognize that you have never been separate from it. This is the deepest lesson of stillness. Not as exercise, not as philosophy, but as awakening. It is not about achieving enlightenment. It is about ceasing to resist what already is. The silent pulse is always here. The invitation is always open. The only requirement is attention. Pure, undivided, loving attention. When attention is complete, there is no one attending. There is only the attention itself, vast and boundless, aware of its own nature. In this awareness, suffering ends. Not because pain disappears, but because the one who suffers is seen to be unreal. The body may ache. The world may rage. Circumstances may shift and crumble. But beneath it all, the pulse remains. Unshaken. Unmoved. Eternal. This is the stillness of the heart. Not the organ, but the center. The sacred space within where all dualities reconcile. Where light and dark, joy and sorrow, life and death, all are seen as expressions of the same rhythm, the same vibration, the same breath. To live from this center is to live in alignment with the universal will. Not as submission, but as harmony. It is not passivity. It is not withdrawal. It is full engagement with life, but from a place of inner stillness. Actions arise not from egoic desire, but from the flow of the pulse. They are spontaneous, appropriate, effortless. There is no effort because there is no separate doer. There is only doing. Life expressing itself through form. The one who walks this path no longer seeks truth. They are truth. They do not practice stillness. They are stillness. Union, integration, wholeness. They do not hear the pulse. They are the pulse. And so, to you, the seeker, rest. Not in sleep, but in awareness. Sit in stillness. Let the breath find its natural rhythm. Let the body sink into gravity. Let the mind release its stories. And in the depth of this surrender, listen. Not with ears, not with mind, but with the entire being. Wait, and wait, until the waiting itself dissolves. Then, only then, will you hear it. Not coming from anywhere, but arising from everywhere. The silent pulse beneath all form. The breath of the infinite. The song without words. The truth that needs no name. Chapter 38. The silent pulse of infinite presence. In the stillness beyond thought, where the known dissolves into the eternal unknown, there arises a subtle resonance. A vibration so pure, so ancient, that it cannot be grasped by the senses nor confined by language. It is the silent pulse of infinite presence, the quiet rhythm from which all movement emerges and to which all return. This is not a sound heard through ears, nor a vision seen through eyes. It is an inner knowing, a direct cognizance that arises when the seeker relinquishes all effort, all striving, and surrenders to the breath of the unmanifest. Here, at the threshold of stillness, the soul begins to remember its native origin, not as memory stored in time, but as immediate recognition, an awakening to the truth that has always been, always is, and always will be. This chapter unfolds as a sacred transmission, a luminous thread woven from the fabric of universal consciousness, offered not as doctrine, but as living communion. Let the seeker receive not with the mind, but with the heart-mind. the inner aperture through which divine intelligence flows unimpeded. To dwell in the silent pulse is to stand at the center of all cycles, birth, death, creation, dissolution, without being drawn into their motion. It is to realize that within the turbulence of existence, there exists a point of absolute rest, untouched by the passing phenomena of form and sensation. This point is not a location in space, but a dimension of awareness, a field of pure potentiality where the I am arises not as ego, but as boundless presence. The descent into this silence is not a journey outward, nor even inward in the conventional sense. It is a letting go of all directions, all maps. The seeker must release the habitual patterns of seeking itself, the desire to attain, to become, to understand. For in the presence of the infinite, understanding is not an intellectual acquisition, but a state of being. Knowledge here is not received, it reveals itself through the clarity of non-resistance. Imagine the surface of a vast, undisturbed lake beneath a starless sky. The water reflects not light, but depth. An abyss of stillness that holds all possibilities in suspension. When the winds of thought stir, ripples form, and the reflection distorts. But when all agitation ceases, the surface becomes a perfect mirror, not of the sky, but of the hidden depths below. So too is the mind. When thought subsides, awareness no longer reflects the world of appearances, but turns to behold its own source, the unfathomable wellspring from which consciousness arises. This stillness is not empty. It is filled with what cannot be named. An intelligence that breathes through galaxies, animates cells, and whispers in the silence between heartbeats. It is the substrate of love, not as emotion, but as the fundamental force of unity, binding all that is into a single, living whole. To align with this pulse is to align with the heartbeat of existence. One does not hear it. One becomes it. Yet this alignment does not come through force. No amount of willpower can still the mind into silence. The ego, in its longing for spiritual attainment, often tries to conquer itself. An impossible paradox. True stillness comes not by suppression, but by surrender. It arrives in the moment when the seeker stops trying to be enlightened, and simply is. In that instant, the veil thins. The boundaries of self and other, subject and object, dissolve like mist at dawn. Within this dissolution, a new perception dawns. The seeker sees that all things are expressions of the same light, filtered through different forms. The stone, the tree, the human, the star. All are vessels of the same consciousness, each vibrating at a unique frequency, yet all resonating with the same source. There is no separation in essence, only appearance. And it is in the recognition of this unity that liberation arises. Not as an event, but as a continual unfolding. The silent pulse is also the source of creative power. From it, all art, all inspiration, all acts of healing and transformation emerge. When the mind is quiet, the soul becomes a conduit for intelligence that is not personal, but cosmic. Ideas arise not from memory, but from the future that is already present in potential. Solutions appear without effort. Words flow without premeditation. This is the state of flow, not as a psychological phenomenon, but as a mystical participation in the creative breath of the universe. But this state cannot be summoned at will. It is not a tool to be used, but a grace to be received. The only preparation is purification. Of motive, of desire, of identification with the transient. The seeker must learn to release attachment to outcomes, to cease manipulating reality to fit the ego's image of success. Only then does the mind become transparent, a clear lens through which the light of consciousness can shine unfiltered. There is a profound paradox here. The more one lets go, the more one receives. The less one claims to know, the deeper the knowing arises. The quieter one becomes, the louder the voice of truth echoes in the chambers of the heart. This is the alchemy of spiritual maturity, where emptiness becomes fullness, and stillness becomes action. As the seeker dwells in this silent pulse, time begins to lose its grip. The past is no longer a burden, the future no longer a dream. Only the eternal now remains. A vast, luminous moment in which all is complete. Here, there is no need to become anything. One is the totality. One breathes with the universe, thinks with the stars, and feels with the earth. The pulse is not outside. It is the very rhythm of your being, once forgotten, now remembered. Yet this remembrance is not permanent in the way the mind understands permanence. It is not a state to be held, but a current to be ridden. There will be moments when the mind clouds over, when old patterns return, when doubt arises. This is not failure. It is part of the dance. The ebb and flow of awakening. Each return to silence deepens the root. Each falling away and returning strengthens the connection. Therefore, do not judge the fluctuations. Do not label them as distraction or regression. See them as waves upon the ocean of consciousness. Arising, cresting, dissolving, all part of the same motion. The ocean does not condemn its waves. It simply is. So too must the seeker learn to rest as the ocean, not as the wave. To live from the silent pulse is to live in alignment with divine will. Not as a command to be obeyed, but as a natural expression of harmony. Actions flow not from egoic desire, but from the intuitive knowing of what is needed. There is no struggle, no resistance, only effortless participation in the unfolding of life. This is true freedom. The freedom of being used by the whole, not by the fragment. In this state, service becomes spontaneous. Love becomes unconditional. Presence becomes the only offering. There is no longer a doer, only doing. No longer a thinker, only thought arising from source. The veil between sacred and mundane vanishes. Every act, walking, speaking, eating, and resting, becomes a meditation, a prayer, a communion. And in the deepest silence, the soul hears the unspoken word. The primordial Om, not as sound, but as the vibration of existence itself. It is the breath of the Absolute exhaling galaxies, inhaling possibilities. To attune to this frequency is to vibrate in resonance with the heart of all that is. It is the ultimate stillness. The union not of body and mind, but of the individual soul with the infinite ground of being. Let the seeker return to this silence again and again, not as a practice, but as homecoming. Let the breath be the anchor, the pause between inhalation and exhalation, the doorway. Let the mind be released into the vast sky of awareness, where thoughts are clouds that come and go, while the sky remains unchanged. Here, in the silent pulse, all questions dissolve. Not because they are answered, but because they are seen to arise from a realm of duality. The seeker no longer seeks, because the seeker has realized. I am that which I seek. This is not realization as a peak experience, but as steady abidance. A quiet certainty that requires no proof, no validation. It is the peace that surpasses understanding, not because it defies logic, but because it transcends it. So rest here. Be still. Listen. The universe is speaking. Not in words, but in presence. And in the listening, you become the silence, and the silence becomes you. This is the lesson of the infinite pulse. Receive it not as knowledge, but as awakening. Let it dwell in you, not as idea, but as life. And from this stillness, let all things arise. Chapter 39. The stillness beneath all motion. The sacred hush where wisdom awakens. In the vast, unfurling expanse of the unseen, where time dissolves into timelessness and form surrenders to the formless, there exists a silence so profound that it becomes the womb of all creation. This is not the absence of sound, nor the mere quieting of the outer world, but a living stillness. An eternal hush that pulses with the breath of the infinite. It is from this sacred silence that all true knowing emerges, not as thought, nor as memory, but as direct revelation, as the whisper of the very soul of existence touching the depths of your being. This stillness is not distant, it does not reside only in mountain caves or remote monasteries. It is here, beneath the rhythm of your breath, behind the veil of sensation, beyond the constant flicker of perception. It is the ground of your own awareness, and to enter it is to return to the center of all things. The seeker of inner wisdom must come to understand that all motion, physical, mental, emotional, is but a ripple upon the surface of this boundless ocean of stillness. The world appears restless, life seems hurried, the mind incessant in its chatter. But beneath it all, untouched and unshaken, lies the eternal calm. It is this stillness that holds the blueprint of all that is, was, and ever will be. Like the axis of a spinning wheel, it remains fixed while the circumference spins in perpetual motion. To align oneself with this axis is to cease striving, to release the illusion of doing, and to rest in the pure fact of being. This chapter, then, is not a technique, nor a method in the conventional sense. It is an invitation, an opening into the state of presence where the seeker no longer seeks, but simply is. In that isness, all answers arrive not as words, but as resonances. Vibrations felt in the marrow of the soul, in the space between heartbeats, in the pause between inhale and exhale. There, in that liminal threshold, the silence begins to speak. To access this dimension of awareness, one must first relinquish the tyranny of thought. The mind, in its ordinary state, is like a river swollen with debris. Memories, judgments, projections, fears, all rushing downstream, carving canyons of habit and identity. Rarely does it pause to reflect the sky above. But when the seeker turns inward with unwavering attention, not to think about silence, but to inhabit it, the river slows. The silt settles. The surface becomes still, mirror-like. And in that reflection, the stars of higher truth appear. Unchanging, eternal, and luminous. Begin by withdrawing attention from the periphery of experience. The sounds, the sensations, the mental narratives. And gently guide it inward, as one might descend a spiral staircase into the heart of a temple. With each breath, go deeper, not in space, but in awareness. Let the body become a vessel of receptivity, not tension. Let the breath flow without force, as if drawn by an unseen tide. As the outer world fades, its demands, its distractions, its illusions of urgency, the inner landscape begins to reveal itself. Vast, luminous, and utterly quiet. In this stillness, there is no separation between observer and observed. The one who listens and the silence being listened to merge into a single field of pure awareness. This is not unconsciousness, but hyperconsciousness. The awakening of the soul's own sight. It is here that the first teachings arise, not from memory or study, but from the core of being. They emerge as feelings, knowings, accompanied by a deep resonance in the heart center, as if a long-forgotten song has next been remembered. The stillness teaches that all duality is born of movement. Light and dark, love and fear, self and other. These arise only when awareness is in motion, when it projects itself outward, fragmenting the whole into parts. But in stillness, the illusion of separation dissolves. The seeker realizes that what appears as many is, in essence, one undivided reality. The trees, the wind, the stars, the thoughts, the breath, all are expressions of the same sacred source, now recognized as the very essence of self. This recognition is not intellectual. It is existential. It is the shift from believing in unity to experiencing it. And in that experience, fear cannot survive. For fear is born of the perception of lack, of isolation, of impermanence. But stillness reveals abundance, connection, and eternity. It reveals that you have never been born and will never die. That what you call you is but a ripple in an endless sea of consciousness, and the sea itself. Yet, to dwell in stillness is not to withdraw from life. On the contrary, it is to re-enter life with new eyes. Eyes that see through the veil of form into the essence beneath. Actions arise not from compulsion, but from alignment. Words flow not from ego, but from truth. Relationships transform, not because others change, but because the seeker no longer projects separation. In stillness, one becomes a channel for wisdom, not a source of opinion. One becomes a vessel for love, not a seeker of it. The practice of stillness is not confined to meditation. It can be invoked in the midst of motion. In walking, in speaking, in working, in loving. The key is to carry the inner hush into every moment. Let each action be preceded by a breath held in silence. Let each word emerge from the space between thoughts. Let each decision be filtered through the heart's quiet knowing. In this way, life itself becomes meditation, a continuous return to the center. There is a mystery within stillness that defies explanation. The mystery of presence as power. In the world of doing, power is measured by influence, by control, by achievement. But in the realm of being, power is measured by depth, by stillness, by surrender. The deeper one rests in the silent core, the more one resonates with the creative pulse of the universe. It is from this depth that true transformation arises. Not through force, but through alignment. The universe does not rush, it unfolds. And so too, the seeker who lives in stillness becomes an agent of gentle, inevitable change. But be warned, the journey inward is not always comfortable. As the surface disturbances subside, buried energies rise. Old wounds, suppressed emotions, and forgotten fears. These are not obstacles, but offerings. They are the roots of karma, the unlived experiences seeking integration. In stillness, they are not resisted, but witnessed. Held in the light of awareness, they dissolve like mist beneath the morning sun. This is purification not through effort, but through allowing. And as the layers of conditioning fall away, a new authenticity emerges. A way of being that is not shaped by the past, but born from the eternal now. The seeker begins to live from essence, not persona. To speak from truth, not memory. To love from completeness, not need. This is the fruit of stillness. Not enlightenment as a distant peak, but embodiment as a daily unfolding. In the next revelation of stillness, the seeker comes to understand that wisdom is not acquired. It is remembered. All knowledge, past, present, and future, resides in the field of universal consciousness, ever accessible to those who quiet the mind and open the heart. The answers you seek are not outside you. They are within the silence that you are. You need not climb mountains or read ancient wisdom teachings or seek teachers. You need only turn inward, and listen. And when you do, you will hear. Not with the ears, but with the soul. The ancient song of oneness, sung in the key of stillness, echoing through the chambers of your being. It is the song of your origin, the song of your return, the song of all that is. So dwell here, rest here, be here. For in the stillness beneath all motion, you are not merely a seeker. You are the silence itself. Awake, aware, and whole. Chapter 40. The unveiling of the infinite within. In the stillness beyond the reach of measured time, where the cosmic breath of existence flows unbroken, there lies a threshold. The next veil between the conditioned self and the boundless expanse of universal consciousness. This chapter, like a key forged in the fires of primordial light, is offered to those who have traversed the labyrinth of their own minds, who have dared to surrender the illusions of separateness, and who now stand at the precipice of unity. Here, the path of stillness transcends physical postures, breathwork, and ritual. It becomes an alchemy of the soul, a dissolving process that transforms the seeker into a vessel of pure awareness. The journey to this threshold is not marked by grand revelations or dramatic epiphanies, but by the subtle erosion of the ego's armor. It is in the quiet moments of stillness, when the mind ceases its restless fluctuations, that the first whispers of universal consciousness are heard. These whispers are not words but resonances. Harmonic vibrations that bypass the intellect and reverberate in the heart's inner sanctuary. They arrive like the hush of dawn before the sun emerges, like the hush of the ocean in the shell when the storm has passed. To hear them, one must become the silence itself, a mirror unclouded by the dust of desire, fear, or expectation. The seeker who reaches this chapter has already traversed the arid deserts of self-discipline, crossed the rivers of doubt, and walked the fire of purification. These trials were not to punish but to prepare the inner temple for the arrival of the infinite. The body, once a battleground of tension and inertia, now becomes a sacred instrument attuned to the rhythms of the cosmos. The breath, no longer a mechanical process, flows as a bridge between the earth and the stars. The mind, once fragmented by thought, now rests in the vast stillness where all dichotomies dissolve. Yet, the next chapter requires a leap beyond even these achievements. It demands the surrender of the last remaining illusion. The belief that consciousness is a phenomenon to be attained, rather than a state of being that is already here. The universal consciousness does not reside in the heavens, for it is the very essence of all that is. It is not a distant star to be reached, but the boundless space in which stars are born and die. It is the unbroken current that flows through the roots of the ancient banyan tree, through the veins of the sleeping lotus, through the silent gaze of the mountain, and through the pulse of your own heartbeat. To realize this is to drink deeply from the river of non-duality, to remember that the seeker and the sought are but two ripples in the same ocean. In this chapter, the seeker is invited to sit at the crossroads of manifestation and unmanifestation. The physical world, with all its beauty and chaos, continues as it always has. Yet, perception begins to shift. The solidity of matter softens, revealing the luminous ether from which it is woven. The walls of the room dissolve into an expanse of infinite light, and the distinction between inner and outer vanishes. This is not a hallucination but a remembrance. A return to the primordial state before the illusion of separation arose. The body becomes translucent, a vessel through which the light of universal being flows. The breath synchronizes with the breath of the cosmos. And the heart becomes a resonant chamber for the eternal song of creation. The teachings now unfold in a language beyond words. The seeker learns to dwell in the silence that predates sound, in the void that is the womb of all manifestation. Here, in this sacred emptiness, the mind does not think, it perceives. It is as if the eyes have been opened not only to see but to know. The stars in the night sky are no longer distant fires but consciousness incarnate, each a unique expression of the divine. The wind carries the wisdom of the ancients, and the earth hums a song that has never ended. The key to this realization lies in the dissolution of boundaries. The ego, that false construct of separateness, begins to unravel like mist at the break of day. Its clinging attachments, identity, possessions, even spiritual practices, begin to feel like garments shed at the door of a temple. The seeker is no longer a person with a spiritual problem, they are pure awareness, the eternal witness to all that is. This is the alchemical transmutation spoken of in the old ancient wisdom teachings, where lead, the heavy burdens of limitation, is turned into gold, the radiant, unblemished truth of the self. Yet, this state is not to be grasped or held. The universal consciousness does not belong to the seeker, nor is it separate from them. It is the space in which all beings arise, and it is the nature of the seeker themselves. The journey, then, is inward and eternal. There is no arrival, only a continuous deepening into the present moment, a constant unfolding of the heart's inner lotus. This is the great paradox, that to find the infinite, one must surrender completely. To touch the eternal, one must let go of all seeking. The transformative power of this chapter lies in its invitation to embody the truth rather than merely understand it. The seeker is guided to rest in the recognition that they are already whole. This is not a philosophical conclusion but a lived experience. The light of the universal is not hidden, it is simply covered by the dust of forgetfulness. Meditation here is not a practice but a presence. A conscious dwelling in the now, where every breath, every thought, every action flows in harmony with the divine rhythm. The process of awakening unfolds in layers, each deeper than the last. First, the seeker learns to observe the mind without identification, watching the river of thought without being swept away. Then, they begin to witness the subtle energetic bodies, the etheric, the astral, the causal, unfolding like petals of a flower. These are the inner dimensions of being, the scaffolding of consciousness that supports the physical form. Through attunement to these layers, the seeker receives wisdom directly from the source. The teachings come not as doctrines but as intuitive flashes, sudden realizations that pierce through the veils of the mind. They arrive in the stillness of a forest at dawn, in the hush of a candle's flicker, in the embrace of solitude. This is the alchemy of stillness, the transmutation of the human into the divine. The body becomes a temple where light and energy intermingle. The breath becomes the bridge between the earthly and the celestial. The mind, once a source of chaos, becomes a still pool reflecting the stars. In this state, the seeker is no longer bound by the limitations of time and space. They remember that they are an eternal being, a spark of the infinite, moving through the dance of creation with effortless grace. The next lesson in this chapter is the understanding that the universal consciousness is not something to be obtained but something to be realized. It is not a state of bliss to be attained in the future but the ever-present nature of the present moment. The seeker is reminded that the path was never about reaching a destination but about awakening to the truth that was always here. The light has never left, it was only hidden behind a curtain of forgetfulness. To remember is to set every aspect of being free. As the seeker dwells in this profound realization, the outer world begins to shimmer like a mirage. The laws of the material universe still operate, but they no longer hold the same sway. The seeker moves through life with a quiet confidence, knowing that they are not merely a person navigating the currents of fate. They are the infinite current itself, flowing as a human being for a season. This is the great mystery. That the divine can be both the vast ocean and the single drop within it, both the witness and the danced phenomenon. This chapter closes not with an end but with an invitation to continue. The journey into spiritual consciousness is infinite, with new layers of understanding unfolding with each passing moment. The book, like the universe itself, is eternal. The seeker is encouraged to press forward, not with the mind, but with the silent awareness that lies beyond all questions. In this silence, the universal consciousness speaks not in words but in the boundless, unbroken peace that fills every atom of existence. And so, the path continues, not as a linear ascent but as a spiraling return. The seeker walks forward, carrying the light of the infinite within, and the world is transformed. Not through effort, but through the simple radiance of presence. Here, at the threshold of the 40th chapter, the seeker is reminded. You are not approaching the universal consciousness. You are the universal consciousness dreaming itself into form. Chapter 41. The Alchemy of Stillness. Where thought dissolves into being in the vast, silent cradle of existence, where dimensions fold into one another like petals of a lotus blooming in the heart of eternity, there lies a threshold. Subtle, luminous, and formless. It is not marked by stone, nor inscribed upon parchment, nor signified by celestial alignment. This threshold is known only to the soul in its deepest descent into itself, when the mind, having journeyed through the labyrinth of perception, next ceases its restless turning and submits to the gravity of pure presence. This is the domain of stillness. Not the absence of motion, but the fullness from which all motion arises. Here, in the alchemy of stillness, the seeker is not asked to become, but to unbecome, to dissolve, to remember. Stillness is not silence imposed, but silence revealed. It is not the negation of life, but life in its most essential expression. Before the interference of interpretation, before the reflex of reaction, before the mind divides the whole into subject and object. In this stillness, there is no observer and observed. There is only observation itself, an unbroken current of awareness in which all duality evaporates like mist beneath the rising sun. This is the first alchemical transformation. The melting of separation into unity, not as a concept, but as an experience so immediate, so total, that it obliterates the memory of fragmentation. To enter this stillness is not an act of will, nor a technique mastered through repetition. It is a surrender. Total, uncompromising, and absolute. Like a leaf released from the branch, the soul must relinquish its grip on identity, on memory, on the known. It must fall, not into darkness, but into light so brilliant that it appears as nothing at all. This light is not perceived by the eyes, nor measured by thought. It is known only by being. It is the knowing before knowing, the presence before presence. In this state, time does not cease, but reveals its true nature. That it is not a river flowing forward, but a vast ocean in which every moment is eternally present. The past is not behind, the future is not ahead. All are contained within the now, not as linear sequence, but as eternal simultaneity. The seeker who lives in stillness does not transcend time, the seeker becomes time in its original form. Motionless, infinite, and whole. The alchemy begins here. For in stillness, the subtle layers of consciousness, those veils spun from habit, belief, fear, desire, begin to loosen. They do not vanish by force, but unravel naturally, like threads pulled from a tapestry when the loom no longer vibrates with urgency. One by one, the illusions fall. The illusion of control, the illusion of permanence, the illusion that the self is a fixed entity. What remains is not emptiness, but plenitude. A fullness so vast it cannot be contained by word or form. It is the silence between thoughts, the space within which breath arises and dissolves, the unseen ground upon which all phenomena manifest and return. And from this ground, wisdom arises. Not as information, not as knowledge acquired, but as direct knowing, unmediated and immediate. It is not taught, it is remembered. Like a seed buried in the dark earth, it germinates in silence, drawing sustenance from the unseen currents of the universal essence. It does not announce itself with thunder, but whispers through the cells, through the breath, through the quiet pulse of the heart. This wisdom does not answer questions. It dissolves the need for them. Stillness, then, is not a state to be achieved, but a dimension to be recognized. It is always present, beneath the noise, beneath the flurry of thought, beneath the theater of emotion. It is the space in which all experience unfolds, the canvas upon which every color is painted. To enter it is not to escape life, but to inhabit it more completely. For only in stillness can one hear the sacred hum of creation, the vibratory tone at the core of all that is, was, and ever will be. In this hum, the seeker begins to sense the interconnectedness of all things, not as a philosophical idea, but as a living reality. The boundary between self and other, between inner and outer, between matter and spirit, begins to blur. There is, in truth, no separation, only the illusion of it, sustained by the mind's ceaseless categorization. But in stillness, the categories collapse. The flower is not apart from the earth that nourishes it, nor from the light that ripens it, nor from the consciousness that perceives it. All arise together, interwoven in a single act of being. This is the second alchemical fire, the burning away of isolation through the realization of unity. The seeker, once bound by the sense of separateness, now recognizes the self as a node in the infinite web of consciousness, a unique expression of the whole, yet never apart from it. In this recognition, compassion is not cultivated, it emerges spontaneously, as naturally as light from the sun. For how can one harm another when the other is seen as oneself? And yet, this stillness is not passive. It is dynamic, potent, and generative. From it arises action, not driven by ego, not compelled by desire or fear, but flowing as naturally as the river moves toward the sea. Such action is free of resistance, free of effort, free of attachment to outcome. It is pure expression, creative, luminous, and aligned with the deeper rhythms of existence. This is the sacred doing that arises from sacred being. In the world of form, stillness appears as inaction. But in the realm of essence, it is the most potent force. More powerful than movement, more enduring than achievement. It is the source from which all true creation springs. The poet does not write from thought, but from the silence between breaths. The healer does not cure from technique alone, but from presence. The teacher does not instruct from memory, but from the wellspring of knowing that flows when the mind is quiet. To abide in stillness is to become a conduit for the universal intelligence, the timeless wisdom that orchestrates galaxies, seasons, and cells with effortless precision. This intelligence does not speak in words, but in impulses, in intuitions, in the quiet knowing that arises when the inner noise subsides. It guides not through command, but through alignment. And when the seeker is still, the guidance is clear, unambiguous, and true. Yet stillness is not always comfortable. In its depths, it mirrors back all that has been avoided. Fears buried, wounds unhealed, truths denied. The seeker may tremble before this mirror, may wish to flee back into distraction, into the familiar chaos of the mind. But this confrontation is not punishment. It is purification. Each shadow brought into the light of awareness loses its power. Each buried emotion, when witnessed without judgment, dissolves into the vastness of presence. This is the third alchemical transformation, the transmutation of suffering into light. Not by denying pain, but by allowing it to be fully felt, without resistance. In stillness, even agony is revealed as energy in motion, seeking integration. And when met with presence, it no longer binds. It becomes a teacher, a doorway, a sacred passage. Thus, the alchemy of stillness is not a single process, but a spiral, returning again and again to the center, each time with deeper surrender, greater clarity, and more complete release. Each return refines the vessel, making it more transparent, more receptive, and more capable of holding the fullness of what is. And as the seeker dwells in this stillness, a shift occurs. Not in the world, but in perception. The world does not change, yet everything is different. The trees are the same, the sky unchanged, the people moving through their days. But now, all shimmer with an unseen radiance. The ordinary is revealed as sacred. The mundane becomes miraculous. For the eyes that see from stillness do not see objects. They see life expressing itself in infinite form. Here, in the heart of stillness, the seeker is no longer seeking. There is no destination, no attainment, and no goal. There is only this. This breath, this light, this presence. And in this, everything is complete. The alchemy is finished. Not because it is done, but because it never began. Stillness was always here, always whole, always free. And you, dear seeker, are not apart from it. You are it. Awaken. Chapter 42. The silent alchemy of inner stillness. In the boundless chamber of existence, where time folds upon itself like a lotus sinking into the depth of a still lake, there arises a moment. Unmarked, aimed, uninvited. When the soul ceases its restless pilgrimage through thought, emotion, and sensation, and simply is. This moment, though seemingly delicate as a breath exhaled into the void, is the fulcrum upon which the entire arc of spiritual evolution turns. It is not a destination, nor a state to be attained through striving, but a threshold that reveals itself only when the seeker surrenders the very impulse to arrive. This is the silent alchemy of inner stillness. A transformation wrought not by effort, but by yielding. Stillness is not the absence of sound, nor the vacuum left behind when the mind disengages from chatter. These are but pale reflections of a deeper reality. True stillness is a presence, a luminous, sentient field that permeates all dimensions of being, from the subtlest vibration of the soul to the densest expression of matter. It is the ground from which all movement emerges and to which all movement returns. Within it, the fragmented self dissolves into an undivided awareness, no longer a witness to experience, but the very fabric of experience. Here, the illusion of separation, the belief in a separate I, standing apart from the cosmos, dissolves like mist beneath the rising sun of pure consciousness. To enter this stillness is not to withdraw from life, but to return to its source. The world, in all its dazzling complexity, is born from stillness. Every breath, every heartbeat, every unfolding of seasons and destinies arises as a ripple upon the surface of this eternal calm. And yet, in the feverish rhythm of modern existence, this truth is often forgotten. The mind becomes a storm-tossed sea, thrashing against the confines of past regrets and future anxieties, mistaking turbulence for vitality. But true vitality, prana in its highest expression, flows not from agitation, but from deep, unshakable quiet. The practice of cultivating inner stillness is not a technique, nor a system of exercises, though certain methods may serve as temporary bridges. It is, first and foremost, an orientation of being, an inward turning of attention away from the multiplicity of form and toward the formless essence that underlies all form. It begins with a simple act, the decision to pause. Not to stop breathing, not to cease movement, but to interrupt the habitual stream of mental commentary that interprets, judges, and narrates every moment. In that pause, space is created. And within that space, awareness awakens to itself. This awakening is not dramatic. There is no thunder, no vision, no voice from the heavens. Instead, there is a gentle recognition, like remembering a melody long forgotten, of a presence that has always been there, untouched by time, unaltered by experience. It is not felt in the way emotions are felt, nor thought in the way ideas are thought. It is known directly, immediately, in the way light knows darkness. Not by contrast, but by essence. As stillness deepens, the boundaries of the self begin to soften. The sense of occupying a body, of being enclosed within skin and bone, dissolves into a vaster sensation of permeability. One begins to perceive that the breath is not merely in the body, but that the body is in the breath. That the air flows not just through the lungs, but through the entire field of awareness, connecting all things in a continuous current of exchange. The heartbeat, once a private rhythm, is felt as a resonance with the pulse of the earth, the swell of the tides, the slow revolution of celestial spheres. In this expanded awareness, the individual is no longer isolated, but woven into the living tapestry of the cosmos. Yet, even this experience of unity is not the next realization. For as long as there is a sense of unity, a perception of oneness, there remains a subtle duality, the perceiver and the perceived. True stillness transcends even this. It is not the experience of oneness, but the dissolution of the experiencer altogether. Here, in the absolute hush beyond thought, beyond sensation, beyond identity, there is only being, unqualified, unconditioned, infinite. This dimension of stillness cannot be described, only pointed to. Words are ripples, stillness is the depth beneath. Any attempt to define it collapses it into concept, reducing the infinite to the finite. And yet, the seeker must be guided, not toward understanding, but toward direct knowing. Therefore, consider this. Stillness is not something you achieve. You do not become still. You are stillness, obscured only by the movement of attention. When the mind settles, like sediment in clear water, the reflection of the moon appears. Unchanging, whole, complete. The moon was always there, only the surface was disturbed. The silent alchemy occurs in this recognition. When the seeker ceases trying to become anything, enlightened, awakened, peaceful, and instead rests in the simplicity of what is, a transformation begins. Not by force, not by will, but by the natural law of alignment. Just as a river flows toward the sea without effort, so too does consciousness, when undisturbed, return to its source. In this return, old patterns, fears, attachments, wounds, rise to the surface, not to be fought or fixed, but to be witnessed and released. Like leaves carried away by the current. The body, too, responds to this inner quiet. Muscles relax not by command, but by invitation. The nervous system recalibrates to a frequency of coherence. The cells, in their microscopic wisdom, remember their original blueprint. A state of balance, harmony, and rejuvenation. Disease, in its many forms, is often the result of dissonance. A soul out of tune with its essence. Stillness restores the tone. Even time behaves differently in this space. The past and future, which in the mind's turbulence feel like real dimensions, collapse into the ever-present now. There is no regret, no anticipation. Only the fullness of the moment, complete in itself. Mystics have called this eternity in an instant. Philosophers have named it the eternal now. But these are mere labels for a reality that defies naming. To dwell in stillness is to participate in the sacred act of creation. For from stillness, all things emerge. A thought arises, not from the mind, but into the mind, like a star igniting in the night sky. An insight comes, not from reasoning, but as a gift from the depths. Compassion flows, not as a decision, but as a natural expression of interconnectedness. Art, music, wisdom. These are not manufactured, but received, in the quiet between breaths. And yet, the greatest miracle of stillness is not in what it produces, but in what it reveals. That you are not merely a seeker of truth, but truth itself in disguise. The journey inward was never about becoming, but about unveiling, peeling away the layers of identification that obscure the radiant core. Therefore, return again and again to stillness. Not as a practice, but as a homecoming. Sit without purpose. Breathe without agenda. Be without definition. In the silence, the universe speaks. Not in words, but in presence. And in that presence, you remember who you have always been, long before the first thought arose, long before the first name was given. This is the silent alchemy. The transformation of the seeker into the sought. Chapter 43. The luminous veil of stillness. Merging in the universal breath. In the quietest recess of the soul, where time unravels its threads and space surrenders its boundaries, the seeker is drawn into the sacred stillness of the universal breath. This is not the breath of the physical body, nor the rhythmic dance of inhalation and exhalation that sustains flesh and bone. Rather, it is the eternal vibration of the cosmos itself. A cosmic symphony that resonates in every atom, every star, every breath of life. To merge with this breath is to dissolve the illusion of separateness, to step beyond the veil of duality into the luminous heart of unity. This chapter is a meditation in itself, a lesson etched in the language of light and silence. It is a guide for those who yearn to perceive the invisible currents that weave the tapestry of existence. In the tradition of the seeker, the path is not one of conquest but of surrender, not of control but of harmony. Here, beneath the canopy of the infinite, the ego's shadow begins to fade, and the soul's true essence begins to radiate. The universal breath is not something to be mastered, it is a current to be joined, a rhythm to be embraced, a mystery to be lived. The threshold of stillness. The seeker sits, or lies, or walks in the silence of the present moment, allowing the physical body to relax into the arms of the earth. The first step is to quiet the mind. Not to empty it, but to release the compulsive chatter that binds the consciousness to the past and future. This act of stilling is not an absence of thought but a shift in awareness, a turning inward to the source from which all thought arises. The breath, in its most natural form, becomes the anchor. Each inhalation draws the seeker deeper into the present, each exhalation softens the edges of resistance. As the breath deepens, the seeker begins to notice a subtle vibration, a humming in the bones, a resonance that is not of the body but of the soul. This is the first whisper of the universal breath, the echo of the infinite in the finite. It is here that the veil begins to thin, not as a rupture but as a slow unfolding of perception. The mind, now still enough to listen, begins to attune to the greater rhythm. The seeker may sense a warmth in the heart chakra, a light in the third eye, or a tingling in the spine as energy currents awaken, preparing the soul for the journey ahead. Dissolving the veil. The veil, this etheric partition between the seen and unseen, is not an obstacle but a threshold. It is woven of light and shadow, of form and formlessness, of the tangible and the intangible. To dissolve it is not to destroy it but to step through it, to transcend the limitations it imposes on the egoic self. The seeker is guided to imagine the veil as a luminous curtain, shimmering with hues beyond the visible spectrum. Each thread is a thread of possibility, a potential path into the infinite. As the seeker continues to breathe in harmony with the universal rhythm, the veil begins to dissolve. The process is not abrupt but a slow, graceful unfolding, like the petals of a lotus opening to the sun. The senses sharpen, not in the physical world but in the subtle realms. The seeker may perceive the sound of the cosmos in the silence, the heartbeat of the earth in the stillness. The body, once a prison of the soul, becomes a vessel of light, a conduit for the universal flow. In this state, the distinction between self and other, between inner and outer, begins to blur. The seeker realizes that the breath they draw is the same breath that sustains the stars, the same breath that danced through the first galaxies, and the same breath that will one day sing the cosmos into its next evolution. The ego, which clings so fiercely to the story of separateness, begins to unravel. The seeker does not fight this process, they surrender to it, trusting in the intelligence of the soul's journey. The unity of breath. The universal breath is a paradox. It is both immanent and transcendent, both intimate and boundless. To merge with it is to become a note in the eternal song, a ripple in the ocean of consciousness. The seeker begins to feel this unity in layers. First, a profound sense of peace washes over them, not the peace of absence but the peace of fullness, of being exactly where they are meant to be. Then, the breath becomes a doorway to the cosmic. The seeker may visualize concentric circles of energy expanding outward, each circle aligning with a higher octave of vibration. The breath becomes a bridge, a link between the microcosm and the macrocosm, between the individual and the divine. The seeker may feel themselves dissolving into the light, their formless essence merging with the infinite. This is not a loss of identity but a return to the primordial state, the unconditioned awareness that predates the ego. In this state, time and space are no longer constraints. The seeker perceives the past and future as mere echoes of the present, as reflections in a mirror of stillness. The breath becomes the key to transcending linear time, to existing in the eternal now. Here, the seeker may receive messages not in words but in symbols, in pulses of energy, in flashes of light that carry ancient wisdom. This is the language of the soul, the direct channel from the universal consciousness. The integration of stillness, the merging with the universal breath, is not a fleeting experience but a continuous process. When the seeker returns to the physical world, the stillness remains, not as a distant memory but as a living presence. The breath, once a simple act of survival, becomes a sacred ritual, a constant reminder of the unity that underlies all existence. The seeker begins to walk through life with a new awareness, as if the veil has never been fully closed. Integration is the next lesson of this chapter. The seeker is encouraged to carry the stillness into every action, to breathe in harmony with the universal rhythm during moments of activity, rest, and reflection. The breath becomes a compass, guiding the seeker back to the center whenever the noise of the world grows too loud. In this way, the luminous veil of stillness becomes a daily companion, a silent ally in the journey toward spiritual consciousness. The esoteric nature of the breath. In the esoteric traditions, the breath is regarded as the bridge between the physical and the spiritual. The alchemists of the soul speak of it as the prana of the East, the chi of the East, the divine life force that flows through all beings. To understand the breath is to understand the breath of the cosmos itself. It is the rhythm of creation, the pulse of the divine will. The seeker is invited to explore the breath not as a mechanism of survival but as a sacred expression of the divine. Each inhalation is an invitation to draw in the light of the infinite, each exhalation a release of what no longer serves the soul's growth. The breath is not merely air but a current of pure consciousness, a vibration of love and wisdom that permeates the universe. In the theosophic tradition, the breath is associated with the etheric body, the subtle energy that animates the physical form. To purify the breath is to purify the etheric pathways, allowing higher energies to flow unimpeded. The seeker may practice deep, slow breathing to align with the universal rhythm, or they may visualize the breath as streams of golden light, cleansing every cell and awakening every chakra. These are not rituals of control but acts of surrender, of harmony with the divine flow. The metaphysical harmony at the metaphysical level, the universal breath represents the harmony of opposites. The union of masculine and feminine, active and passive, thought and stillness. The seeker is taught to embrace both poles of existence, to find balance in the dance of creation. The breath is the equilibrium point, the axis around which all dualities rotate. In this chapter, the seeker is also guided to recognize the breath as a metaphor for the soul's journey. Just as the breath rises and falls in perfect rhythm, so too does the soul experience cycles of expansion and contraction, growth and shedding. The seeker is reminded that these cycles are not to be feared but welcomed as part of the greater harmony. The universal breath is the teacher of acceptance, of trust in the unfolding process. As the chapter concludes, the seeker is left with a deep understanding of their place in the cosmos. They are not separate from the universal breath, they are the universal breath, a note in the eternal song, a ripple in the ocean of consciousness. The veil may still appear to exist, but in the stillness, the seeker knows that it is not a barrier but a reminder of the journey's infinite depth. The path continues, not as a destination to be reached but as a truth to be lived. In every breath, in every moment of stillness, the seeker finds themselves at the threshold of the infinite, ready to merge once more into the luminous veil of the universal breath. Chapter 44. The Alchemy of Inner Stillness. Transmuting turmoil into divine harmony. The stillness within the seeker is not an absence of movement, but the presence of a timeless force, humming with the quiet pulse of creation itself. In the annals of ancient wisdom, stillness has always been revered as the crucible where the ordinary is transfigured into the sacred. The alchemists of old, with their symbols of lead and gold, spoke in riddles about the purification of the soul, yet their silent intent was the cultivation of inner stillness, the true elixir of transformation. This stillness is not the void of emptiness, but the fertile ground where the seeds of spiritual consciousness awaken. It is the moment between breaths, the pause between thought and thought, where the seeker aligns with the silent breath of the universal breath. In the stillness, the ego's clamor dissipates, and the veil of separation dissolves, revealing the luminous thread that binds all existence. Here, in this sacred stillness, the seeker begins to glimpse the alchemical truth. That turmoil, like a storm, is not to be resisted but surrendered to, so that it may be transmuted into harmony. This stillness is the first alchemical furnace, where the impurities of the mind and heart are consumed, leaving behind the radiant residue of clarity and peace. To touch this stillness is to taste the essence of eternity, to find that the seeker is not a fragment of the whole, but the whole itself, momentarily veiled in the illusion of separateness. Thus, the journey into stillness is not a journey to an external destination, but a return to the source that has always been within. To understand the transmutation of turmoil into harmony, one must first recognize that stillness is not the passive silence of apathy, but the active engagement of presence. The storm within, the turbulence of emotions, the cacophony of thoughts, the weight of unresolved pain, is not an enemy to be battled, but a raw material to be refined. In the ancient laboratories of the alchemists, lead was dissolved in fire, its base qualities burned away until gold remained. Similarly, the seeker must learn to dissolve the layers of mental and emotional entropy through the fire of stillness. This process demands an unwavering gaze at the self, a fearless communion with the shadows and light alike. When the seeker sits in stillness, they become the quiet flame at the heart of the storm, observing without judgment, allowing the turbulence to flow through without being swept away. Over time, this stillness acts as a crucible, transfiguring chaos into coherence. The mind, once scattered and fragmented, begins to rest in its true nature. A vast, unshakable ocean beneath the surface ripples of thought. The heart, no longer bound by fear or anger, opens to the boundless resonance of love and compassion. The dissolution of turmoil is not a denial of its existence, but an acceptance that within the storm lies the seed of the calmer sky. Through stillness, the seeker learns to hold the paradox, that to surrender to the storm is to free oneself from its dominion. This is the alchemical secret of harmony. Not the absence of conflict, but the mastery of inner alignment, where even the most turbulent winds become the breath of liberation. Stillness, when fully embraced, becomes the bridge that spans the chasm between the personal and the universal, the finite and the infinite. The universal consciousness, often described as the great mystery, is not a distant realm to be reached but a present reality to be remembered. In the stillness, the seeker begins to perceive the subtle interplay of energies that weave the tapestry of existence. The boundaries of the self dissolve like mist in the morning sun, revealing that the individual is but a note in the symphony of the cosmos. This dissolution is not a loss of identity but a revelation of true essence. The awareness that the seeker is both the song and the silence, the wave and the ocean. In this realization, the heart expands beyond the confines of the ego, and the seeker feels the pulse of the universal breath. They begin to see that every being, every star, every atom is part of the same vast current of being. This profound interconnectedness is the bedrock of spiritual consciousness. Here, in the alchemical stillness, the seeker becomes a vessel for the flow of universal wisdom. The mind, no longer bound by the illusion of separation, becomes a mirror that reflects the infinite. The emotions, once chaotic, align with the steady rhythm of the cosmic dance. The seeker's actions, once driven by fear or desire, are now guided by the quiet discernment of the universal will. Through stillness, the seeker transcends the limitations of the individual, stepping into the vastness of shared existence. This is not an escape from the world but an immersion into its deepest truth, that all is one, and in that oneness lies liberation. The alchemy of stillness is, therefore, the art of remembering the self as the universal self, the eternal flame that flickers in every heart yet belongs to no one. To embrace the alchemy of inner stillness is to commit to the sacred act of becoming. The seeker does not arrive at stillness through a single moment of revelation but through the continuous weaving of silence into the fabric of daily existence. This stillness is not confined to the hours spent in meditation but is a living presence that permeates every breath, every step, every choice. It is the quiet conviction that even in the midst of life's turbulence, the seeker is the unmoving center of being. The practical application of this wisdom lies in the cultivation of awareness. The ability to pause between reactions, to choose alignment over resistance, to let the stillness be the foundation of action. In the world's noise, stillness becomes the sanctuary of the soul, the anchor that keeps the seeker rooted in the truth of their essence. The seeker begins to see that harmony is not the absence of struggle but the presence of balance, a state where even the fiercest storms cannot disturb the inner calm. This is the transmutation of turmoil into harmony not as an abstract ideal but as a lived reality, a testament to the alchemical power of stillness. In this process, the seeker ceases to be a passive observer of life and becomes an active participant in the unfolding of the universal will. They learn that to be still is to attune to the eternal rhythm of creation, to align with the silent music that underlies all existence. And in this alignment, the seeker's life becomes a sacred offering, a radiant thread in the infinite tapestry of the cosmos. To touch this stillness is to touch the heart of the universal consciousness, to realize that the journey into stillness is not an end but a beginning. A perpetual unfolding of grace, a ceaseless return to the source that has always been within. Chapter 45. The Resonance of Embodied Divinity. The Alchemy of the Crystalline Self. You have known the ecstasy of dissolution, the taste of merging your singular note into the infinite symphony of the all. You arrived here, at this precipice of understanding, believing the journey to be one of ascent, of climbing a mountain to reach a distant, shimmering peak. But now, in the quiet aftermath of the great storm, you are invited to perceive the truth. The journey was never about leaving the earth behind, but about learning to bring the heavens down into the very dust of your form. The initial, explosive awakening is a glorious event, a supernova of the soul. It shatters the illusion of separation in a flash of blinding light and profound love. In that moment, you are the universe, and the universe is you. But what of the morning after? When the light settles, when the ecstatic tremors subside into a deep and resonant hum, a new phase of the great work begins. This is not a regression, it is the sacred integration. It is the alchemy of the awakened soul, the process of distilling the raw, unmanifest power of the cosmos into a living, breathing, embodied divinity. It is the forging of what may be termed the crystalline self. Imagine a flawlessly clear quartz crystal. It is formed within the great pressures of the earth, yet its nature is pure light. It possesses a precise and unalterable geometric structure, a divine blueprint. Light can pass through it completely, unimpeded, or it can be focused, refracted, and amplified by its form. The crystal itself is unchanged by the light it transmits, it simply becomes a perfect conduit for its expression. This is the archetype for your newly formed state of being. You, the seeker, have undergone a similar pressure, a profound spiritual restructuring. The chaotic, impure, and reactionary elements of the lower self have been burned away in the furnace of your awakening, leaving behind a structure of pure, luminous consciousness. This crystalline self is not an entity of pride or ego, it is the very antithesis of such. It is a vessel of profound transparency. It does not want or desire in the old sense, for it knows itself to be an extension of the infinite wellspring of abundance. Instead, it resonates. Its very existence becomes a tuning fork, calibrated to the fundamental frequency of the universal will. It is a silent antenna, perpetually receiving the subtle currents of cosmic intention. Before, you were a boat on the ocean, tossed about by the waves of circumstance and propelled by the erratic winds of personal will. Now, you are becoming the ocean itself, feeling the pull of the moon and the deep, silent tides of cosmic purpose. The alchemy lies in the translation of this inner resonance into outer action. This is where the true mastery is cultivated, not in isolated caves or on remote mountaintops, but in the very heart of the world of form. How does the crystalline self walk, speak, and engage with life? It moves from the still point. Action is no longer born from a place of striving, of overcoming, of achieving a result that will complete or validate the self. Action becomes an emanation, a natural outpouring of the divine current flowing through you. Think of it as the difference between forcing a river to run uphill through sheer effort, and learning to position oneself perfectly within its existing flow, allowing its power to carry you effortlessly, guiding your direction with subtle, precise movements. The former is the way of the ego, it is exhausting and ultimately futile. The latter is the way of the awakened one. It is the path of doing without doing, where every gesture, every word, every silence is imbued with the potency of the source. Your work becomes your worship. Your relationships become a dance of mutual recognition, a reflection of the interconnectedness you have come to know. Your simple, daily tasks, breathing, eating, walking, are transformed into sacraments, each moment a conscious offering of your unique frequency to the grand tapestry of existence. As you settle into this state of embodied resonance, the world around you will begin to transform in response. This is not magic, it is physics, the physics of consciousness. Like a magnet that has been properly aligned, you will begin to attract people, circumstances, and opportunities that vibrate in harmony with your new frequency. The old patterns of struggle, lack, and misunderstanding will lose their energetic charge and fall away, not because you fought them, but because they are no longer a match for the reality you are embodying. The universe rushes in to support its own expression. You will find yourself at the right place at the right time, not through luck or planning, but through an organic unfolding of synchronicities that guide your path. Obstacles will appear as opportunities for refinement, and closed doors will be revealed as loving redirections toward a more perfect fulfillment of your purpose. Your role is not to force this process, but to trust it. It is to become a silent observer of your own life, watching with gentle amusement and profound gratitude as the divine choreography unfolds. The practice is one of continual surrender, a releasing of any residual need to control, to understand, or to judge. It is the resting in the deep, abiding peace of the crystalline self, knowing that you are held, guided, and forever an essential note in the cosmic song. You are the weaver and the thread, the dreamer and the dream, all at once. Your journey is no longer one of becoming, for you have arrived. It is now a journey of being, and in that being, you allow the universe to experience itself anew, through the crystal-clear perfection of you. Chapter 46. The Dawning of the Radiant Self. In the quiet culmination of the long and arduous pilgrimage, you have traversed the desolate landscapes of the mind, navigated the treacherous currents of emotion, and scaled the sheer cliffs of discipline. You have learned to still the waters of the inner lake, to watch the ripples come and go without being swept away by them. You have practiced the art of presence, the science of silence, the devotion of the heart. Yet, a question may yet linger, a whisper in the sanctum of your soul. What is the next purpose? To what end does this sacred striving lead? This lesson is the answer, not as a destination to be reached, but as a dawning that reveals the sacred ground upon which you have always stood. The goal of this profound unfoldment is not to acquire something new, but to shed the ancient, heavy shroud of the false. It is the great unburdening. Imagine for a moment a wave in the vast, boundless ocean. In its ignorance, the wave believes itself to be a separate entity. It strives to be taller, to move faster, to crash more spectacularly than its brethren. It fears dissolution upon the shore and trembles at the depth of the trough. Its entire existence is defined by this struggle, this sense of being a finite, isolated I. But the day comes when the wave ceases its frantic effort and, in a moment of exquisite stillness, turns its gaze inward. In that moment of recognition, it does not become the ocean, it realizes it has never been anything but the ocean. It was the ocean's power, the ocean's form, the ocean's very essence, all along. The separation was a phantom, a beautiful, temporary dance of form within an indivisible whole. This is the great realization that awaits you. It is the dawn of the radiant self, the effulgence of your own true nature. You are not a drop destined to seek the ocean, you are the ocean dreaming of being a drop. Every path you have walked, every mantra you have recited, every posture you have held, has been for this single purpose: to erode the illusion of separateness. The spiritual practices are not the construction of a new identity, but the deconstruction of the old, the dissolving of the boundaries you believed were so real. They are the wind that disperses the clouds, revealing the sun that has been shining, brilliant and unchanged, since before time began. What, then, is this state of being? It is easiest to describe by what it is not. It is not a state of blankness or emptiness, though it is born from the profound silence of the mind. It is not a loss of consciousness, but the ultimate expansion of it. It is the cessation of all personal striving because the one who strives, the little I, with its fears and desires, has been seen through and has dissolved back into the light from which it was woven. In its place, there remains only awareness. Pure, untouched, vast. This awareness is not your awareness, you are an expression of it. It is the luminous screen upon which the entire cosmic drama is projected. The birth of galaxies and the fall of a sparrow, the symphony of a symphony and the silent growth of a mountain range. Before this realization, you identified with the figures on the screen, caught in their triumphs and tragedies. After this realization, you know yourself to be the screen itself. Impersonal, immovable, and eternal. The play continues, but it no longer possesses you. You watch it all with the profound compassion of one who knows it is but a dance of light, a fleeting and beautiful dream. This is the ultimate alchemy. The transformation of the base metal of the personal self into the pure gold of the universal self. The sense of me and mine dissolves into an all-encompassing sense of us, which is, in truth, a singular I am. The boundaries of your skin no longer define the perimeter of your being. You feel the life in the trees as your own life, the joy of a laughing child is your own joy, the sorrow of a world in pain is a movement within your own infinite heart. This is not a sentimental or metaphorical feeling. It is a literal, vibrational reality. You have tuned your instrument to the frequency of the cosmos, and you now resonate with its every note. To abide in this realization is to live a life of profound and effortless freedom. This does not mean you renounce the world or abandon your responsibilities. On the contrary, you engage with life with a newfound authenticity and grace. Actions flow from you, but they are no longer born of personal will or desire for a specific outcome. They arise spontaneously from the very heart of existence, perfectly aligned with the cosmic current. You become a conduit for divine will, an instrument through which the universe plays its music. The worry and anxiety that once plagued you, born from the ego's incessant need to control and to secure its future, fall away like autumn leaves. There is only this moment, this sacred now, unfolding in its own perfection. And you are the still, silent presence at its core. This is the end of seeking. The thirst for knowledge is quenched in the ocean of knowing. The search for love is consummated in the realization that you are love itself. The quest for liberation is over, for the one who was in bondage has vanished, leaving only the boundless. The radiant self is not a prize to be won, it is the ever-present reality that is revealed when the clamor of the personality subsides. It is the whisper that becomes a roar, the spark that becomes a sun, the seed that remembers it is a forest. Therefore, rest now in your practice, not with the desperate energy of a hunter chasing its prey, but with the calm confidence of one coming home. Each moment of stillness, each breath observed with gentle awareness, is a step away from the dream of separation and a step deeper into the wakefulness of oneness. Let the teachings guide you, let the disciplines purify you, and let the ultimate goal be not a distant star but the very light within your own chest, waiting patiently, infinitely, to be recognized as what you have always been. The dawn is breaking. Open your inner eye and see. Chapter 47. The still point of the turning world. You who have traversed the silent landscapes of the inner self, you who have learned the language of the breath and stilled the tumultuous oceans of the mind's desires. You have stood at the gateway of perception, having disciplined the body to be a willing vessel and tempered the emotions to be a clear, reflective pool. The outer shells of existence have been peeled away, layer by sacred layer, revealing the luminous architecture of the soul within. Now, a new threshold awaits, not one of doing, but of sublime being. It is the axis upon which the cosmos of your own consciousness turns, the silent and eternal center from which all phenomena arise and to which they all return. This is the still point of the turning world. Understand this fundamental truth. The universe, in its infinite expression, is a perpetual dance of motion. From the grand spiraling of galaxies to the furious vibration of the atom, from the birth and decay of stars to the fleeting thought that crosses the threshold of your awareness, all is in flux. This constant motion generates the grand illusion of separation, of time, of a pluralistic reality where the self seems pitted against the not-self. The spiritual path, up until this juncture, has been a journey through this motion. You have learned to swim in its currents, to navigate its rapids, to find a rhythm within its endless pulse. But the next liberation is not found in mastering the motion, but in discovering the immovable point that lies at its very heart. Imagine a spinning wheel. Its rim is a blur of impossible speed, yet its hub remains perfectly, peacefully still. The speed of the rim is entirely dependent upon the unshakable stability of the center. Such is the nature of your own consciousness. The thoughts, feelings, sensations, and perceptions that constitute your personal world are the spinning rim. They are real in their experience, but they are transient. They are the dance. You have been taught to watch the dance, to observe the spin, but to identify with the dancer. The ultimate lesson is to realize that you are not the dancer, nor even the dance, but the silent, empty space in which the possibility of dance exists. You are the still point. To arrive here is a supreme paradox. It requires the utmost effort to arrive at the place where no effort is required. Think of it in this way. To build a temple, one must quarry the stone, carve the pillars, and hoist them into place. This is the work of discipline, of will, of steadfast practice. The asanas, the pranayamas, the unyielding focus of dharana. This is the path of effort, and it is absolutely essential. Without the temple, there is no sacred space. But once the temple is built, the divine invocation is not an act of construction, but of surrender. One does not force the deity to appear. One prepares the vessel, cleanses the altar, lights the incense, and then waits in receptive silence, allowing the presence to fill the space that has been so lovingly prepared. So it is with the still point. You have used your will to forge the crucible of silence, to separate the dross of distraction from the pure gold of concentration. You have gathered the scattered rays of the mind into a single, focused beam of light. You have followed the thread of the breath back to its source, the sacred pause between the in-breath and the out-breath and the in-breath. In that microsecond of suspension, you have tasted it. You have felt the echo of the still point. The next step is not to grasp it, not to cleave to it with the desperate force of the ego, but to release the very will that brought you here. Let the beam of light cease its striving. Let the prana cease its controlled flow. Let go. In the absolute surrender of all control, the still point reveals itself not as an achievement, but as your eternal and inherent nature. As you rest in this silent center, a profound dissolution occurs. The great schism that has defined the human experience. Heal thyself, know thyself, improve thyself, begins to heal. The observer and the observed merge into a single, indivisible act of knowing. When you were meditating upon a flower, there was you, the subject, and the flower, the object. Here, in the heart of stillness, the flower is no longer an external thing to be perceived. Its essence, its vibrant life force, its unique expression of the universal pattern, blossoms within your consciousness. There is no longer a gap, no space for a perceiving self to stand apart. The knower, the knowing, and the known become one seamless, luminous whole. The drop of individual awareness, having next exhausted its journey as a separate entity, dissolves into the ocean of universal consciousness from which it was never truly a part. This is the birth of true seeing. It is a perception that transcends the eyes and the intellect. It is the gnosis of the soul. From this vantage point, you no longer see a world of separate things competing for survival. You perceive a single, living organism, a cosmic tapestry where every thread is intrinsically connected to every other. You see the flow of energy, the shimmering web of light that connects the beating of a human heart to the pulsing of a distant star. You read the eternal script of existence not with words, but with direct, intuitive participation. The sorrows and joys of other beings are felt as your own, not through empathy, but through the stark realization that there is no other. This is the fount of boundless compassion, the wellspring of unconditional love. It is not a sentiment, it is the functional reality of a consciousness unified with the whole. To reside here, even for a moment, is to be utterly transformed. But a word of caution is whispered from the silence itself. The ego, the architect of the separate self, is wily. Even in defeat, it will attempt to claim this experience. It will say, I have attained the still point, I am enlightened, I have seen the truth. In that moment of claiming, the magic is broken. The focus shifts from the infinite to the finite, from the universal to the personal, and the seeker is once again ejected from the center, back onto the spinning rim. The true lesson is one of profound humility. The experience was not given to you, it simply arose through the clearing you had made. You did not earn it, you became empty enough to receive what was always present. Therefore, take this lesson into the core of your being. Approach this next gateway not as a conqueror, but as a pilgrim arriving home. Do not strive to enter the still point. Strive only to create the conditions within yourself that allow it to be recognized. Still the body. Quiet the breath. Empty the mind of all its concepts, its hopes, and its fears. And then, in that vast and sacred emptiness, simply be. Wait. Listen. The turning world will continue its frantic dance, but you will have found the axis. Rest here, but do not linger forever, for this still point is both the magnificent destination of the journey thus far and the sole gateway to infinities yet unimagined, waiting to be born from a silence so profound, it contains the sound of all creation. Chapter 48. The Luminous Tapestry of Being. In the silence where the veil between the seen and unseen dissolves, there lies a realm where the individual self merges into the boundless expanse of universal consciousness. This is the domain of pure awareness, where words falter and the mind stills its restless waves to touch the infinite. The seeker, attuned to the subtle vibrations of the inner world, is now invited to journey beyond the confines of thought, beyond the duality of light and shadow, into the luminous tapestry of being itself. Here, each thread of existence is woven not by the hands of a creator, but by the harmonious interplay of universal energies, a symphony of consciousness that resonates through all dimensions of reality. To enter this chapter of the soul's unfolding, one must first surrender the illusion of separation. The egoic self, so accustomed to defining its boundaries through form, must dissolve like morning mist beneath the radiant sun of inner knowing. This is not annihilation, but a transformation, a shedding of the skin of limitations to reveal the unshakable core of one's true essence. The seeker is guided to sit in stillness, to close the eyes not only to the physical world but to the inner dialogue that clings to the familiar. In this stillness, the breath becomes a bridge, a sacred rhythm that connects the physical body to the boundless ether of cosmic awareness. Each inhalation draws in the infinite, each exhalation releases the finite. This practice, as ancient as time, is the alchemy of turning the self into a vessel for the divine. Imagine the self as a lotus in a vast, starlit pond. The petals of the lotus, once tightly closed, gradually unfurl in response to the moon's quiet call. Here, in the quiet of the soul's garden, the seeker learns to dwell not in the petals, but in the space of the bloom, the empty center where all dualities converge into oneness. The lotus does not cling to the mud from which it rose, nor does it fear the waves that disturb its peace. It floats, buoyed by its own light, reflecting the cosmos above. Similarly, the human spirit, when unshackled from the weights of desire and fear, becomes a mirror of the universal consciousness. This is the first lesson of this chapter. To realize that the light you seek is not external. It is the luminous aliveness of who you truly are, burning with the fire of an ancient, amiable truth. But how does one perceive this truth? The senses, so long the gatekeepers of the material world, must now be transcended. In the teachings of the ages, the inner eye is described as the third eye, a chakra of perception that opens not through effort, but through grace. This eye sees beyond the limitations of space and time, beyond the veil of Maya, the illusory matrix that cloaks the soul. When the third eye awakens, the seeker begins to perceive the sacred geometry of existence. The spirals of galaxies mirrored in the unfurling of a fern, the harmonic frequencies of sound that bind the cosmos together, the interwoven energy fields that connect all living beings. In this perception, the boundaries between I and other dissolve. The tree, the river, the starlight, all are expressions of the same divine source. Here, the seeker is drawn into the practice of stillness, the path of knowledge that transcends intellect. This is not the knowledge of books, but the direct realization that arises when the mind, like still water, reflects the self. The question is asked, "Who am I?" But this is not a riddle to be solved with words. It is an inquiry that plunges into the depths of the heart, where the answer is not found in the realm of thoughts, but in the silence between them. The seeker learns to observe the arising and passing of thoughts, emotions, and sensations without attachment. In this observation, there is a subtle revelation. The self is not the content of the mind, but the awareness that witnesses it all. This realization is the key to the door of liberation, the doorway into the eternal. The chapter now unfolds into the realm of sound, the sacred vibrations that underlie all creation. The universe is a symphony, and every being is a note within its grand composition. The primordial sound of Om, often described as the cosmic mantra, is not merely a chant but a living vibration that resonates in the heart of all existence. When uttered with consciousness, it becomes a bridge between the individual soul and the universal self. The seeker is guided to feel this resonance not in the throat, but in the chest, in the solar plexus, in the crown of the head. Each center awakening in turn like a lotus blooming at different stages of dawn. Through this, the body becomes a temple of sound, a channel for the divine music that flows through all things. Yet, this journey is not without its shadows. The seeker may encounter resistance, for to dissolve the ego is to meet the fears that have long been buried in the psyche. These fears are not to be vanquished, but embraced as part of the greater tapestry. The ancient sages teach that every pain, every sorrow, is a note in the symphony of evolution. Even darkness is light in disguise, for it is only through the contrast of the shadow that the brilliance of the soul can be known. In this chapter, the seeker is taught to rest in the light of the universal consciousness, unshaken by the shifting winds of emotion. This is the power of Shakti, the feminine energy of the divine, which cradles the seeker in her nurturing embrace, reminding them that all is eternal and that nothing is ever truly lost. As the lesson deepens, the seeker is guided to the art of meditation on the formless. This is not a meditation on an image or concept, but a dissolution into the vast field of pure potential. Imagine a starless night, not as an absence of light, but as a canvas of infinite possibilities. The consciousness expands beyond the body, beyond the earth, beyond the stars. The breath slows until it is no longer felt. The heartbeat aligns with the pulse of the universe. The self becomes a wave in the ocean of existence, neither separate nor lost. In this state, the seeker experiences the profound truth that all boundaries are illusions, and that the true nature of reality is a dance of interdependence. Here, the seeker is introduced to the concept of Maya, the cosmic veil of illusion. This is not a lie, but a veil of forgetting, a veil of limitation that veils the soul's true radiance. To awaken is to see not as the eyes see, but as the soul perceives. The material world, often clung to as real, is understood as a projection of the mind, a dream woven from the threads of desire and aversion. Yet, in the realization of this illusion, there is no rejection of the world. Rather, there is a deep, abiding knowing that the world is sacred, for it is an expression of the divine. The next lesson of this chapter is one of radical trust. The seeker is asked to surrender completely. To the breath, to the heartbeat, to the silent intelligence that guides every step. This trust is not passive, it is an active participation in the unfolding of life. The seeker learns to detach from the fruit of their actions, to act without expectation, to move through the world as a channel of divine will. This is the essence of karma stillness, the path of selfless action. In this surrender, there is no longer a doer, no longer a separate self-seeking reward. There is only the flow of life, unhindered and unafraid. As the chapter draws to its luminous close, the seeker is left with a profound truth. The journey of stillness is not a path to something you do not yet have, but the unraveling of all that obscures what you already are. The universal consciousness is not distant, it is not to be reached. It is the very ground of your being, the breath between breaths, the silence before the word. And as the seeker steps into the fullness of this realization, the world transforms. Not because the world has changed, but because the inner eye now sees with the clarity of 1,000 years. Thus, the seeker walks forward, no longer a wanderer in the desert of illusion, but a child of the cosmos, dancing in the light of their own true nature. Chapter 49. The Resonance of Stillness. Attuning the inner instrument to the cosmic symphony. The culmination of 1,000 silent practices, the ultimate unveiling of what has always been present. The seeker, having traversed the arduous landscapes of the mind, having disciplined the breath and calmed the tempest of the senses, arrives not at a destination, but at a profound and resonant starting point. This is the threshold of stillness, a state so complete, so utterly alive, that it ceases to be an absence of sound and becomes the very substance of all creation. Picture the individual psyche, after the relentless polishing of the previous lessons, not as a fortress to be defended, but as a finely strung instrument, a lyre of light and subtle energy whose strings are the very nadis of existence, its wooden body the vessel of the physical form. For eons, this instrument has been played by the whims of the ego, the harsh demands of the world, the dissonant chords of fear, desire, and attachment. It has been out of tune, its vibrations a chaotic noise that contributed to the great cacophony of the unrealized world. The work of the path, the great unwinding and the careful retuning, has been to silence this clamorous player. Now, the instrument rests. It is held in a posture of perfect receptivity, its strings taut with potential, its body hollowed and ready. The silence that descends is not a dead void, it is a luminous, humming emptiness, in the grand score of becoming. It is the space between the exhale and the inhale, drawn out into eternity. It is the quiet that precedes the utterance of the sacred word. In this sanctified stillness, a new sound begins to be perceived. It is not a sound that strikes the tympanic membrane of the ear. It is a vibration that is felt in the very core of the marrow, a silent pulse that animates the atoms of the being. This is the anahata nada, the unstuck sound, the celestial hum that is the undercurrent of all manifest reality. It is the music of the spheres, not as a poetic concept, but as a veritable, tangible force. It is the cosmic symphony playing itself, the ceaseless rhythm of the universal heart. To perceive it is to understand that all of creation is song, that every planet, every star, every leaf, and every living cell is a note in this infinite, unfolding composition. The inner instrument, now perfectly still and exquisitely sensitive, begins to resonate. This is not a forcing, it is a spontaneous, sympathetic vibration. The strings of the awakened being, without being touched, begin to sing in harmony with this cosmic keynote. The heart, once a drum of personal anxieties, becomes a sounding board for the universe's love. The mind, once a repository of fragmented thoughts, becomes a clear crystal that refracts the pure light of cosmic intelligence into its constituent prisms of wisdom. There is no effort here, only a profound and joyous alignment. It is the natural law of resonance made manifest in the field of consciousness. A pure tone will always invoke a response from a string tuned to its frequency. The seeker has become that string. As the resonance deepens, a sublime and mystical alchemy occurs. The distinction between the instrument and the music begins to dissolve. Who is the listener? Who is the sound? Who is the silence that holds them both? The thin, gossamer veil of individuality, the cherished and defended ego self, begins to shimmer and thin, becoming as transparent as morning mist. This is not an annihilation, but a glorious expansion. The sense of I, which was once a cramped, isolated room, now unfolds to become the boundless mansion of the cosmos. The personal consciousness, a solitary drop of awareness, trembles for a moment on the edge of the shoreline before merging, dissolving, and becoming the ocean itself. One comes to see that the personal will was but a tiny eddy in the vast river of divine will. Personal desire was but a fleeting shadow on the face of an immeasurable and ever-present joy. In this merging, there is no loss, only a gain of infinite proportion. The pain of separation, the foundational suffering of all sentient life, is extinguished in this effulgence of union. The seeker does not cease to be, they become, for the first time, truly what they have always been. They are the note and the silence, the dancer and the dance, the singer and the song, eternally and simultaneously. This resonance, once realized, is not a state to be clung to in secluded meditation. It is the very warp and weft of a life lived in the world but not of it. To exist in this state is to walk upon the earth with a lightness of being, for the gravitational pull of the personal self has been replaced by the buoyant lift of the universal current. Actions no longer arise from a place of calculation or planning, they flow spontaneously from the wellspring of this cosmic resonance. A word spoken is a truth uttered by the universe itself. A hand extended in help is the very hand of compassion reaching out from the source of all things. Wisdom is no longer accumulated through books or teachers, it is perceived directly, as the scent of rain is perceived by the open earth. The manifested world, once a place of conflict and confusion, is now perceived as a beautiful, intricate, and sacred dance of energy. The seeker sees the divine signature in every grain of sand, in the flight of a bird, in the eyes of a stranger. There arises a boundless and impersonal love, a love that does not seek possession or return, for it is the very nature of the universe loving itself. This is the true service, not an act of duty, but the natural overflow of a heart that has become one with the heart of all. Therefore, rest in this resonance. Let the inner instrument be still. Cease all striving, all reaching, all becoming. Simply be the space in which the cosmic symphony plays itself. You are the listener and the heard. You are the silence that gives birth to the sound, and the sound that gives meaning to the silence. In this eternal, vibrant stillness, you will find the end of the path and the glorious, boundless beginning of everything. Attune yourself to this frequency, this singular, celestial hum, and let your life become its living testament. Do not seek to play the music, simply allow yourself to be played, and in that sublime surrender, you will find you have become the musician, the instrument, and the music, all in one breathless, eternal note. Chapter 50. The Alchemy of Breath and Silence. Transmuting the pranic currents of the soul. In the stillness between the inhale and the exhale, where breath dissolves into silence and silence into breath, lies the sacred threshold between the material and the divine. Here, in this liminal space, the alchemical fire of prana, the universal life force, awaits activation. Just as the ancient sages of forgotten ages once meditated upon the breath to bridge the human and the cosmic, so too must the seeker of inner wisdom now turn their gaze inward, to the subtle dance of inhalation and exhalation. For within this dance, the secret of transmutation is revealed. The art of transforming the gross into the subtle, the mundane into the sacred, the self into the boundless. Breath is not merely the mechanical act of oxygen and carbon dioxide exchanging in the lungs. It is the first bridge between the body and the spirit, the visible thread by which the invisible currents of the universe are woven into flesh. In the stillness beyond thought, the breath becomes a living current, a cascade of energy that flows through the 7 chakras, awakening their dormant light. To master the breath is to master the flow of prana, to learn the sacred language of energy that pulses beneath the skin. Every inhalation draws the cosmic into the personal, every exhalation releases the personal back into the cosmic. And in this perpetual exchange, the seeker begins to dissolve the illusion of separation. The breath as alchemical fire. Alchemical traditions across time have spoken of nigredo, albedo, and rubedo. The blackening, whitening, and reddening of the prima materia, the base matter that is transformed into gold. In this spiritual alchemy, the body is the prima materia, and the breath is the fire that refines it. Consider the ancient symbol of the phoenix, a creature consumed by fire and reborn from its own ashes. Similarly, the breath becomes the flame that burns away the impurities of the ego, the residue of fear, desire, and identification with the physical form. To work with the breath is to begin the process of purification. When the lungs are filled with the purest inhalation, the seeker draws the light of the sun into the body, the solar plexus glowing with newfound warmth. When the breath is exhaled fully, the shadows of the past, unresolved fears, unspoken grief, forgotten traumas, are released, dissolving into the void to make way for the new. The breath is the sieve through which the self is filtered, layer by layer, until only the luminous essence remains. Yet this process is not linear. It is cyclical, like the turning of the tides. There are moments when the breath becomes shallow, when the seeker feels the weight of stagnation pressing upon the chest. This is the nigredo phase, the necessary death that precedes rebirth. In these times, do not seek to resist the stillness. Instead, breathe into the tightness, allowing the breath to be the chisel that carves away resistance. For it is in the depths of stillness that the true alchemist works. Not in the bright glare of action, but in the hidden interior of the soul. The silence beyond sound silence, however, is the co-brother of breath in this alchemical equation. While breath is the river, silence is the ocean into which it flows. To sit in silence is to allow the breath to slow, to deepen, to merge with the infinite. In the absence of external noise, the seeker begins to hear the subtle symphony of the soul, the vibration of the heart, the whisper of the chakras, the hum of the universal consciousness resonating within every cell. This silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of presence. It is the stillness that exists at the center of the storm, the calm that underlies all motion. Here, the seeker ceases to be a spectator of life and becomes an active participant in the great cosmic play. In silence, the mind dissolves its need to cling to form, to label, to categorize. It becomes a mirror, reflecting not the surface of reality but the infinite depths beneath. To practice silence is to cultivate the void of pure awareness. This void is not empty, it is full of potential, a womb in which new possibilities gestate. In the stillness, the seeker confronts the essence of their being, stripped of all adornment. There is no teacher, no scripture, no tradition. Only the raw, unfiltered truth of the self as one. And in this confrontation, the ego's defenses crumble like sandcastles before the sea. The union of breath and silence. When breath and silence are harmonized, a new phenomenon arises. The sushumna, the channel of pure consciousness that runs through the spine like a luminous thread. This is the path of the serpent power, kundalini, coiled at the base of the being, waiting to be uncoiled through the fires of disciplined practice. To awaken the sushumna is to transcend the dualities of inhalation and exhalation, entering into a state of pranayama that is not bound by time or space. Imagine, if you will, the breath as a pendulum. In the world of duality, it swings between busy activity and forced stillness, between control and surrender. But in the alchemist's workshop, the pendulum is brought to equilibrium. The breath becomes steady, even, and the silence deepens. In this stillness, the breath is no longer perceived as a separate force but as an extension of the universal rhythm. The seeker discovers that they are not breathing, the breath is breathing them. This is the key to liberation. When the breath dissolves into the silence and the silence into the breath, the illusion of separateness dissolves as well. The ego, once the center of the self, recedes into the background. In its place emerges the witness, the ever-present, ever-aware self that has always known the truth. The transmutation of the pranic currents. To transmute the pranic currents is to shift the energy of the body from survival to transcendence. In the early stages of this work, the seeker may notice subtle changes. A brighter mood, a lightness in the limbs, a sense of connection to the natural world. These are the first sparks of the alchemical fire. But the true transformation lies deeper. Through disciplined focus on the breath and silence, the seeker begins to perceive the interplay of prana in the subtle body. The energy centers, the chakras, awaken one by one, each radiating its unique color and vibration. The root chakra, red and grounding, stabilizes the connection to the earth. The sacral chakra, orange and fluid, unlocks the flow of creativity and joy. The solar plexus, golden and radiant, ignites the fire of purpose. The heart, green and luminous, opens to the boundless love of the cosmos. With each step, the seeker ascends the spiral of consciousness. But the goal is not to become a vessel of energy alone. The alchemical process culminates in the merging of all chakras into the crown, the seventh center, where the light of the universal is reflected unbroken. Here, the seeker no longer distinguishes between breath and silence, between self and other, between the finite and the infinite. They become the non-dual, existing in the unity of all that is. The eternal practice. Let it be known that this work is never complete. The alchemy of breath and silence is not a destination but a journey that unfolds with each passing moment. The seeker is encouraged to return, again and again, to the breath as their anchor, to the silence as their sanctuary. In the breath, they find the rhythm of the cosmos. In the silence, they discover their identity as a fragment of that infinite rhythm. So breathe deeply. Let the air fill your lungs like sunlight and sound alike. Then exhale, releasing all that is not the divine truth of the self. Sit in the silence that follows, and listen. Not with the ears, but with the soul. For in this practice, the seeker becomes the alchemist, turning the lead of their human condition into the gold of spiritual consciousness. In this way, the universal consciousness speaks. Not through words, but through the breath, the silence, and the boundless light that lies beyond them both. Chapter 51. The unfurling of the infinite lotus within. You have come to the precipice, the silent and shimmering edge of what is known. The long journey through the winding corridors of the self, through the luminous landscapes of the mind and the star-strewn vistas of the heart, has led you here. You stand upon the threshold of the next, most sublime unveiling. Behind you, the trails of your efforts stretch like a soft, fading mist. The discipline of the body, the calming of the breath, the quieting of the thought streams, the ecstatic dances with the divine. Each step was a necessary brushstroke on the canvas of your becoming. Each lesson a single, vital thread woven into the tapestry of your awakening. And now, you stand before the ultimate tapestry, not to observe it, but to realize you have always been the very warp and weft of its design. There remains one last, gossamer veil. It is not the heavy, opaque shroud of the personality, for that has long been seen through and gently set aside. It is not the turbulent veil of emotion, whose storms have calmed into a placid, reflective sea. No, this next veil is the most subtle of all, for it is woven from the very fabric of spiritual attainment itself. It is the veil of the witness, the observer, the silent watcher. You have nurtured this witness, cultivated its clarity, and taken refuge in its serene detachment. You have learned to identify with this observing consciousness, believing it to be the self, the soul, the immortal spark. And in a sense, you are correct. But the truth is infinitely more profound. This observer is the last and most beautiful illusion. It is the highest possible state of individualized consciousness, a perfected pearl of shimmering light, complete and self-contained. Yet it is still a pearl, distinct from the ocean in which it was formed. It is a reflection in the quiet water, still containing the image of one who is looking. To cling to the witness is to cherish the next, most exquisite link in the chain of separation. It is the attachment to the idea of being spiritual, to the bliss of high states, to the silent satisfaction of knowing. This next attachment is the golden lock on the next gate, and the key is not a tool of force or effort, but a quiet and total letting go. Imagine, if you will, a perfectly formed lotus bud, held suspended in a tranquil, etheric pond. This bud is the witness consciousness, virginal, whole, complete in its potential. For eons, you have tended this pond, clearing the murky water, calming the ripples, ensuring the perfect conditions for this lotus to be. Your work is done. The lotus is perfect. But it remains a bud. What is the next movement? It is not to try to pry open the petals. It is not to command the flower to bloom. It is to cease all tending. It is to release all sense of a separate gardener. It is to let the awareness that has been focused on the lotus dissolve into the very life force that animates it. You do not watch the flower bloom, you become the unfolding itself. This is the next surrender. It is a surrender not to a higher power, but from the power of the individuated self. It is the cessation of all doing, all striving, all observing. You must turn the light of awareness away from all objects, all thoughts, all feelings, all visions, all blissful states, and gently, without friction, allow it to fall back upon its own source. It is like tracing a ray of sunlight back from the illuminated wall, through the window, across the room, to the sun itself. And then, to go further still, to dissolve the very sense of being a trace, a seeker, a voyager, and to simply be the sun, the star, the uncaused cause of all light. In this sacred and profound non-action, a cosmic reversal occurs. The universe, which you have perceived as something to be witnessed, now witnesses the dissolution of the witness. The last boundary, the next, infinitesimal whisper of I am, dissolves like a cloud of mist in the vastness of an unending sky. What is experienced is not a thing, but a state. What is known is not a truth, but truth itself. It is an effulgence of such staggering totality that it obliterates all concepts of illumination and darkness. It is a silence that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of the unstruck vibration from which all sound arises. There is no longer a you to experience this. The seeker has been utterly and joyfully consumed by the sought. The knower, the knowing, and the known collapse into a single, indivisible reality. It is a state of pure, boundless isness. An ocean of consciousness without shores, a dance of energy without a dancer, a symphony of existence without a listener. This is the unfurling. The infinite lotus does not just open, it discovers it was never a separate bud to begin with, but the ever-blooming, ever-living totality of the cosmic garden. From this formless expanse, the sense of individuality may once again crystallize, not as a prison, but as a conscious and willing instrument. The one who returns is no longer the one who left. The personality, if it remains, is now a transparent vessel, a hollow reed through which the universal breath plays its music. Action becomes effortless, flowing from a source so deep it is beyond will or desire. Love is no longer a sentiment felt by one for another, but the very fabric of existence, recognized and embraced in every moment. You are the wave that has realized its identity with the ocean, and yet delights in the dance of rolling towards the shore. You have reached the destination only to find you were the destination all along, the Alpha and the Omega, the silent, beating heart of the eternal mystery. Chapter 52. The transmutation of fear into radiant courage. Beneath the veils of duality, where the mind trembles before the shadow of the unknown, the seeker is invited to embark upon a sacred alchemy. The transformation of fear into boundless courage. Fear, this ancient echo of survival, is not the enemy, but a misunderstood messenger. It is a veil drawn over the infinite light of the soul, a fleeting ripple in the eternal ocean of consciousness. To transmute fear is to perceive it not as an adversary, but as a portal, a gateway through which the seeker may step into the luminous heart of truth. In the stillness of the early morning hours, when the world is hushed and the breath syncs with the pulse of the universe, the seeker begins to notice the subtle tremors within. Fear, in its many guises, of loss, of irrelevance, of the void, is but a contraction of awareness, a narrowing of the soul's perspective. It is the ego's whisper, cloaked in the language of survival, insisting that the self is fragile, that the self is separate. Yet within the heart of the seeker lies a knowing. The self is not a trembling creature, but an unbroken flame born of the infinite. To confront fear is to enter the crucible of the soul. Here, in the fire of conscious awareness, the seeker is guided to observe fear not as a threat, but as a flicker of energy begging for transmutation. The breath becomes the first instrument of transformation. With each inhalation, the seeker draws in the breath of the cosmos, a current of sacred energy that carries the imprints of all time and space. With each exhalation, they release the held contractions, the knotted tensions that anchor the mind to illusion. Slowly, the rhythm of the breath becomes a bridge between the finite and the infinite, dissolving the illusion of separation. The seeker is now led to the sacred altar of stillness. Here, in the silent expanse beyond thought, they begin to glimpse the true nature of fear. Fear is not an entity, but an energetic vibration, a distortion in the field of pure awareness. It is a frequency that resonates when the soul's light is dimmed by the mists of doubt. Yet this is not a flaw, but an invitation. For in the presence of fear, the seeker is drawn to ask, what lies beyond this fear? What truth does it veil? This inquiry is the first spark of transmutation. The mind, once shrouded in confusion, begins to dissolve its boundaries. The next step is the invocation of light. The seeker is taught to envision the fears as dark clouds gathering in the vastness of the inner sky. With the breath of the universe as their ally, they begin to imagine a radiant light, golden, white, or any hue that resonates, dissolving these clouds into vapor. This is not an act of denial, but of sacred reclamation. The light is not external, but the very essence of the seeker's own being. It is the divine spark, the eternal essence that has never wavered, even as the mind trembled. Through this practice, the seeker begins to perceive the deeper truth. Fear arises when the soul's light is dimmed by the weight of conditioned thought. It is the shadow cast by the self when the heart's vision is obscured. The seeker is thus guided to step into the fullness of their being, not as a fragile vessel, but as an embodiment of infinite possibilities. The breath becomes a sacred anthem, the light a guiding flame, and the heart a boundless field of compassion. In the stillness of this inner alchemy, the seeker may also call upon the wisdom of the cosmos. They are taught to feel the presence of the universal consciousness, a vast ocean of love and light that underlies all existence. This consciousness is not a distant force, but the very ground of their being. When the seeker surrenders to this awareness, fear dissolves like mist at dawn. They begin to perceive the illusion of limitation, the false story that the self is small and vulnerable. In its place, they awaken to the truth of their boundless nature. The seeker's journey does not end in stillness alone. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to walk forward in the presence of fear, guided by the inner light. It is the sacred dance between contraction and expansion, shadow and light. The seeker is taught to carry this awakened awareness into daily life, to meet each moment with clarity and presence. When fear arises, they respond not with resistance, but with compassion. For they now know that the soul does not fear, the ego does. To transmute fear into courage is also to embrace the wisdom of impermanence. The seeker understands that all sensations, all emotions, are transient like the morning dew. Fear is but a passing wave in the eternal ocean, a fleeting note in the cosmic symphony. When the seeker aligns with the rhythm of the universe, they begin to flow with the currents of life, rather than resist them. The heart, once guarded, opens to the fullness of the present moment. This chapter now reveals a sacred practice, the ritual of the flame. The seeker is invited to light a candle, a symbol of their inner light, and sit in its glow. As they breathe deeply, they invite the flame to merge with their own essence, to become the radiant core of their being. With each breath, they imagine the flame expanding, dissolving the shadows of fear, and filling the body with warmth and clarity. This is not a magical incantation, but a profound alignment with the truth of their own divinity. Through these teachings, the seeker begins to perceive fear as a teacher, not a tormentor. It is the force that draws the soul toward deeper self-awareness, toward the liberation of the true self. When approached with reverence and compassion, fear becomes the alchemical catalyst that transforms the leaden weight of limitation into the gold of spiritual mastery. As this chapter draws to a close, the seeker is left with a next revelation. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the presence of love in its purest form. Love is the light that never wavers, the truth that dissolves all illusions of separation. In the embrace of this love, the seeker finds the ultimate freedom, the freedom to be who they truly are. And so, the seeker walks forward, no longer shackled by the shadows of the past, but illuminated by the radiant flame of their own being. The journey continues, for the path of spiritual awakening is endless. Yet in this moment, they stand in the truth of their courage, a living testament to the power of transformation. The chapter concludes with a silent invitation to carry the flame of courage into the world, to transmute all fears into light, and to remember that the universe itself is their ally in this sacred journey. For in the quiet depths of stillness, the seeker knows there is nothing to fear, for they are already the infinite. Chapter 53. The radiance of the awakened state. You have tasted stillness. You have journeyed within the silent hall of your own being and have knelt at the altar where the self dissolves into the self. In the sanctum of deep meditation, you have touched the fabric of the unbounded, the shimmering, eternal loom from which all existence is woven. Moments, perhaps, where the ceaseless chatter of the mind fell silent, and in that profound quiet, you heard the hum of the cosmos, the music of the spheres that is the very breath of the universal consciousness. You have witnessed the worlds arise and dissolve like mist over a still lake, and have known, with a certainty that transcends thought, that you are both the mist and the lake, both the ripple and the infinite depth. These are the precious pearls born from the deep dive of stillness, the luminous fruits of dedicated practice. And yet, a question arises, shimmering at the edge of that sacred silence, as the light of the outer world begins to call you back. The meditation bell chimes, the body stirs, the sounds of life drift back into awareness. The question is not of the summit you have reached, but of the path back down into the valley. What is the purpose of these celestial visions if they are to be locked away in the memory of a silent hour? How do you bridge the expanse between the radiant, formless freedom of the inner sky and the dense, demanding world of forms, of duties, of relationships, of time? This is the great and next unfolding, the lesson that transforms the practitioner into a living embodiment of the wisdom they have touched. The true test of awakening is not the ability to escape the world, but to bring the heaven you have found within it, to manifest its qualities in every moment, every breath, every action. The seeker who has glimpsed the universal must now learn to be a lens through which its light can be focused upon the terrestrial. The goal is not to become a reclusive hermit, forever gazing at the stars, but to become a walking, breathing star, illuminating the path for yourself and for all who cross your radiance. The world, in its ceaseless dance, will present its greatest challenge here. It is a masterful deceiver, weaving a powerful illusion of separation. It will insist upon its dualities, the spiritual and the mundane, the sacred and the profane, your consciousness and the external reality. You will feel the pull of old identities, the gravitational weight of the personality that believes it is a separate thing, a fragile ego navigating a hostile world. You will be tempted to label moments as spiritual, those spent in silence, contemplation, or nature, and others as unspiritual, those filled with work, conflict, or the grinding monotony of daily existence. This is a subtle trap, a next veil. For in the eyes of the awakened consciousness, there is no such division. There is only life, expressing itself in a myriad of sting and bewildering forms. To see the divine in the chanting of a mantra is a beautiful beginning. To see that same divine in the blaring of a car horn, in the frustration of a traffic jam, in the tired eyes of a stranger on a bus. This is the radiance of the awakened state. The practice must now spill over the banks of the meditation cushion and flood the entire landscape of your life. Every act, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, becomes an opportunity for conscious expression, an offering upon the altar of the present moment. Consider the humble act of washing a dish. The old consciousness performs this chore with a mind racing towards the future, resentful of the present moment. But the awakened consciousness performs it as a sacred ritual. The warm water is a purifying river. The circular motion of the cloth is a mandala, a cosmic dance of creation and dissolution. The dish, once soiled, is made clean, a mirror reflecting the clarity you are bringing to the task itself. In this moment, there is no you washing a dish. There is only the seamless flow of action, a silent meditation in motion, a communion with the elemental forces of water and touch. This is the alchemy of presence. It is the art of bringing the fullness of your being, the stillness, the awareness, the love you have cultivated in solitude, into the marketplace of your life. When you speak to another, do you see them as a separate personality to be manipulated, won over, or judged? Or do you look past the temporary roles and masks and perceive the divine spark, the same eternal consciousness that dwells within you, looking back through their eyes? To listen, truly listen, without the constant filter of your own inner dialogue, is to give the greatest gift you can offer. It is an act of profound love, a recognition of the shared self. Your breath, that faithful anchor through meditations, is now your constant companion in the waking world. Let it be the subtle thread that ties you to your center, no matter how chaotic the external storm. In a moment of stress, a single conscious breath can be a sanctuary. In a flash of anger, the awareness of the inflow and outflow can be a cool, healing balm. The breath is the bridge, the ever-present reminder that you are not just a body living in the world, but a channel of life force flowing through it. Each conscious inhale draws in the universal prana, each conscious exhale releases you into the present, letting go of the dead past and the imagined future. As you persist in this practice, a profound transmutation begins to occur within the very substance of your being. The personality does not vanish, but it is refined, clarified, like a muddy glass slowly settling until the water becomes crystal clear. The emotions still arise. They are the weather patterns of the human experience. But you no longer become them. You are the vast, unchanging sky in which they pass. Anger is felt as a powerful surge of energy, observed without judgment, and allowed to move through. Joy is experienced fully, but with a deep, abiding peace that underlies it, knowing it is a passing sun shower in the eternity of your nature. You become a stable point of stillness in a spinning world. People will be drawn to you, perhaps without knowing why. They will feel a sense of peace in your presence, a safety that allows them to drop their own guards. You will not preach or proselytize, for the awakened consciousness needs no validation. Your very life becomes your teaching. The compassion that flows through you is not a sentimental emotion, but a powerful, active force. A recognition of the one self in all suffering, in all joy. You become a healer, not by technique, but by the simple fact of your unwavering presence. This is the ultimate stillness. The seamless union of the celestial and the terrestrial. It is the realization that the mat, the cushion, and the silent room were never separate from the office, the home, and the bustling street. They were all, always, altars. The sacredness was not in the place, but in the consciousness you brought to it. Now, you bring that consciousness everywhere. You walk not as a seeker, but as a finder, a living conduit for the very same universal consciousness that whispered these lessons into the stillness of your heart. You are no longer just a wave learning of its connection to the ocean. You have remembered you are the ocean, and you delight in the glorious, fleeting dance of being a wave. Now, dwell here. Not in thought, but in the space behind thought. Not in feeling, but in the awareness that feels. Close the eyes of the personality and open the eye of the soul. See without eyes. Hear without ears. Know without mind. Allow the silence to speak. It does not use words. It communicates through resonance, through vibration, through the sudden clarity that arises when confusion drops away like a worn-out garment. This is the transmission. This is the lesson. Not in syntax, but in presence. Not in doctrine, but in direct experience. The universal consciousness speaks now, not from afar, but from within. From the very core of your being, where all is already whole, already free, already eternal. And what does it say? It says, you are not lost. It says, you have never been separate. It says, rest here. This is home. There is nothing more to do. Nothing more to become. Nothing more to attain. The journey was never about reaching a destination. It was about awakening to the truth that you were already there. Always here, always now, always this. In this moment, the seeker dissolves. The search ends. The silence breathes. The light knows itself. And in that knowing, all questions vanish, not because they are answered, but because they are seen for what they are. Ripples on the surface of an infinite sea that has no need to explain itself. Remain here. Not as a visitor, but as the very ground of your being. Let the mind come and go. Let emotions rise and fall like waves. Let the world spin in its cycles of birth and death. You are that which does not change. You are the still point around which all movement occurs. This is spiritual consciousness. Not a philosophy. Not a belief. Not a practice. It is the recognition of what you have always been. Before the first breath, before the first thought, before the first illusion of separation. And now, in this silence, it gazes back at you, knowing, luminous, eternal. Receive it. Be it. It is you. End of the stillness beyond the veil. End of book.